Wing 1 and 2, let's go.
Hey, have you left yet?
Nope. We're undocked, aligned to BTEC-S. Just gonna grab some intel channels. Bear with me, even before we have half the fleet left after this.
How many fleets did you already,
None actually.
Ooh.
Wing 1 and Wing 2 only have 2 squads.
I'm taking care of it right now. Thanks, that was a good catch.
Okay, go ahead and warp yourself BTEC-S. Warp yourself BTEC-S. Hold on the gate. Intis, let me know what's on the other side, please.
1 minute.
Roger.
Don't worry, you have 2 very experienced FCs on your back.
I'm not worried. Jump, guys.
Alright, one thing, scouts, if there's newts in system, it's very important that you tell us on the outgate if there's any bubbles, so we don't get pipe bombed.
I know.
Yeah, Fairlight Corp, great.
FC, hold on a sec, don't you?
+1 in 6k.
Hold on the gate, guys. Hold on the gate. The gate is red. Do not jump.
1 minute in 60k.
I've only got 1 Rooks and Kings member logged on at the moment.
Aries.
Alright guys, orbit the gate
2.
in jump range.
Stiletto.
What's going on in the system?
He left to our outgoing gate.
Jump. Align outbound.
FC, be careful, this is a long walk.
Roger.
Perfect for pipe bombing.
Someone's got a perch on oh shit gate, please. X up. Anybody?
I'll have a look.
I can go get one. I don't have one, but I'll go warp over there and get one.
Yep, sounds good. Warp it 100 and burn back.
Burn a little bit above too.
Yeah, don't be in line.
Inline isn't really.
Burn up. When you land, burn directly up.
Can we just get killed tonight?
Go ahead and warp us. Repeat that last one.
Can we just get killed tonight?
I hope.
Absolutely.
I hope so, because it usually means that we get at least 1 kill more out of it.
Yeah.
Can we head down to O-W and annoy Nully?
If we don't get any kills tonight, guys, God, fucking in it.
Gate clear.
Burn off to the side, guys. Burn on to the left,
What happened to outgate clear? Because that's not clear.
Yes.
Clear.
Okay.
Burn to the left, guys. Burn to the left.
Free bubble.
That right there would have been a pipe bomb potential.
Hold on the gate, guys. Hold on the gate.
And it's
Hold on the gate, please.
It's popped up. Just
Guys, add your bubbles to your overview so they show up on D-scan too. It will save your life.
Okay, guys, hold on the gate, please. Hold. Jump in, guys. Jump in. Go ahead and dock up in bottom station. 5-minute bio break. We will continue at 20:53.
Which station? 7 or 5?
Bottom station. Bottom station. Bottom station is 7.
Then it's clear.
Thank God this station isn't bubble.
that's why I warp to a perch. Always. I've been pipe bombed twice, but never as an FC, and I'd really like to stay that way.
What do you mean there is a bubble? 7 was clear.
No, he said thank God there wasn't a bubble.
Yeah. That's why I need to go first.
I did look.
They have a Newton D8 possibly their scout.
Yeah. Also, the D8 oh shit areas where pipe bombings are most frequent, and there's a lot of Rooks and Kings logged on now.
D8 1 nuke. Engage clear.
Roger. Okay, guys, jump in to D8. Jump. On a line, oh shit.
Still on the gate. They're all aggressed still.
Yeah, here they are. They're here.
The burn off, guys. Get points.
Okay, guys, warp to oh shit. Jump on contact. Warp oh shit. Jump on contact. Help the frigates.
They've gone to a bounce point.
Did you get away alive, mate?
Yeah, I'm fine. I got through, but they're at bounce point. I'm going to see if I can get one.
No worries.
Got anybody held down?
They're warping, guys.
Grab what you can.
Yeah, they're gone.
No,
Okay,
they've
Jump
gone
on
to a
contact,
panic.
guys.
Possibly
Jump on
panic through.
contact. Right, let's not. We're going to get everyone home now. Can I get a bounce on the outgate, please? No shit.
Are we going home, FC?
Yeah, we are, because it's been quite a long fleet now.
No, I want to go to head.
We're going to go to head. X up when you've got a bounce on the outgate for us.
The outgate is
Everyone's
clear.
clear.
There's no drag bubbles.
I don't care. There might be a cloaky saber that uncloaks as soon as we get into warp, and then calls in a sino. With the number of Rooks and Kings logged on that we've got at the moment, I'm not taking that risk. Okay, everyone warp John Radozovic. Everyone walk to John Radozovic. He's X'd up in fleet.
G and out gate bounce.
Once you get to the outgate gate bounce, guys, align down to the outgate.
Do you need an outgate bounce in UQ?
Yes, please, mate. It's these 3 systems because they're such long warps that are a bit of a risk. Okay, warp yourself down to the UQ gate on landing, guys. Warp yourself down to the UQ gate. jump on contact and just align to the outgate only, align only once you've jumped into UTAC queue.
2 nukes.
Align only when you get into UTAC queue. Align 36N, align only, waiting for the X's and fleet.
You can warp to Joe's.
We'll just play it
On
safe.
my way.
It'd be really shitty to have completely whipped that fleet into pieces and then lose ourselves to a pipe bomb. If anyone could do a battle report as well, that'd be awesome.
If Fozzie Bear isn't with you, it's fake.
CCP Fozzie?
Okay. Alright, this is Acer's fleet. Acer, can you move Hroff and Bjorn to a wing command? He's got WC5 and can boost if we need him to.
I'm just making sure that we have enough in this one before I switch to the other fleet, because the other fleet is short on dictors.
Okay.
Yes, since a lot of scouts don't get pipe bomb again, like a new.
Here's an idea. Can dictors X up in fleet?
Yeah, I'm sorry it's going a bit slow today, guys, but it's been some time ago since I've done a fleet last, so I just need to get the hang of it again.
We're all gonna die.
Yay. Nah,
Yay.
it's not that.
Yay.
I'm glad I shared the ship.
Is there a fight going on somewhere? Because I'm getting like time dilation here.
It's just the fleets. We got fleets out there all very close together, I think.
Yeah, it's called 3 full fleets moving around.
Alignment is broadcasted.
We are the problem.
We're also the solution.
Did anyone else get caught in that Rooks and Kings bomb that I did?
Yes, me.
Bastards.
Guys, if you turn on your partners and move out, you actually don't die.
It doesn't work that way when you're right on top of them.
Does it really?
I'm just pleased to say at least they thought us important enough that they could Black Op drop us.
Well, why don't you start kissing their ass a little more?
I don't think
Oh God, they can suck my dick.
They're just trying different shit.
It was, I feel privileged that they actually thought we were worth to blow us the fuck up.
Nah, they don't care. It's just easy kills doing it. They'll do it to anybody moving large fleets about.
You have to admire the fact. You have to admire the fact that they make the battlefield work for them.
It actually failed because they had a new guy in the rock fleet that smart bomb too early and killed the Sino too quick. They missed some of the rocks on the field, or they could have killed everyone.
Guys, remember to cycle your guns.
Basically, a pipe bomb works like this. When you know someone will travel with a fleet in a system from one gate to another, you will cloak a dictor behind the destination gate in line with the first gate. When you see Clarion Call, if they don't have a scout, you decloak, put the bubble. You have another guy with a sign already just at the edge of the bubble. When the enemy fleet is in warp, Sino goes up, Titan portals truckloads of battleship with smart bomb. They activate smart bombs and kill everything that lands right on them because of the bubble.
Can you say bubble again?
Bubble.
It's all about.
Put it away, don't record it.
Say bubble one more time.
Bubble.
They're just recording it just for fun.
Chowder.
I love people that are making fun of accents when they actually don't speak another language.
He's like, oh my god.
He's the Naga. Fast target burn towards the Naga and kill it.
No,
They changed a little bit the pipe bombing due to the microdrum drive because now they use that to go away. When they see they have killed all they can or they are getting tackled, they microdrum drive away. So if you don't have warp scramblers, you actually cannot prevent them from going out. Which sucks, but well, makes the game fun also.
How many SBUs do they have in the system?
2.
Okay.
Naga down.
Nice.
Fuck that Naga.
Link Q now.
Didn't get it, sorry.
Guys, new broadcast is aligned to YZS gate. Yeah, it's only 2 jumps out, so actually only 1 when we get through this one. So jump.
Apparently my keyboard doesn't work anymore.
That's because you fat too much over it.
When all the buttons are stuck down, time for new keyboard.
Or to cover it while you're fapping.
Aim in another direction, maybe.
Hasn't anybody ever told you that's not her face?
And we're probably gonna have a lot of tie-dye because the EHEC fleet is coming with us this time.
Women never have these problems.
Lies.
Their mouses.
Women have other
Such
problems.
thing as women.
Yeah,
Women
mostly
don't
men.
exist.
Isn't it called the snail trail?
Well, guys, a little bit of funny update. We were just asked, hey, where are you? Can you come back and help out in Fountain?
Sweet. Tell them once we get the getting back part done.
Be like, yeah, we're on the way. It'll be about
Tell
an
them
hour.
to bring Titans and we will be there 5 times faster.
Yes, that.
And what our ETA is, Fountain.
I say we brawl.
Let's try to get ahead of them.
Let's
Let Tango Fleet go ahead so they can eat the pipe bomb.
MTAC V has no tie-dye.
Such a whiskey.
Hey, quiet. No more fucking German. No more German. That's enough.
They could be spies.
Men sluta nu.
Scheiße.
I want to fucking smash my head against my keyboard right now.
God, you guys are so mean. Holy shit.
It's like and no kills.
It's hard to listen to global chat when German's going on in the background. Guys, I don't know where you people are warping off randomly to once you get into C2X, but once you get fucking pipe bombed, they'll come crying when you die in a fire and we don't come to save you. Just letting you know.
Will they get home quicker though?
No, they'll just die and then they'll be fucked. So stay here in C2X.
We need a warp in for the jump bridge.
Which jump bridge?
The jump bridge in and deck H.
And for all of you that are warping ahead, you're going to miss out on a fleet fight.
Where do we go in C2X?
You're chilling here waiting for the rest of the fleet to get here. We've only got 94 here in C2X and 234 in fleet, so we need to get some more people in here. Except with how many jumps you are right now out, so I can see who is who and where is everyone at.
Can someone give W's and TVN?
I'd like to know where random people are warping off to when they get in here. Just curious.
You had a fleet come in behind you.
No, I'm just like...
Isn't there a station in here?
They're warping towards like a gate. Not even the right gate either. They're just gonna die somewhere. It's kind of funny.
Maybe they're gonna burn through high stack.
Maybe, I don't know.
FCF to be going. I'll find my own way home.
You're not gonna stay back?
I've been in fleet for the past 8 hours now. I need some sleep.
Well then what's 7 more, buddy?
My keys are already printed in my forehead, so...
Yeah, if you want to dock up, you can dock up in Yumi, I guess, but everyone else should be going back to BD, back to the front.
Sorry guys, from Enda Sage, where should I go?
Just get into C2X and chill, wait for everyone else to get here.
FC, you still got a shitload of people behind you.
Yeah, I'm sorry for all those stuck in tie-dye, but we're trying to stay ahead of you in your fucking Tengu tie-dye blob.
Yeah, I mean, if Test pipe bombed us, I think they would be doing us a favor. Don't tell them I said that, because then they won't do it. Spies.
Test don't know how to pipe bomb. Nah, it's Rooks and Kings.
It's Rooks and Kings in Rocks.
They got 4 or 5 days ago. They got 160 of them on a 200-man fleet.
Shit, we get butt fucked by that.
There's a spike in Yumi. Newts.
Is it how many?
There was like 4, I think. There like no, it's only 6 now. I thought that there's some bridge.
Yeah. Okay, guys. When we're in a 250-man gang, a spike is like 60 or 70 or over. 10, 9, 7. That's not a spike. That's just a blip.
6 total on Yumi.
I'm trying to let our tie-dye guys not get too far behind. Tie-dye guys, are you guys all cool with the route? You know how to get to where we are from now to Yumi?
I have the route from BD to UME, yes.
No.
Or UMI, whatever.
No.
So that would be necro-homoeroticism?
Yes, that. That is my fetish.
Just chill out here for a minute. Let everyone else catch up.
What are we doing in YAO?
Surprise butt sex.
We're going to butt sex on our enemies.
I was going to say it's not a surprise anymore.
I was supposed to go see that new Superman movie in 10 minutes, but that's not going to happen.
I've heard good things.
I'll be your Superman.
Downloading it and
Pants on the outside.
You got me.
So I wonder, if Superman bangs a regular girl, does he just turn her into pulp?
Does he blow her back out?
His jizz burns so hard.
Yeah, or like when he blows his load, does she just like fucking explode?
It's like a shotgun.
If he cream pies her, yeah.
Trying to catch up.
I swear, running a goon fleet is like herding cats sometime, isn't it?
Imagine how much worse
Goon
it is.
cats are best cats. Ducks. Paplink. Paplink. You just said we could go to VFK.
Paplink?
But wait, I wanted to make sure that we don't have that smart bombing fucking rock gang ahead of us, which killed our third fleet. all 100. If you guys don't know, I'm going to tell you now. There's a fleet with drag bubbles set up from multiple Celestials all over the place. Second you get caught in a bubble, they warp their entire fleet of like, I think 50 rocks down to 0 on the bubble, start smart bombing with range remote reps, and they pretty much doomsday everything.
No, thank you.
Hey, did you guys know that Poitot is the only...
You know, kill yourself.
Yep. I wish
So
you
what are we doing in
success your
DO6?
endeavors.
We are getting on the jump bridge in DO6, and we're chilling out. Any frigates want to go ahead and freeburn to BD and let me know what's ahead of us? Bridge route to BD, please.
Yeah, show.
Acer, alright, just let us know what's going on ahead of us, guys. Yep, and now all 176 of you that are still in fleet and stuck around, you just want a private mail tremor after this for your free blowjob.
Sweet.
Yeah. But you have to pay me, you know? And a lot of whisk.
Want a free blowjob?
That's illegal.
One got banned as well.
Yeah. Like, no one knew it before they said, right?
Ah, this wasn't. He was from TL, I'm sad now.
Jump to go. Jump gate, jump. Line Jamunda.
Shall we destroy bubbles?
Yeah, we did that already. Hey, there's those drones that guy lost.
Take fleet warp.
FC incursion.
Where the hell did all these Afterlife people show up from? Or have they always been here?
It's the people you kill.
No, I understand that. I just
Afterlife is Darkness of Despair, it seems. They were farming off DD.
I think they're in the stations that we're trying to flip.
As in, like, just went to your ship on grid. Actually, no, I don't know.
I scanned pretty quick, so he must have jumped quick.
No, weird. I'm just taking fleet warps. So.
Could be lag then. Who knows?
Yeah, possibly.
Where was this story about 2 people who got banned? I am bad and cannot find it.
It's kind of hard to get banned in EVE because you
It's
get away with
called
so much shit.
like no longer a turncoat or something like that
No
on
more
the
turncoat.
subreddit.
It's no more turncoat, apparently.
No line down.
Rip Zach. Would be missed.
Take fleet warp.
You can also read about how I AWOX.
ZX.
FC can't hear you if you whisper.
I thought I was whispering. Okay.
You are. You have to shout to the FCs.
Oh, so he can't hear me, yeah?
Nope.
Line F4R.
Incursion?
Think of it like whispering is just the people in the channel with you, or mostly FCs will be on a separate channel, so you have to shout to the other channel for them to hear you.
Yeah, why does the warp look a bit different colour?
Because
it's space.
If it's anything like the last fleet, there'd be a lot of brown in it.
Is that poo?
Jump.
Yes, it was.
Different. Yeah, okay, I get you.
You should set up 2 different hotkeys.
Yeah, I have 2 different.
Align ZX.
Incursion reds.
Okay, put mods on. Kill the. Nope. No scramming.
Just see.
Align. Pod is on.
I see one of the
Kill the bubble. Quickly kill the bubble.
one of the Rooks and Kings Sino Walters in ZXIC again.
Is that about how far you guys made it last time?
Say again?
Yeah.
Yes.
ZX?
Yeah, we made it to ZX and we died on the KDF gate.
Close, but no scar.
Nope. Almost. Not quite.
Was the Incursion sign alt? Was that the Rooks and Kings sign alt?
Miss Saphira is a Rooks and Kings Sino alt.
Jump, jump, jump. That's fine. Jump, jump, jump.
We have...
Oh no, we have a little bit of orbit the gate, 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 orbit the gate 500.
I'm on an aggression timer.
I saw Miss Saphira in your head.
Okay, jump,
It
jump,
was
jump,
on
jump, jump.
WD tech, I think.
Jump, 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 jump.
Blue, Miss Saphira, something was near your head, GP. I think it was on WD tech, so.
He's in this system.
She's in the system. This system.
Yes.
Take fleet warp.
In before, so no. Maybe not though.
Alright, let's see.
Actually, their Titan isn't online, is he?
Come on, Sino.
Might have another one.
Leroy.
Did Blue Eyes get Rooks and Kings line bombed?
Just left system.
Oh.
I think someone's on comms.
No shit.
There's two
yeah,
runners in
of
KDF,
course.
by the way, and at least one of them's a bomber.
Line down.
Ooh.
Oh, look at all those wrecks.
Yes, that's some good salvage there.
Those are wrecks.
Oh my god.
Oh, those are wrecks.
Why didn't I bring it?
Look at
Oh, that is glorious.
So
my
beautiful.
left stack
Think of the salvage.
Millions and millions.
I came through here earlier and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what happened there?
It was Rooks.
They killed us just instantly. Like, who didn't just immediately implode?
Charles.
Pretty
was
much watch
last
my
time.
capacity.
Go.
Just the whole all three just go to the left, like just. No.
Yeah, everything just was zero.
It was one tick, and I was at half shield. and
Everyone
tick,
jump,
I
jump,
was
jump,
dead.
jump.
I was,
Yeah, me too. I was at half shield in one go, and then everything just vroom, just dead.
Yeah, mine all three went at the same speed, just from full to nothing to dead.
I didn't even have time to put my hardeners on.
A line to station.
It's a bad time when you can't get hard.
All right. Welcome, everybody, to this special stream on another Sunday night. It's the third one of these that we've approached so far this year. And just when I thought, you know, we've already picked the cream of the crop, none other than the great Lord Maldoror has agreed to come on the stream tonight and take a walk with us through some classic Rooks and Kings videos, as well as some new content, and along the way, pull back the veil on Rooks and Kings. So welcome to the stream, Lord Maldoror.
Thank you. Very kind of you to have me here. Looking forward to it.
So what happened was a few weeks ago, we were at the office thinking about the fact that FanFest got cancelled and what's some good content that we can provide to players who are stuck at home like us and probably going out of their minds, need a bit of a distraction. Someone suggested the Clear Skies Marathon, and that was a very, very successful stream. And immediately after that, it was like, oh my god, this is the people, you know, the players are really enjoying this. Who else should we get? And the very first name that was mentioned was yours, because even during that Clear Sky stream, there were people in chat saying Clarion Call next.
Well, hopefully we can deliver them something fun. And by the way, I saw a lot of people seem to really enjoy the listening in, and later on in the stream, I suppose we'll talk about that sense of being on the hunt and pursuing the prey and listening to the prey. Well, the fleets people were listening to just now are just some random examples of fleets that were hunted. I mean, spoiler, all those people are going to die tonight and more. But that's what you were listening to. And yes, originally, Convict had suggested a stream that would go from the early days of Equinox and Clarion Call 1 all the way to the present, which would have been a truly Herculean stream to get through all of that. But in terms of the fact that we have the lockdown on and everything else, I wanted to spice things up by having some unseen recordings, videos, things like that. So given that we have the lockdown and we have to make do with what we've got, I have a lot of material from the later era, the sort of the pipe bomb era, which is where we'll be especially focusing tonight. But we'll also be looking at some of the, other doctrines and the kind of the wider history of the game in regard to that too.
So before we get underway, can you just tell us a little bit about the history of Fairlight and Rooks and Kings, how you came to be involved, those kinds of things?
Sure. Rooks and Kings is somewhere between like an EvE corporation and a cult, and it's a group of people who as people know, we don't really recruit that much. We are really the same group of people that have played together for much longer than a decade now. And I suppose in many ways, EvE has penetrated every part of our lives. I mean, even a lot of the people I call real life friends today, and the people, even some cases, people I work with, are people I've met in EvE through Rooks and Kings. And when it comes to the early days, and that's something that I think is worth mentioning at this point, since we'll be looking at the later kind of era, the Clarion Call 4 era today and beyond. But when it comes to the early days, there are a lot of themes from those days that actually penetrate into that, and not just in terms of the mechanics and the doctrines, but also in terms of the people. And so tonight you'll hear a lot of people die. Some of them will be happy, some of them will be less so. But by the passion, you'll be able to see that clearly EvE is a serious game for them. And that's true for a lot of people in Rooks and Kings as well. They're people who really looked at the minute details of the mechanics, and we put a lot of effort into those finer points of the game. And so there's a kind of seriousness involved there. But in terms of the early days as well, and we can even bring up a few pictures from that kind of period, which perhaps another day is something that would be great to cover as well. Where when I started the game in the early 2000s, a little bit after you actually, Convict, you got in there even earlier than I did, so you probably have a lot to say about this too, more even. But the kind of people who came to EvE, there was a seriousness about them too. And I see a lot of familiar names actually in the chat from Great Wildlands, from those early days. And a lot of those people, the interesting thing is that they came into EvE without any real context for what a game like that was. I mean, sure, you had EverQuest and Ultima, but they were still fairly small scale compared to what we call an MMO today. And when you think about games like Quake and Unreal Tournament, not many people really played those games, but maybe 3,000 people online in Unreal or in Quake, which is nothing. It wouldn't even make the Steam charts today. So for a lot of people in the early 2000s, for whom Twitch shooters weren't interesting anyway, suddenly heard about virtual worlds, and they tried a game like EvE. And I think they were completely unprepared for what they got into. And there are a couple other games like EvE that where you see that sort of same impact on people. I mean, Second Life might be one where the dark alleys of Second Life are a playground for people's obsession also. But especially in EvE, they found something that was that they weren't really able to even filter the experience. I mean, some examples thinking back to the early days of Great Wildlands, when we were in Foundation and fighting a Red Alliance and TCF and groups like that. For example, the core, I should say, of Foundation also was quite PvP focused, and many of them had come from games like Quake and had some sort of grounding in terms of how to how to filter an online, what to make of an online world, what kind of context to have for it.
Mm.
But there were other examples where people had come fresh to this and didn't really know how to react to that at all. In one case, for example, I remember someone telling me back then that their real life relationships were being affected because someone had put up towers in the VIH pipe. And as they went around their business talking to other people in daily life, they could feel these towers watching them. And another example would be that someone's real life stalker had followed them to that part of the game. And of course, we offered to sort of, try and work that out and keep them separate and deal with that. But then TCF attacked. And suddenly the person who had a problem with this stalker said, well, that's a big problem and all, but we need numbers in fleet. So don't do any of those things you just talked about. I want that person flying in fleet, which would, I suppose, be almost absurd today in where we have a kind of culture of social media and Reddit and forums that can kind of couch the experience of a virtual world, and we can make sense of it that way. Another example would be Kurt. Now, Kurt he's a wonderful man, a physicist, only ever flew Minbatar ships. I don't know whether those two things are connected. And very, very good PvPer. He'd never played any online game, as far as I know, before EvE. And one day someone called him a noob. I mean, not too dramatic, right, by modern standards, but Kurt didn't really know what to make of that. As he said, no one since the playground had, used this kind of language. Right. So he had no insult, he had no way to kind of filter that. Should he let it go, sticks and stones and all that, or should he take this as a mortal insult and fight to the bitter end? And to some extent, I think even I was probably slightly a product of that kind of mindset of not knowing how to filter some of these things, because, to cut a long story short, one of the ways I became involved in the whole GW conflict was after Captain Delta from Veritas. I was new in the game at this point, just flying a Marla and going around ratting in nullsec. Didn't really know what I was doing. Probably still don't, but I definitely didn't then. And Captain Delta came into my system, and he said, "You can't do that. You need a ratting pass." I said, "What's a ratting pass?" So he said, "Well, you have to pay 2 million ISK." I thought, 2 million ISK? The cheek of it. This is absurd. I mean, I've seen some people abuse the snipers in Counter-Strike and, do some dodgy stuff in Quake, but I've never, 2 million. This is extortion. This is, unprecedented. So I decided there and then that I had to join the rebels and lead a fight that would push these guys out of the region and sort of take it. Now, looking back today, given all the sleepless nights of pause timers and people phoning me and telling me that there's a carrier tackled here and there and everywhere in the belts, I should probably have paid him the damn money, and I'd have probably had a better life afterwards. But I foolishly didn't. So perhaps I was in the same mindset as they were. But I think it's interesting because this kind of aspect led to people bringing a lot of their real life into EvE. And to some extent, EvE also gives back, as I alluded to earlier, that a lot of my real life is affected by the people I know in Rooks and Kings. But that also gave alliances a lot of culture and a lot of identity in the early days, which kind of is a kind of trend that continues through. And I think that that's something that we'll also probably touch on today, because people will see and hear a lot of different spy recordings and things like that, which may be at times something new for Rooks and Kings, who had a kind of gentlemanly, dare I say, people would have that sort of impression of Rooks and Kings, although the devil is a gentleman, as the expression goes. Still, it's something where alliance culture was very stark in those early days, and probably I've taken a bit of that a bit of that with me into what became Rooks and Kings. And also it's something that means that whilst we do try and play the game as gentlemen and gentlewomen in that way, on the other hand, we really support the most extreme aspects of the sandbox, simply because the choice has no meaning if you couldn't have done the opposite. So EvE becomes that kind of playground or battlefield where you can actually forge and have an identity, because you would have had the choice to do it differently rather than just follow rigid lines. And that's something that we'll probably come across again today when we talk about some of these recordings. And of course it's probably fairly macabre, right, to have there is a vault in Holborn where I have 40 terabytes worth of WD gold drives with hundreds of FC's death screams. And that seems like an odd thing to do in a certain way, in the same way that if I'd gone out in the lockdown to get some more recordings of different eras, it probably would sound quite odd if I'd had to say, well, I've got a lot of pipe bombing, but I want a few more toys. They might have wondered where I was going and what I was doing. So in that sense, alliance culture is an interesting thing, and a lot of it leads back, I think, to the way that people in those early days were kind of against the backdrop of all those creamy nebula and wonderful tracks that CCP had made below the asteroids and all, and it all fits together into this very odd, almost eerie kind of New Eden that we were all thrust into back then, and in a way that the seeds of Rooks and Kings do go all the way back there. And in a sense, today we'll be looking at the other end of the spectrum there, where that kind of seriousness is reflected in different ways, where we see the fleets get killed and these sort of dramatic things happen to them.
We'll go into our first movie very soon, but you've done a pretty good job explaining the history there. What if you had to explain in a nutshell to somebody who's watching the stream, who's maybe a newer player and isn't familiar with like the legacy of Rooks and Kings, in very short terms, like what is the easiest way you can explain what Rooks and Kings is?
Well, the expression "the few against the many" has turned up quite often, and whilst we don't dislike the blobs, I mean, we enjoy killing them for one thing, but also we respect the sort of organization and man management that goes into that kind of stuff. Generally, we have pursued this doctrines that allow us and continue to allow us, as the game changes, to keep hitting the bigger fleets, and as they adapt, and often probably doesn't help that we release battle reports and forums and all these different videos and things that then dissect what weapons we have. But part of the challenge then is when they adapt to it and can use our own weapons back against us, then hopefully we have something else up our sleeve. And all of the different eras of Rooks and Kings, whether it's like the triage eras or cross refitting and Pantheon or early Tech 3 and Logi and Ironclad stuff, whatever era is usually a response to something else that's happening in the game, and then we make a response to that. So it's an evolving narrative, one of the people, but two, a sort of the meta. So we've often been involved in conflicts to help underdogs, or in some cases unsportingly hot drop people. So there are lots of narratives like that. But behind that, there's also the fact that you can control the people by controlling the way they play the game. And by sort of popularizing certain aspects of the metagame, it means that you become connected to all the different sort of things that happen. So if Pantheon carriers turn into slow cats and boat carriers and all this other stuff, and we have to adapt in turn, there is this narrative of the kind of our struggles and also the kind of metagame struggles. Right. So a lot of Rooks and Kings has been about that, adapting to the changing meta, to the changing nature of the game, and just a core group of people who stick together. And as the goalposts move or the situation changes, I mean, an army can't choose where it marches, right? That's simply what the odds are, and how can this group of people adapt to try and stay on top. And that's really been the story for many years.
That's it. Well, the first movie we're going to show tonight is one of your, I wouldn't say classic, because it's actually one of the more recent ones that Rooks and Kings released. It's Clarion Call 4. Which is fantastic. Before we hit play on this, do you want to maybe set it up a little bit?
Sure. So Clarion Call 4 essentially continues the story of Pantheon carriers from Clarion Call 2. Clarion Call 3, we'd gone into the wormholes and all that kind of stuff, and we had a different kind of adventure there. But in Clarion Call 2, we'd had to adapt to the fact that many people the cap fleets were growing, and also many people were using triage and the huge marauding dreadnought gangs. And so the remote rep carriers, the Pantheon carrier group, and the refitting involved, and all those kind of things that made Archons this oppressive force in the game, were now starting to work against us, because the weapon that had once given us complete sort of control of some of those engagements those guns had been taken up by forces that were much bigger than us, and one shouldn't underestimate their ability or the quality of their FCs or anything to use these tools very well once they get going with that. So Clarion Call 4 is the story of developing a new weapon that can fight this, continue to fight the battle against the odds as the odds get worse.
All right. So this movie has a runtime of about an hour, but it's absolutely fantastic. When we come back from that, we'll start heading into some newer material, which are a little bit more bite-sized. And Lord Maldoror has prepared quite a lot of really cool stuff for us. So you guys can have that to look forward to. So for now, let's go ahead with Clarion Call 4. So sit back, relax, and enjoy.
It's endless. We're not gonna do anything. Everybody, if you can get out. Jesus fucking Christ.
Across half a decade, you may have followed our adventures in New Eden. You may also have seen, as we have, that the virtual world is changing. You may remember, too, that Rooks and Kings is an entity dedicated to the fight of the few against the many. And you may ask, where does that path take someone? Over the past 5 years, we have watched the civilization of New Eden grow around us. We have seen the fleets of hundreds turn into fleets of thousands, and the myriad of isolated conflicts drift into vast struggles between opposing power blocks. This is not a complaint. I look out upon our foes and see so much to admire in the organization and orchestration of the largest forces ever assembled in online gaming. This is a story of the length to which a small group can and will go to survive in that world, without changing their nature or purpose. That is our mission. But let's turn back the clock a little. The factories and shipyards of the Nullsec empires churned out hull after hull to arm their vastly expanding forces. Political cooperation and industry combined to make fleets and forces grow in a manner that was once unthinkable. Much of 2011 and 2012 saw us in an arms race to negate some of the numerical advantage of opposing fleets. To combat the numbers, we relied increasingly on the Golden Fleet. This doctrine centered around the Apocalypse Navy issue, an expensive faction battleship possessing exceptional damage projection, and that when combined with high-grade slave implants, had the heaviest tank of any battleship, and thus buying the most possible time for repairs to land. Put simply, their ships got more, so our ships had to get stronger. The principle is simple. If the hostile ships were dying, but our repairs were landing in time and our ships were not dying, then no matter the numbers, we'd eventually win. With Vindicator battleships to provide heavy tackling, short-range damage and to hold targets still for dreadnoughts, and garnished with Balgorns to conduct capacitor warfare, the Golden Fleet was well-rounded and able to deliver decisive victory after victory, even with our limited numbers. But two concerning emerging trends were identified. The first was that gradually as the enemy fleets grew ever larger and their combined alpha strike against our targets became stronger, we soon had to accept some level of attrition, as initially some of our expensive faction battleships would be volleyed off the field before we could cull the incoming damage to a manageable amount. For the time being, the situation was still very manageable, but the writing was on the wall. For whilst the hostile fleet had no limit in size, we were already approaching the maximum effective hit points that could be squeezed out of a ship of the era. The second concern was that the nullsec empires of EvE were by now learning these arts, and becoming very good at them. They understood now very well what a huge logistic wing could mean to a fleet. They too became practiced in cross-refitting triads to withstand extreme damage, and they knew the value of massed Archon groups. Nor could their economic might be underestimated. Whilst Rooks Kings had enjoyed the risk and glamour of flying absurdly expensive fleets of ships against the odds, gradually the Technetium moon empires of nullsec space allowed them to do the same, on a massive scale. By the summer of 2012, this trend would manifest as the largest coalition in the game at the time, the Honey Badger Coalition, flying the same Navy Apocalypse battleship as we did, for one of their stock doctrines. Essentially, the performance lead of our highly specialized fleet over those of the vast armadas of nullsec was getting smaller, and the gulf between our fleet sizes was getting larger. They say necessity is the mother of invention, and as a consequence of the changing battlefield, we had increasingly found the value of striking quickly and decisively. For their part, hostile fleets had learned the extent of extreme logistic tactics, and would correctly retreat and call for reinforcements if they found our heavy tanked ships were not breaking. Among our enemies, fast, long-range ships were also increasingly in fashion, and often proved well placed to escape from the fight if we gained the upper hand. To address these things, our new area of expertise had become to control the battlefield via interdictor bubbles. As pilots will know, these warp bubbles can drag an enemy fleet from the end of their warp path to a specific point in space. Titan-class vessels are used to bridge fleets across systems, and had long since become our preferred method of entry to the battlefield. Once dragged to the edge of the interdictor bubble, the hostile fleet would fall prey to the grasp of Vindicator webifiers and the full power of capacitor warfare as we arrived through the Titan bridge. Once you have your enemy where you want him, even a massive numerical force can be overcome, and the Golden Fleet was well placed to bring the hammer down. But having become obsessed with different kinds of interdictor tactics, I came to wonder how much more force we could leverage with such control of the battlefield. Smart bombs are an area of effect weapon that come in all flavor of damage types. They had long been particularly popular in low-sec space to apply damage quickly to ships moving across the system, and even on occasion to larger groups of ships doing the same. Indeed, the danger of the fast, untargeted smart bomb damage has become a trademark of systems like Ransom. And yet, what if the real potential lay in smart bomb use against the fleets of nullsec space, where interdiction bubbles can be launched? The intricacies are many, but imagine the Titan as a massive gun, like the railway artillery of old, or a weapon built into a mountainside. Titans have doomsdays, but what if its real superweapon is simply its portal generator and we are the ammunition? That is to say, our ships themselves, built as dedicated smart bombers, become the rounds fired by the Titan cannon onto the enemy fleet. 20 people may not go a long way in where New Eden is heading, but 20 battleship caliber rounds ought to do plenty. And just like the armoured vehicles of bygone eras carefully selected their ammunition types, so we too would select the smart bomb damage type that the hostile fleet was weakest against. Of course, being area of effect weapons, we would damage each other too, but since we know what damage type we'll be doing, we can fit the ship, and indeed choose our ship type, for an extreme resistance against precisely that damage. If you set out to make a ship in EvE do one specific thing, you can make it do that thing very well, and this is very much the case if you build a ship to have an extreme resistance to one damage type, at the expense of all others. This means the hostile fleet will be dead before we are, and dead before they can deliver any damage to us in all the flavors we are untanked against. The trinity of interdictors, smart bombers and titans needed a name. After I outlined the plan, Ram suggested calling it pipe bombing, and we thought, why not? Of course, new weapons need testing, and testing needs test subjects. Although there are innumerable occasions where nothing of the fleet's perspective is known, enough spy recordings, streams and fraps exist to piece together the puzzle and tell the story of the early days of pipe bombing. The Red vs. Blue Ganked Rome is a regular and highly successful event where pilots from all manner of alliances put aside their differences and hunt through dangerous territory in a large fleet. The first pipe bombing test destroyed a fleet of theirs. A few weeks later, another large fleet of theirs emerged, this time with an Armarian battlecruiser theme.
A line for X-Tac B.
There's a bubble sitting here on the X-Tac B gate.
Right on it.
So I'm about 10 off.
Alright, that's
but it's not like it's not an anchored one, it was a ship-made one.
Ah.
Yeah, there was a saber and something.
Well, we're gonna land in it. So. Well, that's
No,
too
you're not-
late. I've just walked us.
You shouldn't land on it. You should just about avoid it. I say just about. It's on the other side of the gate.
That's Rooks Kings.
Mic check. Mic check, mic
Check.
check. Rooks and Kings, Rooks and Kings, Rooks and Kings. Bang.
Dominic's is the primary. Dominic's is the primary. Dominic's
What's
is the
this?
primary.
Where?
Dominic's is the primary.
Where we are,
Everyone on the
warping.
dummy, everyone on the dummy, everyone on the dummy.
This is a black box interlude, where we shall occasionally look into the minds of those on their way to death. And so it falls upon me to point out that there is no Dominic's. However, the sheer enthusiasm and blind devotion with which the Second Fleet member takes up the chant has led to the phrase, "everything on the dummy," becoming a saying in RNK to signify blind courage and duty in the face of, well, anything.
Rooks and Kings, Rooks and Kings. Bang.
Dominic's is the primary. Dominic's is the primary. Dominic's
What's
is the
this?
primary.
Where?
Dominic's is the primary.
Where we are,
Everyone on the
warping.
dummy, everyone on the dummy, everyone on the dummy.
Shut up, comms.
Evelian is a warp out point with attack on the gate if you need one.
So what are we exactly warping into?
Rooks and Kings and smart bombings. Smart bombing BS.
Oh, right, lots of them.
Yes.
Oh
shit,
my balls are broken.
Just bail.
There's attack if you need to bail on the gate.
Like the other ship.
No one's gonna call primary? No, there's a fuck ton of them smart bombing. Bail.
Back?
What? No, because nobody fucking told me this was there as I was walking. It just said, oh, there's a fucking...
Cloaky the Cloaky decloaked and dropped a sign, oh bang. Very slick.
Yeah, right after I walked us.
On the capsule, see guys onto their life.
I landed right in the fucking bubble. All I heard was, oh, there's a bubble 10k off the gate. So, right, we're going to land in it. And the next thing you know, there's fucking whatever on comms.
Do you remember a few ganks ago when there was a bubble just 10k off the gate?
Yeah, but there was Kader and a fucking Saber and another Cloaky and shit.
Balls, I'm the point.
That was fucking hilarious.
Where are you?
We just died.
I'm in Job Cemento.
We were in Poitop.
Structure.
Are there any survivors?
No.
Yeah.
You did Douglas.
Oh, upgrade your clones.
I was in a pot going around from corpse. It was kind of tricky before I went to the port.
I literally saw the light.
I died, then
At the end
loaded
of the
grid
tunnel.
in a clone
It
to
was
see
fun.
myself stuck next to this Tempest. Then I ended up back in my clone.
That was pretty badass.
It was pretty laggy.
So what,
Remember,
did they just
guys,
drop a
only
smart bomb
post
battleship gang
kills
on you?
on the ganked board. Don't post your losses or anything, just your kills. So obviously don't post anything that just happened. I'm sure Rooks and Kings will make a video of that one.
Because large RVB roams are an event, and one that we hold in high regard, we elected not to use a weapon of this kind again on their fleet. Instead, our attention switched to the region of Syndicate, though pipe bombing proved overkill for the smaller local fleets, as you see here in this strike on a heavy assault cruiser and Tech 3 gang.
Sign up, sign up, sign up.
Bridges up, bridges up.
The weapon's primary purpose became to deliver an occasional hammer blow, when our very heavy conventional fleet was simply limited by how many hostiles we could actually hold on to. By now, people had learned the extent of the tanking power of cross-fitting triage, and were less likely to stick around. And yet, all the time we eyed the swelling fleets of the nullsec empires, for a day when their growing list of allies, faster response times, and indeed rising excellence, would make it harder for a small group to regularly deploy the Golden Fleet against them, and when we'd have to introduce them to a new weapon. As 2012 progressed, one ambitious local group called Pure Madness became increasingly embroiled in skirmishes with the CFC coalition to the north of Syndicate, especially in the region of Cloud Ring. The role of local troublemakers against the big boys was one they inherited from an alliance called Ares Protectiva, and as we had done with Ares in the year before, we assisted Pure Madness in their battles against the numerically larger coalition forces. This mainly took the form of using the Navy Apocalypse as a powerful laser-based platform against the CFC shield doctrines, and here smart bombing was mainly limited to the more traditional role of firewalling the incoming missile streams of the Drake-based armies. That era in the spring of 2012 also included perhaps our last hurrah for modern versions of Clarion Call 2's Pantheon doctrine, which were used to suppress the newly buffed marauding dreadnought fleets, before 30 Archons and a few supercapitals were no longer a significant number, and the torch for massed Archon carriers passed over to the coalitions, who could field enough Archons to volley enemy support off the field with sentry drones. And then, in early summer 2012, CFC coalition member Fatal Ascension deployed to Syndicate. Whilst the Golden Fleet was still our primary weapon, given their larger fleets we decided to once again mix some more pipe bombing in among the doctrines deployed. A few of these strikes were recorded from both sides, and so we moved to the system of K5JRD. In this era, Eldorath could still stand openly in plain sight, waiting for the targets. No armies of alts or elaborate methods, just Eldorath with a lance in his hand on the outgate. Whilst there is no video feed, a SoundCloud audio recording of the events thereafter still exists, and so we joined them on that fateful mission.
Eldorath, Rooks and Kings.
Eldorath's on the 8V gate. Check on the 8V gate. Outbound. Eldorath's in a Saber, about 20 kilometers off, and an Anathema.
Okay, we'll kill Eldorath then.
I just jumped into 8V.
User left your channel.
Is it truth?
It's so hard drop. Wow.
Who's in warp to this gate?
Wait, that's a small hot drop.
Yeah, it's not a big hot drop at all.
That's a good trap.
Unless it's a trap. Oh!
It's a smart bomb trap.
Shit!
Damn it! Oh, jeez, I barely managed to warp in there.
8V is clear.
No!
Really?
Got out, instructor. Whee!
Really? What the fuck?
It's all smart bombs, let's kill them.
That's what they always do, I suppose.
Fucking
Holy shit. I just
get out of there. What the fuck?
I'm at range.
I did not see. Luckily, this is all reimbursable, so. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Really?
they used to do this. They drop a drag bubble and then just sino in smart bombs at the edge of the bubble where everyone lands.
That sucks.
Who died? I survived, it's just a battle.
Yeah, so
Warp to station. Warp to station.
Altec C.
That was
I
not
can't believe that just
interceptor
happened.
What just happened?
By the time of this next recording, the hostile fleet was very familiar with what had happened, and what was going to happen, and indeed it even acquired the skills of a man we call the Expert, to explain what was happening while it was happening.
Want to cover that again? Might as well. So tornado, one tornado landed.
I'm decloaked.
Drop it.
Sign it down.
Saber on the F6
Sino.
in
Sino. Sino.
Yeah, looks me.
Sino on the station. Oh, Sino on the gate.
Here we go.
We're gonna be on.
Where's the Sino? On the gate.
Oh, not more.
Oh, what the fuck?
You know what's gonna happen? It's gonna be there.
Just burn when you land. Burn away.
Just battleships.
Yeah. Oh, it's a smart bombing battleships. It's a pipe. Burn away.
How many?
Enough.
Jump through. Jump through.
Let's jump through. Let's jump through the gate.
It's gonna be a drag bubble.
Smoke. Oh, I got botted.
Burn back. Burn back. Burn back. Burn back. Yep.
Oh, gone. There we go.
Fuck! Get reps. Get reps. Burn. Jump through. Jump through. Don't engage. Jump through.
So near, yet so far. The order is to jump the gate, but the interdiction bubble has pulled them just out of reach.
Sprint. Jump through. Jump through. Don't engage. Jump through.
We're off the gate. There's a pipe bomb.
We're not far. We're not far. We're very close.
Don't hear you from gate.
Shit.
I'm gone.
Damn, pottage. Wow.
Left your channel.
Shit.
That's some donkey kong.
Pipe bombers.
What the hell was that?
There's a pipe
A
bomb.
bunch of cunts is what that was.
It's beautiful as well, that was.
Yeah.
Very well done.
That was perfectly executed. Yep.
Absolute
They placed the juicy Macarial for us to walk to. They had a bubbler cloaked. As soon as the Macarial was pointed, they were on the Titan ready to go. As soon as that Sino went up and I was like, ooh, Sino, let's go. We're all in warp to the gate anyway. And they're pulsing, I think it's 14,000 DPS from those 10 battleships. And then they'll have a triad carrier standing by, ready to jump in a couple of seconds if we get down.
The faint call of a survivor is heard in the background, but is flattened by the expert's faith in our ruthless efficiency. The reality was a little different, for the ever-helpful Goldsnake had been handing out ships to a number of less prepared people, and in his generosity forgot to keep his own. At the last minute someone passed him a ship from stocks which was unrigged, leaving him perilously close to death.
Alright, stop. I'm gonna die soon. Stop. Stop, dive. Stop.
Shoot, launch drones.
As a result, we have to stop the pipe bombing early and attempt to finish off the mutilated survivors with drones. Luckily, this goes unnoticed amid the veritable fountain of the expert's dark knowledge.
Nobody talk. X up if you X up with what you lost. Jesus.
More to your station now.
Fucking hell.
Yowza.
I didn't know there was a drug bubble there. Fuck.
Drag bubble was cloaked. They were waiting until they saw us align into the gate, uncloaked, popped the Sino, then they jumped in. They were on grid before we even landed, start bombing ready to catch the lead ships and scam. It's a standard tactic from Rooks and Kings.
That was fucking sexy, honestly.
Yeah, very clever.
And they'll have at least 2 triage carriers ready to come back in on that Sino in case something bigger lands on top of their smart bombing battleships.
From your channel.
As well as obviously the Titan if they really do get stuck. And they'll also have the Cindy channel open to them. They'll have someone in there so know exactly where we are at all times. Any of their own people because that is screaming. Yeah, they only use faction battleships or anyone obviously really good stuff for it because of the extra tank it gives them and the extra CPU for the smart logic gets them a full rack of 8. That should start ringing alarm bells.
And what of our traditional combat style during this time? In one of the final battles with Fatal Ascension during their stay in Syndicate, we deployed a Pantheon group against them. A few of our Titans provided the firepower for the Pantheon, and the combination of Doomsday's DPS and logistic repping power proved still to be potent. Hostile dreadnoughts were quickly cut down, and Delinarius led a Navy Apocalypse support fleet from pure madness and agony against the Tempest battleships and scimitars of the enemy. You can hear him calling targets for the subcaps while I marshal our Pantheon group.
Secondary. What is secondary? What is your secondary?
Broadcast,
what is your
KOA
secondary?
broadcast.
What is your
KOA
prime?
needs
What
west,
is your prime now?
broadcast.
And Shanggu is your secondary. Shanggu is your secondary. Shanggu is your secondary. War is going down. War is going. Well done. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
The reps on the Pantheon group were holding easily, and our faction battleships were also being comfortably sustained against the incoming damage. In fact, we'd barely lost a ship at all, and yet the enemy force kept returning to bring wave after wave of new support ships to the grinder and continue the fight. There had to be a reason for the sacrifice, and indeed there was. The call was out, and with most of nullsec space being on friendly terms in this period, hostile supercapital fleets from all manner of groups were rapidly converging on our position, including Pandemic Legion, Goon Swarm, and even Test Alliance. Sino fields sparked up, and as the hostile capital fleets began jumping in, we headed into the force field of the tower.
So are we moving into the shield? I've got all the people that are processed for armor and shield.
Move into shield.
One cap's coming in. Carrier group dropped in. More nukes is coming, more Aeons. We need to extract now.
However, this did not mean safety, because the tower itself was already out of reinforce mode and ready to be killed by the massed forces. Interdiction bubbles prevented us jumping out, and so only the rapidly shortening lifespan of the tower separated us from the jaws of the assembled horde, a situation commonly referred to as a rape cage. Then Goldsnake called for the Starburst, which, like many of our tactics of the time, revolved around tower shield mechanics, in this case intentionally revoking our own access to the tower to eject our fleet from the shield at enormous speed.
Jump, spam jump, spam jump, spam jump, spam jump.
Careful, just jump to the open sign. Jump out, jump out, jump out. Subcaps, warp off to Cry Agony. Subcaps, warp off to Cry Agony by now.
Gorgeous, guys.
I love you.
Yeah, very nice idea.
Doc,
I don't
get
have
the fucking subcaps off. Get to the center and warp off. Warp off.
Having been thrown clear of the cage of interdiction bubbles, we were able to jump out to safety. The operation had been a success, but hair-raising exits of this ilk were a sign of the changing times. Soon after, the coalition forces moved on to other fronts, and Syndicate was quiet again. In the early autumn of 2012, we were looking for action and deployed close to Providence. Providence is a region unlike any other in New Eden, where neutrals are welcomed and the holders place a strong emphasis on our Marian tradition.
Through high sec and low sec, the warp engines sound, and through 000 for Providence bound. For EvE will forever be making it plain. You have to defend what you want to maintain, so it's X up for fleet. Form up and clear clans, we need more repair ships and ammo and bombs. With fire in our bellies and stars in our eyes, we'll scour the pirates from Providence skies. In deep 000, where trust often dies, strangers fly safely in Providence skies. But some would destroy that in hopes to recall the chaos incarnate of all against all. So it's X up for fleet. Form up and clear comms. We need more repair ships and ammo and bombs. With fire in our bellies and stars in our eyes, we'll scour the pirates from Providence skies.
These aspects continue to make Providence an anomaly within an increasingly uniform nullsec map. Like many visitors, we initially hunted the Providence fleets, and with them being one of the last reasonably independent entities in nullsec space, that allowed us to indulge in some enjoyable and good-natured old-school battles. The fact that our signature doctrines often center around Amarian flagships like the Archon Carrier or the Navy issue Apocalypse added extra spice to battles against forces doing fealty to the Armar. This footage is from the view of the Providence forces as they engage us with a 200-man fleet chock full of Armarian Abaddon battleships. Agent Zero's Archon is primed, but he is able to survive by rapidly switching out overloaded EM and thermal hardeners as they burn out, eventually forcing the hostiles to switch on to mesh. Later in the recording you hear accomplished Providence FC Hidetoshi perish rapidly to Dreadnought fire, and the speed and suddenness of it is testament to the tracking Dreadnought's strength in this era.
So that we have, take out drunk caffeine, fast tackle only, fast tackle only. Everything else stay on Agent Zero. Primary is still Agent Zero, secondary is headlong, all fast tackle on drunk caffeine. Switch your primary to headlong now. Switch your primary DPS to headlong now. Keep Agent Zero locked up. Switch your DPS to headlong. Switch your DPS to headlong. Fast tackle, take out all sabers and all... Oh, what the hell? Well, I'm out.
However, events soon took a new turn. The largest force in the game, the Honey Badger Coalition, moved to the system of Head GP, close to Providence. As a result, we switched to supporting the locals and set out to make life difficult for the Horde at the gates. Time waits for no one, and from here on, all our men and material would be consumed solely by the battle of the few against the many. With most of Nullsec space on friendly terms during this period, the hostiles had endless potential for escalation and support from each other if our heavy assets were pinned down. They also had tens of thousands of capsuleers to draw on, while our reserve stretched to less than 24. As the odds grow more extreme, so does the weapon required. This presented the first opportunity for a relentless pipe bombing campaign against a massive group. It is always more effective to show someone the fire before setting them alight. And so HBC first viewed the storm from afar. Here you listen to a recording of them pursuing a large Naga battlecruiser fleet and witnessing its fate.
Gerard will ping us off. See if we can get him. I better chase him.
Fleet to a lunar.
Do it. Whatever. That's really close. Just.
I've got a ping 200k above the gate. I'm up to it now.
Oh,
I'm already
fast
mine as well.
Oh.
I already got him now.
Yeah, there's a shit ton of us here at Purchase.
Is anybody in WD TAC right now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what are they at? Can you give me eyes on them at all?
There's warping towards the 9 KOE gate. 50% time dilation. WD
died
tech.
like we did.
Looks like they jumped into another gang here.
Oh,
really?
I'm gonna
Yep.
Something in fleet. This is
Rooks and Kings smart bombing battleships here.
Go kill him,
There are about 15 on the... Looks like...
Oh no.
The outgate for WD tech.
Oh, that's brilliant. That is brilliant.
They just lost 100 Nagas. They just lost their whole fleet.
Bombers?
Rooks and Kings all warped out.
Oh my god, everybody go in, get back to head, all my, let's reel back in, all my tackle, all my victors, let's reel you back in, Go ahead and jump back into head. We're just gonna calm down for a second and then jump into head. Get it, so?
Yeah, they whelped their entire fleet to that Rooks and Kings smart bombing camp.
That happens a lot.
Just a bunch of, like, wrecks everywhere.
SV5 gate is camped with the battleships. They're all getting ready to jump into SV5.
Okay, so yeah, they're probably gonna come back and try to catch stragglers. The best thing you can do is stock up and get safe, so you don't get on zone by a bunch of battleships.
Pulsing smart bombs.
Why don't we fucking go kill Rooks and Kings then? They're really good, but we can blob.
Shit, Rooks and King, they didn't loot the field.
It seems to...
If they're doing smart bombing battleships, they destroyed the wrecks.
No.
No, the wrecks are still there.
Someone get a Noctis out there, quick.
Sid's also gonna get smart bombed to death. It's a trap.
Yep.
Unlike the way the Rooks and Kings have wiped out all the pods as well. That's a total massacre.
So they lost their entire fleet to that pipe bomb, didn't they?
Nobody escaped.
There were no survivors. Of course, having witnessed the weapon used on their enemies, it was not long before the Coalition found themselves in the crosshairs.
+1 note in local Eric Nolani.
Rooks and Kings. Oh shit.
That's a Rooks and Kings guy.
Oh, they have a sign.
Oh, there's a pipe bomb, dude.
Oh! Guys, get down that gate at 0. Right the fuck away. Frack!
Bugger.
Oh shit! Oh my god. You gotta be Johnny on the spot with your scout with these guys in here.
Oh, I mean, they just turned on my warp drives. Oh, I didn't. Fuck my life.
I did, it's not helping.
It's just been low.
It was scouting there? No, it was scouting into metal.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Upgrade your clone, don't forget.
I wish I could have heard our comms during that. Like, oh shit, that's a Rooks and Kings guy.
So, how many of us survived? No, I lived. I see 3 other people in local with me.
We did have a scout, right?
Yeah, I was scouting. Oh shit, that's a Rooks and Kings guy, he's got a sight away.
When I went through that system, there was nothing on scan and hardly anything in local.
Oh my god.
I tried to hit the gate, and by the time I did, I was already in my pod.
Don't forget to upgrade your clothes, guys.
Yeah, don't forget to upgrade your clone.
Just check the kill boards on that.
I didn't even want to look at the kill board.
Kill boards are red. Holy shit.
Knew it was a pipe bomb when I saw that Sino go up.
Yeah, me too.
I knew it was a pipe bomb, then I saw Agent Zero in local.
Nah, I heard pipe bomb and I knew it was over for us, man. Instantly, I was like, oh, here goes my pod.
Oh no.
It was some Kings and that wasn't money.
So I managed to decimate an entire Whelpkane fleet to those guys a few weeks ago.
I saw that. There was one
trick is pretty good. It's more fun if you manage to like bait them and kill them.
But we got baited and killed.
There's a cruiser roam, just leaving.
Yep.
Yeah, you can join that.
I'm gonna get pipe bomb too.
Let's just pray we don't get pipe bombed again.
Oh, there's a fucking sign up.
Oh shit, works.
Here we go
It's them again.
Burn away. Hey, just burn towards sun, guys. Burn towards sun.
Sino's gone. What happened?
Well, I'm ahead.
Burn towards sun. Burn towards sun.
Smart bomb?
Smart bombed again. God damn it.
Oh god.
My god.
Yeah, that worked out well.
Bitches!
Oh my god. Awesome.
Unit.
Oh my god. Update your clones.
Hell yeah.
Fuck up though. They're gonna fuck up one of these days, and they're all gonna be tackled and not be able to do shit.
But it's not gonna be today, and it's not
for
gonna be
anyone
you.
who survived, there is an outgoing camp in F9E on the SV5 gate.
I think Tribe lost a fleet to him like a week ago or two as
I
well.
saw that. They lost every single one of their fucking fleet.
That's hard to prepare for, that kind of shit.
It's important to know who Agent Zero is.
I mean, he Sino'd in. We were already in warp when the Sino went up.
It was a neutral Sino.
It was one CVA guy in local, and that's the guy who lit the Sino.
Bastards. Those dishonorable bastards.
You're just jealous that we didn't do it to them.
Dishonorable fucking CDA.
Yeah, I'm standing down for now, guys. Thanks for coming. Sorry we got fucking smoke bombed. Fucking bastards.
The Sino up. The Sino up.
Oh shit. Come on. No. Oh fuck.
They're smart bombing.
Yay, I'm gone.
No shit.
I haven't died yet. Apparently.
Back.
Oh my god.
Good fight, man. Good fight.
Shit.
Done toast.
That was unexpected.
The fuck?
That was unexpected. Fuck.
That was perfect.
It was. It was, definitely.
They nailed every last one of us.
No, not quite.
Damn it.
GG, guys. GG. What a great game we have.
Oh god.
Fuck.
We get those guys now.
Is this reimbursable?
In a fairly short space of time, over 1,000 ships are destroyed for the loss of only 2 pipe bomb battleships. After one particular pipe bombing strike, I logged in a spy account in the HBC Coalition to see whether the hostiles would reform to send another fleet out. As it happened, I was drafted into a humanitarian effort to scout home a handful of survivors, who in turn insisted to pay me for my time. This created the bizarre moral quandary of sifting through the dead to ferry home the wounded from an attack that I myself had instigated. The more extreme the weapon, the more bizarre the situation arising from its use. Perhaps obsession can make monsters of all of us, and perhaps we should relish it.
As soon as I saw that fucking Sino, it was game over.
Oh, you get pipe bombed.
Oh yeah.
You die gloriously.
Yep, gloriously.
You scream, Leroy!
Leroy Jenkins!
I'm lagged up in fucking NUI. NUI.
I woke up in PS Dash.
I woke up in head.
Yep, same here. Yes,
I come out of warp in head. Wait a minute.
Oh my god. How many?
You had a jump drive, so.
How many did they fucking kill?
Meanwhile, on the HBC forums, a gentleman named Torothin, who was indeed briefly a member of Rooks Kings in the distant past, authored a definitive guide to avoid being pipe-bombed by good scouting of the outgate. Whilst this may be effective against a casual pipe bomber, there are many techniques at work in an actual pipe bombing campaign, and we made sure to specifically pipe bomb a fleet that Torothin himself was scouting for. Generally, this period in EvE was the first in a series of cold wars between the major coalitions. By chance, Fatal Ascension from CFC Coalition sent a fun roaming fleet of haulers for the express purpose of diffusing tensions with the HBC. Since they were among the early victims of pipe bombing in Syndicate, it was perhaps appropriate that a good chunk of their so-called peace fleet was pipe-bombed in the ring of fire around the region. And we must assume that the expert was on holiday. Whenever there was no HBC fleet to hunt, fleets from every faction other than Providence were relentlessly targeted if entering the area. The telltale ball of wrecks that marked the aftermath of a pipe bombing had now become a common sight across the region, like heads on pikes, to herald the warning of a new danger to any fleet. To try and stem the pipe bombing tide, HBC attempted initiatives like Operation King Me to target the pipe bombing fleets. Of course, this simply led to a descent into pure pipe bombing madness. Bubble traps were set up on jump bridges, and cloaked interdictors waited to drag fleets as they warped to their bridging titans. So-called bounce spots allow a fleet to dodge a bubble trap by landing at a ping a few hundred kilometers from the gate or object. However, these bounce spots can be probed down, and bubble traps were made for fleets that used the same bounce spot twice. In one case, every warpable solar object that was not in correct line with the outgate's trap had its own trap, with scouts waiting to see which point their fleet commander picked and ready to light the right fuse.
I don't know.
User joined your channel.
They like brawling.
That was not a very motivational statement.
Fuck Rooks and Kings, they're a bunch of cunts.
There you go.
Motivational.
Like, we're Rooks and Kings, we're like the best ever.
Wait, how's that go again?
Yeah.
User left your channel.
It's pound for pound. If you equal numbers, you might lose against them, but this is a team game and you can always bring more.
User so we're just sitting on the pods waiting for them.
Pick up the bat phone for PL.
Rooks and Kings will decimate us.
We do have them chasing us. Anyone know? Sun, guys, on line, sun. Micro drives on line, sun.
That's smart bombing battleships.
This is Rooks and Kings.
Well, that's my PodCon.
I'm Hominix.
Cover that.
Do you just died to smart bombing battleships?
Yes, we did.
Wow.
That was Rooks and Kings.
User left your channel.
And it's so lagged out I can't see anything.
Yeah, I'm stuck.
Okay, what was wrong with the station here?
I'm trying to see if I can fill it right There's now. a big bubble here. On the other, sacking you out of the station. Could you?
There's it. Are there hostiles there?
Yeah, Rooks and Kings.
Oh, Jesus. Rocks. That would have been fucking nice to see right off the bat.
Good game.
So the jump bridge running out kind of saved some of our lives, yeah?
Wow.
Got
Did they
Rooks
just
and King
they-
in our own station, in our own system.
Did they just pipe bomb the station?
Yes.
Yes.
Strikes with over 30 pipe bombers were even able to destroy super heavy tank targets, like Trimarked armor battleship gangs and buffer tank Tech 3s. In this example, a French HBC battleship group is sighted as they attempt to return home, carrying with them their spoils from a previous engagement against Providence forces.
Warfleet sur HED. Alors les mecs, je vais vous proposer, c'est simple, on va rentrer à GE, on va faire une pause, on va poser tous les loots qu'on a, on va le poser dans le Military FC. Avec tous ces beaux loots, on va pouvoir acheter des nouveaux ships. N'hésitez pas à tout poser de manière exhaustive, les gars, ne gardez pas des doutes. À moins que vraiment il vous faut un module et que vous l'avez dans la soute, bon vous le prenez. Mais globalement, filez les loots.
Ça spike neutre, ça spike neutre.
Où?
Ici.
Oui, je confirme.
On arrive dedans.
Je confirme.
Wow.
Anisson, remontez-moi, Anisson. Les PD nous ont drop. Anisson. Warpout dès que vous pouvez. Anisson, warpout. Putain, les PD nous ont droppé. Warpout. On s'est fait baiser.
Là,
parle pour toi.
c'était des discos en plus. C'était des discos.
Ils m'ont eu.
Elle était très belle.
Moi je sais pas comment j'ai fait, j'ai réussi à warpout.
Ouais, j'ai réussi à m'en sortir.
Pas moi.
On va m'expliquer comment ça se fait.
Partez un safe.
Ils ont gagné, ils vont pas vous poursuivre.
Comprenez pourquoi le pilote du Titan c'est Log?
Je vais donner l'info pour ça.
Bah ouais, mais bon, là, tu veux faire quoi?
Bah non, on peut rien faire. C'est un beau trap quoi. Bon bah déposez vos loots dans le Military FC.
EvE is a game much about psychology, and once we had the initiative, we were even able to drop our Navy Apocalypse fleets and triage carriers on the Coalition to help defend Providence structures without concern for counterattack and escalation. However, one final challenge remained. We called him the Roman. Despite all the pipe-bombing carnage, this one enemy fleet commander continued to head out into the storm without a care in the world. Using a spy, I joined one of his fleets myself to learn more of this fearless maestro. The entire time, the fleet chat was inundated with predictions of pipe bombing and imminent doom, but the Roman soldiered on.
Yeah, maybe.
Because their discos can pretty much kill us.
Yeah. If he try to kill us, we kill them. It's not a problem. Maybe.
We'll be dead before we land.
Yeah. I hope they have open signals. I won't find some fucking players with balls put in mid-tail. What the fuck? I won't shoot. AAA are fucking stupid. They're not trying to shoot. And see. Nothing. Jump. Warp. Jump. Warp.
Sino up?
Where? Oh, Sino is up.
Yeah, we're about to get bombed.
Oh.
Now you know what a pipe bomb is.
Oh boy.
You're gonna die when you land at the gate.
Okay, we is not warped, warp to planet. Warp to planet. Sir.
Pipe bombing. Not warp.
WD gate. Fuck Rooks and Kings.
I knew it. Yes.
Well.
Oh fuck! I lost SP. What?
Oh my god! I told you.
That was fucking amazing. That was awesome. Yay. I said it like 10 minutes ago, it's my dream to get bombed by...
Who still is alive?
That was incredible. Why don't we do that all the time?
Who is alive? Who is alive, the guys? Answer me.
We're all dead.
No, I see.
Shut up if you're dead.
Who is alive? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, who is alive? Warp to planet 7 and after warp at 0 km on SV5 gate. Fast. Come on guys, fast, 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 fast.
By entering system late and warping to planet 7, the Roman himself has survived. And although nearly his entire fleet of heavy assault cruisers has been destroyed, the Roman knows no retreat, and warps in almost alone to the gate to attempt to tackle a pipe bomber. Unfortunately, that month coincided with the release of the micro jump drive module, which fitted perfectly into the pipe bombing doctrine and hinders a conventional warp disruptor from holding down a battleship. Our pilot portable decoy makes the most of this and baits in the Roman to come and tackle him.
Oh, what the fuck, okay. Blame Melon primary. Blame Melon is primary. Come on, guys. Approach me, approach me, approach me. Approach me. I am at anchor point, Tremor Jack. Come on, Wizard love it. Come on, I need a point. I need what the fuck, a point.
They're warping towards moon, planet 3.
Planet 3, okay, no, if we go, we died, because they open a bubble. Okay. Reapproach portable, reapproach him. Okay. Reapproach guys, reapproach him. Portable is primary, do not say at 0 on him. Come on, reapproach me. What the fuck is warped? Oh, no, it's not possible.
Micro jump drive.
In the end, the HBC moved on to other regions as the political situation between the coalitions evolved. A coalition faces attack in many ways from many parties, and being pipe-bombed relentlessly was surely just one aspect of their daily action. But it serves as a reminder that anything is possible in New Eden, and that even the fleets of the huge behemoths who rightly dominate EVE's territory are never out of the reach of even a few individuals if those individuals are determined enough. It is a reminder too that the game's evolution never stops, for here one of the game's most relentless new weapons was built using titans, interdictors, smart bombs and battleships, which are all tools that have existed in New Eden since 2006. It is a weapon built because in EVE you can build anything. Of course, while you can pipe bomb a man out of his ship, you can't always pipe bomb the passion out of the man. And so, before they left, it was perhaps a matter of destiny that there should be more encounters with the Roman.
Careful, it isn't a pipe bomb. Genomics.
Got the stiletto on the gate.
Okay, fleet warp to head, fleet warp to head, fleet warp to head, fleet warp to head. Sino, what the fuck?
Got the Sino.
Welcome to Pipe Bomb. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Goodbye, fleet.
Goodbye.
I was warped for see if they put up the Sino. What the fuck?
we lose everything to them.
Yes.
Welcome to Rooks Kings.
Okay.
Oh,
Want me to
okay,
drop
bridge.
it?
Yep.
Signs up. Hello.
Can I come?
We need to
Do it.
Fire.
Away.
Are you serious?
LOL.
Fuck.
Good game, good game. So, you're new to this, right?
What the fuck? I have worked to Fist for see if they put up the fucking bubble. What the fuck?
Yeah, great little clone.
That is Rooks and Kings right there. Oh man, what a ride. Thank you, Lord Maldoror, for putting that together.
Yeah, glad everyone had fun watching that again. Obviously, now we'll move into some newer material as well and some unreleased things. But originally, Convict had wanted to have me just commentate on the existing videos, and I wanted to bring you guys something new as well. Which is why we're just going with Clarion Call 4 from the big videos today.
Yeah, I didn't anticipate when I suggested the stream to you that you would have quite the archive of stuff that you could delve into. And for the people watching the stream, when I first approached Lord Maldoror with this, he absolutely dove into it. And within a day or two, he was sending me fresh clips and new videos, and even the stuff that I would normally have to make for the stream, like the please wait and the break videos and things like that. He did all of that, and it's absolutely brilliant because there is a ton of really cool new stuff here to show you guys, still to come. But returning to Clarion Call 4 for a second. First of all, it's been some time since I watched this myself, and it was really heartening early on in the movie to hear Mengala Solaris's voice. He's someone I like a great deal. I met him as a player at EvE Vegas several years ago, and we hit it off, and we developed a pretty good friendship in far as EVE Online goes. So it was great to hear from him. But the other thing that struck me was the sequence where you're in Providence and you're out pipe bombing HPC, and you're going out again and again and again and wrecking the same fleets over and over. They generally took it with good humor and lots of laughs at first, but after a while you can start to hear that the loss that you're inflicting on them isn't just spaceships anymore, is it?
That's true. Generally, people took it with, especially the fleets, and you'll see that a lot tonight, that the fleets take it with very good humor, especially the ones who are getting reimbursement. The ones who aren't, maybe a little less so, and the FCs probably even less so. But gradually, as you're pipe bombed more and more, perhaps the novelty wears off. And if you lose enough ships, and especially if in some cases, in some campaigns, it was possible to put strain on the logistics of some of the big alliances. Now, gone are the days when you could, and I say gone are the days, obviously this is gone are those days too, because we're talking about stuff that happened a decade ago. But even then, even at that point already, it wasn't easy anymore to inflict enough financial damage to simply knock out an alliance, since the alliance, especially the big alliances, had very deep pockets. And most wars, not even just our wars, but most wars between most entities in EVE usually boiled down to a question of morale, and one side's morale breaking. It was very rare for people's actual cache of ships, and in that sense, for it to be difficult to replace.
Yeah.
But what pipe bombing could do was actually just knock out the logistics supply to actually bring enough ships to the meat grinder.
Yeah, very few wars have been lost because people ran out of spaceships. It's normally because at some point they just have to call it a day because the losses aren't sustainable in the super long term, and eventually people just start showing up when the pings go out.
Yes, that's true.
Now, in terms,
although
sorry.
sometimes,
No,
saying
go
a
on.
fiery death can sometimes be exciting when there's a ping. So sometimes hearing another fleet pipe bomb probably brought a few people into the next one
Into
to
it as
get
well.
a quick pap link out of it.
And I love the comeuppance in so many occasions where people the arrogance that they're not going to get caught. It's not going to happen to them, and then within minutes, being able to like hear the discussions and the reactions in real time is awesome. You must have done a lot of work building that spy network and to be able to infiltrate the fleets of all the enemies that you were up against.
Well, it's something that was definitely different in this era of Rooks and Kings, because in the earlier eras, with the more logi-focused doctrines and the Golden Fleet and the Pantheon even, and all that stuff, scouting was very important, of course, and we did have intel in the sense of knowing when towers are coming out to turn up, and for that matter, trying to remember what time our own towers were coming out. So there was emphasis on that side of things, but not really. The spy game was not something that we delved into at all in those years, like up to Clarion Call 3 and the sort of anatomy of a fight kind of Mr. K, all of those kind of years. There was not much of the spying of Clarion Call 2 era before that, and that's something that came about. And as something we'll see tonight, not so much to facilitate pipe bombing, although it does help to know when there's a big fleet out, because a lot of the early pipe bombs were simply done with conventional scouting on the gates and watching people align and, learning, for example, which FCs went to a bounce spot, and then having a virtue prober be able to get the first scepter landing on the spot and then, bubble onto there, and techniques like that to catch people, rather than having a spy in every fleet. That came about more through actually the psychology of the game and learning how much one could oppress a region by listening in and not just striking, but striking at the right moment. And we'll see it'll really be a running theme tonight as we listen through different recordings and see how one strike leads to another and how it can affect a hierarchy of FCs and how these things interact. And that was a side of the game that I hadn't delved into. Even then, even once I did, we were never ones to want to empty anyone's corp hangers out or any of that stuff. Besides, the more they had in their corp hanger, the more there is to kill, right? So that's a good thing. But once I did get into it, obviously we had to do it in the Rooks and Kings way, so do it quite seriously. So I had a lot of spies, 30, 40 accounts, usually doubles as well, to have an obvious spy whose head gets chopped first, and then have a more deep-rooted
there's that sense of relief
spy.
that's been taken care of.
Exactly. One thing I never did, which we could have done many times, is simply have the spy be someone in a boosting wing command role and warp into our own pipe bomb. But I wouldn't do that, because that removes the thrill of the hunt. In the end, you haven't really caught them unless you've outwitted them when it comes to something like pipe bombing. So that's something we never did. We talked about it. Well, John Caffeine talked about it, and we could have done that on many occasions, but we never did, because that would remove some of the adrenaline and the thrill of seeing whether you can trap someone or not. But what it did mean, of course, is the fact that we had to work against their counter intel. So, for example, I made sure that obviously I had VPNs and things like that to connect to Mumble. I had different PCs. I have quite a few PCs. So I had a different PC, different hardware ID for each scout. But there were still problems, because although tonight you'll see in some ways that we use watch lists against the enemy could also use, for example, watch lists against us. Some enterprising FC, what they would do is put every member of Rooks and Kings on the watch list and every member of their own fleet on the watch list, like even 500 people if need be. And then they'd wait until someone drops, their ISP drops or they have a crash or a line problem, and see who drops in fleet at the same time. So to counter that, I had another phone line installed, signed up with another ISP as well. So the scout would be, on a different ISP, different phone line, different PC, VPNs as needed. And I even had a soundboard because if I have to talk in fleet, someone might recognize, right, that I'm from Rooks and Kings. So I went round and got some of the people who don't talk so much on the videos or aren't so much on the comms to make recordings, like sound files for me to, and I had little control pads so I can press buttons. It turned out that in the CFC fleets, all I needed to do was the paplink button. All I had to do was just keep pressing the paplink button, asking for a paplink, and that would be as much. That was more important than putting a point on something or saying I was jumping or whatever else. And especially because we wanted to hunt the big fleets, we wanted to hunt which is not to say that we were always above grabbing 20 guys. It was a slow night, but you want to hunt really the 200-man fleets, so upwards, so that kind of stuff. And in those kind of big fleets, if you have 200 or 500 people in Mumble, there's not much that each individual person has to say at a given moment. As you heard often on the comms, like in the intro reel, there is a lot that people want to say at a given moment and will say, but if you don't want to share anything, you don't really have too much. So that side was quite easy with the soundboard. But the rest, it shows the kind of it's another area of the meta, really, where battle takes place and where people where people adapt and it evolves, just like as you saw in Clarion Call 4, ship types, doctrines, that side of things evolves. Well, even spying is a meta like that, where, as in this example, I had to make sure that if they're all watch listing every person from Rooks and Kings ever, that for it to drop, to make sure that I don't drop at the same time as someone else. On one occasion in an FA fleet, someone actually did, who wasn't me. Someone actually dropped at the same time, and they thought he was a spy because the fleet ended up getting pipe bombed through no fault of this person, and he actually got kicked out. And I felt terrible about that, absolutely terrible actually, because here's a guy who's completely innocent and he's taken the bullet, and whilst I wanted to pot him, fine, I didn't want him to get kicked out of the alliance. So then I convoed the FC and I explained all this. He wasn't having any of it, and so then we pipe bombed them again. To show that, removing this guy's done nothing. And I said, but you put this guy back in, and then, this guy won't get pipe bombed. So then, but then that's a problem for me too, because then if this guy's in the fleet, he's a shield, right? He's an honor shield against, against pipe bombing. And well, what can one say? I mean, sure, it's pretty macabre, trying to kill him and then have his recording in a vault somewhere with them all dying and then playing it to you people today. But on the other hand, the devil's a gentleman, and you said you're not going to pipe bomb them, so you've handed them a card of protection. So these little kind of games get played in this kind of spy meta, and that's the aspect of spying where I suppose where I was involved in, what Rooks and Kings was involved in. We were never interested in trying to disband an alliance. I mean, I have a lot of respect for Guiding Hand Social Club and all these kind of groups that make great stories and EvE through doing nefarious things like that. But as far as we were concerned, we were interested only in knowing where someone was going so we could hit them on the head with a big hammer.
We'll move on with the videos in just a minute, but I did have one last question for you about some of the things that came up in Clarion Call and what you just mentioned there. In Clarion Call 4, you talk about the fact that you're fighting outnumbered against these huge blocks that can summon thousands of pilots, and you have about 24 actual breathing human beings. And some of your pipe bomb traps consisted of probably 40 or 50 ships, possibly, if I've got that right. And you also have, your scouts, your dictors, your spies. How many, when you're on a campaign like this, like how many EvE clients would you typically have running during one of these periods?
I had a lot of scouts as well, so I'd probably have about probably 7 or 8 running on different screens. Because after all, it's a long wait sometimes sitting on a Titan. And while you might be hunting one fleet, if you see on another screen somewhere that the fleet's turned up, right? And it's I don't know, 100 battle cruisers or something. It may not be what you're hunting. It may not be the most amazing thing ever, but who's going to say no to a snack, right? Let's just walk past. So you still want to have the intel. And I remember in those days I had a projector behind all my screens, which was nice because I would used to project the region map. And that's how I used to. Other people in the fleet, I think there's a picture you can actually bring up called Tactical Map, which is actually, this is Lucky's board, Lucky Loser. Some people did it this way, and rather than have it done digitally, they had whiteboards, and they would have all their own scouts on different connections and different pipes, and everyone wanted to be the one to actually trap the fleet. So there was a little bit of informal competition with people, because the more accounts you had, the more likely you were to trap the fleet. That's also not true just for pipe bombing. That's probably also true for dropping the Golden Fleet on someone, or carriers, or triage, or whatever. So it's scouts generally, but in this case it's a pipe bombing map. But of course, generally people wanted to have more alts, and in some sense we were used to dual boxing. I used to dual box Guardians and triage and dreads, and like probably most of the people in this chat are very used to multi-boxing as well. I'd even considered during the IS boxing era, everyone be able to just run their own pipe bombing fleet, and then we just split 20 ways and just surround the region that way. When at the time we didn't do that in the end, and IS Boxer fell out of favor with CCP, and it's fair enough. But obviously, while options like that exist, you consider them. So there were a lot of accounts involved in those days at that time. That's true. And sometimes it's nice just to log into a totally different account, because if you're all watch listed and you don't want them to know what fleet's waiting, you log off those accounts and log on a whole bunch of other accounts, or even out of corp accounts. So the watch list actually played a big role psychologically in this era of the game, and that's something that's changed. Perhaps we wouldn't need as many accounts today.
All right, well, let's move on with some of the videos that you prepared. The next one is called Pipe Bomb Training.
Yeah, so I'll say a few things about this. First of all, that after Clarion Call 4, we took the pipe bombing weapon from the east to the west to drop it on the people we'd originally tested on, because at that point the Fountain War had kicked off between Test and the CFC, and everyone else sort of piled into that, as well as happens in these big wars. Now, we didn't really have a side in that. We were just there to, unlike in Providence, where we actually, in Clarion Call 4, were helping a specific side. In this instance, we'd gone to the west to just kill people. It ended up that CFC were hit more than Test, but that's partly because they simply ended up having more fleets out and about during the period they were winning the war. So they ended up getting hit more, but Test got hit as well. And there was a long period, let's say a month or two, where they were hit hard. They had a lot of low EHP ships, which was the new trend. So whilst we had been pipe bombing often Tech 3s or battleships or things like you see in Clarion Call 4, that part of the war, CFC had moved over to using huge fleets of hundreds and hundreds of caracals and battle cruisers and things. They had Baltic Fleet as well with Megathrons too, which we also went after. But generally, Fuck You Fleet was now the one with Celestis for the E-War supremacy. So they'd moved having a huge amount of ships to be able to throw around, which was great for the early Black Ops pipe bombing fleets, for example. So we'd gone over there and we'd been hitting them pretty hard. So in this next clip, we'll see how they had decided to try and counter all this pipe bombing, that they were going to have a pipe bombing class. So they pinged for a secret pipe bombing class where they were going to teach all their FCs how not to get pipe bombed. And so let's play that one before we continue.
Okay, let's go.
Hold your cloaks. Let's see if many people actually do this. Hold your cloaks.
If we do come across Rooks and Kings, are we gonna try to kill them?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold your cloaks. Hold your cloaks.
Realism doesn't do run away real well.
That's the surest way to discourage fight bombing.
Okay, guys, align XF. Align XF. Once you get in here, just start aligning XF. You know, we have 203 in local. Nice.
I'm stuck in a pipe. It'll take me a second.
Yeah, same here.
Same.
It's all good. That's why we're aligning.
Crashed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a
Yeah, same here.
My old
Eve,
crashed as well.
Did EvE crash for some people?
Yeah, and it's back.
Alright, guys. Take Fleet Warp to Perch, and we'll hold there for all you guys to get to the Perch.
It's traffic control. It crashes people as you go through.
Yeah, it's all good. We'll hold there at the Perch for you guys. Okay, guys, we're gonna hold here for just a second and wait for our guys who crashed to come meet up with us. Look at our guy. There we go. Good fucking deal. That's what I'm talking about. You guys shouldn't be aligning down towards gate, otherwise you'll get too close and won't be able to warp.
And so,
now, this secret training course had two major flaws. Well, three actually, considering that Eldrath and I were in the fleet. But that aside, the first problem was that they made the big pipe bomb training class a pappable fleet. And as we've already mentioned, pap is the sacred hinge on which the goon wheel turns. Does Imperium still do pap, by the way, chat? I assume they do. I haven't checked in on them lately. And by making it a pappable fleet, it meant that everyone wanted their participation points. So what should have been a fleet for, just scouts and FCs and kept controlled, ended up having hundreds and hundreds and immediately filled to 250, and then they had to make another fleet in it, which led to the second flaw in the pipe bombing training class, which was that when you have such a big fleet that you create tie-dye, especially in that period, and combined with the logistics of herding cats, it meant that there were long 5-minute pauses over each bounce spot where Eld and I could open our bookmarks and type in, bounce spot of this FC, and they would do that and go around the entire region making bounce spots that then, of course, we all already had, which was a lot easier than some of the other techniques of hunting people, where we would try and combat probe the first ship to land on the bounce spot and then try and bubble them there, or sometimes an interceptor would be sent to a gate and would burn away to try and create a random spot, and we try and do the same thing there. We had to bait them in by traps involving fake battles that they want to dash into and things like that. So this pipe bombing training class was great. But still, despite its flaws, it's the kind of thing that led to this informal pecking order between the FCs in terms of who'd been pipe bombed the most, and they didn't want to be pipe bombed the most. The line member view of that was probably a bit different, especially at first. They quite enjoyed the pipe bombs because they would be papped for being in the fleet and then be home quickly to do whatever they wanted to do. But the FCs themselves weren't so keen on getting pipe bombed. And now in the next clip, which is one that people will already know, after that we'll have some newer ones. But in this one, the FC, a brilliant FC, Mr. V, who was at the top of that hierarchy, he's the one who gets hit.
all right, I'll run it now.
Fountain, the summer of 2013. In a lightning campaign, CFC forces sweep across Test Alliance's region. But as they survey the wreckage of a test fleet and discuss the merits of a new doctrine, a huge cannon is being wheeled into range of their base. Their fleet is technically the softest target of any we hunted in Fountain, and we targeted both sides in the war. but Eldorath and Arcani are zeroing in on the target, and so the go-ahead is given. We join the action as Goonswarm and friends, led by the brilliant FC, Mr. V, survey the carnage of their latest engagement against the rival coalition. The audio recording has travelled through Twitch television and SoundCloud radio, and so, through a little fuzziness in the quality, we peer at them through the fog of war.
There's exactly 100 wrecks on... Shut up! There's exactly 100 wrecks on the gate here. 36 battlecruisers, 23 frigates, 13 cruisers, 10 destroyers, 10 Tech 2 frigates, so that's probably our Harpy losses, if that. 6 Tech 2 destroyers, so that's Dictors, and 2 T2 cruisers, and one of them was a semi. Pretty nice. Yeah, you can loot all you want. Well, we were heavily outnumbering them, and Harpies are fucking awesome.
Did they not have intel, or did they just think they'd win?
They were in battle cruisers.
Yeah.
Of course they thought they'll win.
Well, not win, but they would kill more than they would.
Well,
they
would have done better.
That was badass. I love Harpies now.
Were they
brilliant?
Or were they blaster canes? Or auto canes?
They were a mix of autocanes and insta-canes, like I don't even know. Can we kill all the hostile wrecks? I want no evidence of this fight except corpses.
Since we cleared the fleet, or the field so quick, can we call this Janitor Fleet?
Reps. Hey guys, is it just me or was that a bloody massacre? I think we just
really
massacred them.
Two medium reps.
That was a bloody massacre.
Genuine
massacre. Has anybody got hull wreckers?
That was so...
system. That fleet looked so kitchen sinky. Was that like the remnants of what they had in Pilots Club?
Remnants of what they have
got
left.
stolen.
Yeah, well, they were going to bring some logic.
Who was?
Oh god, I love this fleet. 25 bursts and 100 harpies.
It's like invincible. It's awesome. 20% logi. Can we get
Come on, don't forget
Hey,
to
am I
tackle.
still alive?
Does anyone know if we can get back to you from 4?
That's the funny thing. We have I just call that 125 ship types when we have 175 in fleet, so that leaves 50 dudes in tackle and all this kind of support. It's awesome. Everyone get in range of the Titan. Get in range of the Titan. Quick. Get in range of the Titan. Jump.
Is he even moving?
Feel free to go to the station and dock and stand down. Thanks for coming and removing the elevator fleet is done.
They have a drag bubble up on station. You have a drag bubble up on station from you guys.
Yes. Global. Shit. Don't warp to the station, guys. Don't warp to the station.
Already in warp. Is it Rooks and Kings?
You're dead.
Oh dear, we're gonna get the fuck pipe bombed. This is really bad.
What a end.
Guys, pre-overheat, turn on your afterburner, pre-overheat your afterburner. We're gonna get the fuck pipe bombed as soon as you land. Try to burn away as fast as you can. Just align towards planet. Don't know. Just get out. We're gonna lose a whole Harpy fleet here. Overheat your afterburner. Try to burn away from them quickly. Sorry about this.
God damn.
Try to overheat your afterburner. Burn away. I made it. Most of you should be. Well, I don't know. Most of you shouldn't be.
Yeah, my 70 didn't.
I'm broadcasting 1 to kill. Do not warp if you haven't warped yet.
I can say
Fuck man.
Didn't even get into it.
Declare war on them next.
Harpies was fun.
Sorry.
Oh, I need some shield.
Kill this Maldoror guy. Yeah, shoot this Maldoror guy if you can. Just once you're out of range, you can kill them.
Absolutely fucking terrific.
That's a lot of dead guys.
It's probably almost all of us. I should have known this. I should have worked this at the Insta, though. I don't know why I didn't.
So we need to get scrams on them.
Well, I don't think we even have any DPS.
Update your clones.
Yeah, update your clones.
I'm more pissed I lost the Velator than I am the Saber.
Check.
How many Harpies did you do?
Like 100. What?
Welcome to the club, buddy.
Finally! After so many months of laughing at people getting pipe bombed, it finally happened to me. You know why this is? Because it's fucking out of my time zone and I'm tired. Fucking Americans can't form a fucking fleet. I blame Americans again.
Excuses.
Yes.
Americans for everything. Trying to avoid a pipe bomb. That was funny.
God damn it.
Yeah, pipe bomb right off our own station.
I hope that that was recorded.
Can
Yeah,
you give us a
just don't
pat
listen
link
to
on that
me and
flight?
you'll live.
They're so elite.
Don't do that to me.
Clear now?
Holy shit, so much Rex.
Yeah.
Yeah, V, can we get a pat link for that fight?
Thanks for fleet.
We just got
Thanks for
owned by
fleet,
Rooks
V.
Kings.
I was actually going to ask during the fleet what beats us.
A shitload of weapons.
I guess we know.
That was their plan all along.
Brilliant. That is just one of the choice of the art and the music and everything just gives that 6-minute video just so much gravity.
Well, there was something majestic about them testing out this new fleet. Sure, harpies aren't the hardest thing to pipe bomb, obviously, but they were so happy. There was such majesty involved in the fleet, led by the king in this case. And Mr. V is a brilliant FC, very exacting man, pays a lot of attention to detail. And it's a good example, as we'll see now, of how in the hierarchy of FCs, despite the training classes against pipe bombing and all, that they realize that anyone can get hit. And in the next recording now, which will link to this one was not been a released recording so far, we'll see how someone is talking, an FC mark here is talking about Mr. V being pipe bombed. And everything that follows is in real time, the time between him mentioning that and potentially something happening. And it's a good example of having, when you have that, the intel and listen to the fleets, of not necessarily just striking. Moments of opportunity are not just when the fleet is in the right spot to pipe bomb it. It's when also the mood of the fleet and the things that are being said are at the right moment. As we mentioned earlier, the devil is a gentleman quote, but John Clem has a variation of that quote, which is that the devil is a gentleman, but he never comes without invitation. And that's what we'll see here. In addition, another thing for people to watch out for is the fact that the FC is watching the outgate with his own scout. He's watching the outgate the whole time. His lieutenant talks about the fact that he'd had eyes on both sides of the gate when he was pipe bombed the week before. But nonetheless, this man is very, very happy that and happy to discuss Mr. V being pipe bombed, and that's when the invitation has been made.
All right, I'll start it now.
Oh yeah, true. Even V got pipe bombed, so this is the one thing I can tell against V, like, haha, I didn't get pipe bombed, you did. So as soon as I get pipe bombed, I'm going to be hearing it for another 2 months. So.
How much you want to bet he's on comms with Rooks and Kings right now, telling them, "Hey, Mark is taking out a Harpy fleet."
I thought he'd take the fleet bomb.
FC, do you have any more room in fleet?
Apparently it's full. Oh, there's a vagabond here. Yeah, we're jumping, and then you'll be aligning to the outgate.
Fleischgewehr.
Where is he going? Oh, I see.
Hey, you guys.
There's a
space available. This is Grim P. I just got back.
There's a Crusader jumping into you guys. You land. Yeah, try to shoot him. You probably won't catch him because he will insta warp, but you can catch him. Just catch him. There he is.
And he's gone.
Oh, take the fleet warp. You get fleet warp yourself to the 9-8 gate. Everybody can jump in and contact. Because the next system is empty. Jump in and warp yourself to the XT tech gate. Everybody jump in and warp yourself to the XD tech gate. Hold on the gate for a bit. On the XD tech gate, that is. Nah, they're probably cloaky ratters. Everybody jump in.
Cloaky rat. That's a thing?
Ratters.
How can you be a cloaky ratter?
You put a cloak on your ratting ship.
You don't. Why bother?
Hello, Mr. Crow.
Well, I suppose you could do that on a EvE tar.
Yeah.
You do active ratting and you're with a Tengu. Take a fleet warp and get it warp yourself to the H-Tech R gate.
Get a mana core and a heretic Sino field up on the 200 off the HR gate.
In C8.
Up to the Sino and kill the rocks that are just jumping in.
They're trying to do a pipe bomb. If you didn't jump, don't jump. Get out, get out, get out. Comes a pipe bomb.
What are you talking about?
No, they're just like 20 rocks that just Sinoed in.
Where?
Exactly. In XD.
In XD at the sign.
In XD on the H-Tech R gate. What the fuck? You just got pipe bombed, Mark.
Isn't that what I said?
How the hell could this happen? Burn out, burn out.
To gates, that's why.
Too late. Why did you do this?
What the fuck?
Spy.
You asked for it.
I asked for it, that's true.
You jinxed yourself.
Yep.
So now V can laugh. Should I mail him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Holy shit, I just...
Hear me call.
This is so fucking weird. This is really weird.
Surviving Target's broadcast, it's Harudath.
Again.
Harudath is primary.
How the fuck could this happen?
Primary gets point if you can disrupt him. Stop. Panic.
That's how it can happen.
FC, don't cry now. Concentrate. Okay.
Well, I'm off the grid, so take over.
Guys, get points on Harudath. Anyone with a disruptor, get on Harudath. He's gonna. He's micro-warp jumping. He's micro-warp jumping.
Then you need to scram him.
Yeah, I know. We have got. Everyone who's cramming is dead. Primarying the rock, Harudath, guys. Keep priming Harudath. There's only about 3 of us here.
Yeah, but Jesus Christ, I talked about it, so I was thinking about it.
One thing you did wrong is that you're walking us directly from gate to gate.
Yep.
Yeah, but I have eyes on the gate when I fleet warp.
I had, mate, when I was hit last week, I had hit scouts on eyes on either side of the gate. I still got hit.
Guys, this is how Rooks and Kings get their kills nowadays. Because
yep.
it's really lazy.
There's your pep link, guys.
It's a faggot and a very lazy way to get lots of kills.
Alright, that's cool.
That's cool, don't worry. They're now recording our comms, because last time they also used our comms, so...
The thing is, guys, if there's survivors, you've got to keep focused, okay? So immediately try and point. Because they're very slick, they'll escape as soon as they can, so we need to get scrams on them as quickly.
Hey Mark, this is Grim. I sent you a convo. Can you drag the pap link in the convo for me, bud?
Just want to say I love your videos.
I've got to scoop all these corpses.
I'd give you 1 million for each corpse.
That's see, everyone else is trying to get these like Navy cap booster charges. I'm getting all these corpses.
The funny thing is now that Rooks and Kings are now gloating on their comms, because I said I didn't get pipe bomb before.
Wait, you're listening in on their comms?
No, they're listening in on ours.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of...
I once heard a recording of my own fleet from Rooks and Kings.
They should be happy. They should be happy they don't have any sovereignty, because we will take it from them.
They've done some really, guys, you can be angry and have a bit of a nerd rage, but they're very good at what they do. In the whole space, they are brilliant. They are
I love ROK.
They got to give them the respect they deserve.
Yeah, Maldoror is a very good FC, and he knows his stuff.
They're good at what they do, period.
I might not like them because I blow my shit up, but I respect them.
I should.
So Rooks and Kings would be gloating on their comms. According to that, that doesn't seem to be, based on what I know about the way your outfit operates, it doesn't seem to be in character for you guys to gloat, even internally.
No, probably not. And probably at that moment there would have been a lot of exhausted people who had to sit and wait until he said something about not the fact that V got pipe bombed, but he wouldn't be, to then be thrown into action. So and the fleet was very generous there. They probably imagine us to be much more competent than we actually are. And along those lines, to balance out some of the nice things that they said there, I've actually uploaded a clip which we can have a look at in a minute. A couple things to mention about that. First of all, the spy is not, I promise you, the person who says Fleischgewehr near the beginning of that. I have no idea why that was said or what the hidden code behind that was. Perhaps they were about to be hit by someone completely different, and that was a signal. Who knows? But that was amazing. Generally, too, it shows it's another example of the mind games, because this is a very good FC. I have a lot of respect for him. I don't think I could do any better with his fleet than he does. He has a lot of great fights. In this example, the fact that he's said it and then the disbelief when it happens within literally minutes of having made that claim on comms creates enough confusion that it's in fact his right-hand man who reacts to the situation and starts marshalling admittedly only 3 people to try and fight back. But he's sufficiently bewildered by what happens to actually, do the fight, to fight back himself. And a difficult situation to fight back, of course, but it shows how even very very competent, very able FCs can be wrong-footed in that way, by that sense of disbelief, where it's not so much about the meta of a doctrine or a weapon like pipe bombing in terms of EHP or EFT tactics. It's a different sort of human dimension, that how could something happen when I just said it 30 seconds ago and now the devil has appeared. So there is that kind of click your heels 3 times aspect to it.
You psychologically headshotted the FC.
Yeah, it's a kind of exactly. You do that psychologically, and that can be almost more effective than wiping them off the field, because you're better off, in fact, if they stay on the field. I mean, he died fast, but if they stay on the field but are bewildered and less able to command their troops. Now, they were very generous to us at the end there, and that's why I uploaded another little clip to just no one checked, to give people an example of what also happens when hunting around the same time on fleets like that.
All right, I'll play that now.
Too far.
Behind this far.
Yeah, jump distance is 8.5.
All right. No one checked this.
Yeah, no one checked.
That was it. So what happened there? You guys did your maths wrong.
Yeah, everything was set, and we calculate the EHP. I think in that shot we even had some Proteuses to tackle a few other things that they had with them. Everyone has their role, everything's set, except we're all in completely the wrong place, and we've pitched the tent in the wrong area, and we're out of bridge range. So people can easily overestimate the competence. As any group in EvE, there are days where people just run in circles shouting fire, 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 and that's the extent of the tactical insight of whatever's going on, until Eld shouts at us and gets people back in order, perhaps. So they're very generous to us there, but that's by no means to say that things don't go wrong. However, if when you say something on comms like that to talk about the survival of your fleet, and then mere seconds later, out of nowhere, the fleet is obliterated, then that can play into the way people run their fleets and the organization of the fleets. Now, one other thing they mentioned there interestingly, which came up, and it's something mentioned in chat as well, because in the previous years, Rooks and Kings have been known for dropping really expensive but well-forged, or hopefully well-forged, doctrines and battleships, high commitment doctrines, where we would go in and throw shiny toys at people, triage carriers, Pantheon, that sort of stuff, and drop that on people. And that, as someone in the chat here mentions during that pipe bombing, that has that changed? Is now pipe bombing the default, that when the signer opens, should people only from a Rooks and Kings signer expect pipe bombing, which in a way is a valid point to make, because a lot of our gameplay had started at that point to move over to pipe bombing as a kind of default when we saw a ship, especially because we had become fairly practiced at just figuring out how much EHP we needed, how many rocks we needed, and then to be able to drop the amount that we required. Granted, sometimes people would die in the fire themselves if they couldn't get their hardeners on, or they were slow loading grid and that kind of thing. So, as a kind of a counter, in a way, to that notion, I've uploaded a recording of a fleet being hit by what they think it's a pipe bomb. Sino goes up. I think the file is angry. Yes, and as you'll hear here, that Sino's gone up, but lo and behold, the FC has landed next to the Sino, and there we are. He's on the gate. The bubble hasn't caught them, and you can hear the relief and the excitement at the fact that the pipe bomb has failed, that we've missed it, and now again it's the mind game of trying to turn the tables back on us. So let's have a look at that one.
Carly News, can you please stay with the fleet and not travel ahead?
Spike.
Oh! Jump, 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 jump. Jump, they failed. Jump, jump. They failed with the Sino. Jump and reapproach gate, jump, reapproach gate. They fucking failed.
Was that a pipe bomb?
Your mad is very fucked. Yeah, that was a pipe bomb, but they did it wrong. Reapproach gate, approach gate, reapproach gate, afterburners on. Gate, reapproach gate, reapproach gate, reapproach gate, go, go, go.
That's a fighting gang, it's not a smart bomb gang. They have carriers, guardians, and a proc navy.
Shit.
Windicator. Macarial.
This one. Anchor up mark 2-8s, anchor up mark 2-8s, anchor up mark 2-80s. Shoot the guardian, shoot the guardian. Everybody anchor up.
Broadcast for shields, guys. Don't get
broadcast. Okay, it's not breaking. Shoot this one. Switch, switch, switch. Everybody switch. Switch to devoter, switch to devoter, switch to devoter. Have your drones out. Everybody should be shooting the devoter. Everybody should be shooting the devoter. Arcani. Goddamn, he's getting reps now.
Guys, get your ECM drones on the guardians.
Okay, everybody stop shooting. Stop shooting, burn up. Stop shooting, burn up. Switch to this target. Everybody switch to the Macarial. Rooks Kings dropped us. Who the fuck is...
We are losing lodges, we can't hold the reps on the lodges.
Roger.
If you've got ECM drones, get them on their lodgy.
Afterburners off. Everybody take fleet warp. They brought like fucking 8 guardians. They know they're doing. They know we can't win. So this isn't a good fight.
Most of the fleet got
burn out of the bubble. Or
burn out of the bubble and there's warm to a random spot. Just starburst the fuck out. Like, I didn't even want to know. I didn't even want to say good fight a local. This isn't even funny. Jesus fucking Christ, it's not even a fight. Fucking Rook and King, seriously. Jesus fucking Christ. Keep warping around, keep making safe spots. Ah, fucking cunts. Holy shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's not even fucking funny.
It was fun to fight, though.
But Jesus fucking Christ. It's not like we even had a chance.
There wasn't no fight.
Yeah. I mean, Jesus fuck. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ.
I saw the Navy Apex flash on D-scan for a second. They're off now.
Yeah. Everybody take a fleet port. Fucking cunts.
Still have some of us at the tower.
And they have a neutral alt in the system next door. Really? Do you think I'm that stupid, Rook and Kings? Come on.
And that was a very unhappy FC.
Yes, you can start to hear a little bit now, ironically, after we drop a conventional fleet, you can start to hear a little bit now what you mentioned, where people are enjoying the it being dropped a little bit less there. And of course, it's an example where if you switch things up, people are so fixated now on the idea of a pipe bomb that he didn't really stop to check, even though he's very good FC. He didn't stop to check that we were in conventional ships, not pipe bombing ships. We had lots of rep with us. And he took the fight very willingly, finally being able to turn the tables on these pipe bombers that have been terrorizing the region. So by switching things up in that way and playing against the new expectation that pipe bombing was the default, it was very possible to, to get kills. Now, he did very well here, actually, because despite being not entirely happy, you'll note at the end he mentioned a neutral in the system next door. And I did have a scout with a sign on the system next door, and my hope was that in anger he would now race back to station, and he would actually have gone into a pipe bomb as well, so he could have experienced both sides of the equation, since we also had pipe bombers waiting to jump in too. But he did well, and he spotted that, and that's to his credit. Still, it shows the way that switching it up makes people eager to finally turn the tables on this weapon. And once you hear people say that on comms, you can craft the trap like that, which you probably wouldn't be able to do as easily if you didn't have a sense for what people thought, what people expected. Now, it is definitely true, though, that it was increasingly more difficult to drop onto with conventional tools onto the enemy. I have some footage. It's just some random footage, for example, of us fighting Baltic Fleet, the Megathron fleet of CFC. And we can play that while we talk a little bit about this.
Okay, I'll start in the background.
Cool. The CFC had been running Baltic Fleet very successfully, actually, with a Megathron doctrine linked with heavy E-War through Celestis and Arazu and that kind of thing for heavy dampening, which was very different to what, let's say, 3 or 4 years earlier, a nullsec block might have been doing. It was very well done. It was very well organized. This probably isn't the best example of it, but even here we'll see against just a fairly simple hot drop where we have enough rep to hold. We bait them into the fight, drop a triage carrier as well once one of the Vindicators is taking damage. But it's increasingly difficult to hold on to ships. So a conventional drop like this is, of course, much less devastating than a pipe bomb where everything is just wiped out. Since now a lot of ships are damped, and the CFC fleet is very good at checking the ranges from our rep to make sure that the ships that are sensor dampened can't go too far out of range to try and hold on to something else. They're good at killing our dictators. the game has changed at this point, and it is true that while a weapon like pipe bombing could wipe out the fleet, a more conventional weapon can do damage and win the fight. We hold the grid here, but the game has, in a certain way, noticeably changed. So that was an interesting thing in the pipe bomb era. Luckily, the pipe bombs at least allowed us to not be counter-dropped too easily, because the enemy was often watching the skies, which allowed us to sometimes use the triage carriers and all. But if we compare a fight like this, for example, to I uploaded also for old time's sake, to bring a little bit of retro into this, because if we had been looking at, say, the Clarion Call 2 era or the Clarion Call 1 era, this is the kind of thing that I'd have brought out from the archives. We could play a little bit of Slugfest 2009, for instance. A random fight in Iridia where Pandemic Legion wanted to fight us. We wanted to fight them. We took equal-sized fleets against each other. They had a couple more battleships. We had an extra Logi or two. And we had a straight old-fashioned fight with everyone overloading, and the first side really to catch reps well would come out on top. And this is, in a way, it's a bread and butter example, but it's the kind of thing that would no longer be possible in the era of pipe bombing, because now the enemies that we were up against would be throwing different fleets at us that were very well tailored to stop something like this being a rout. Of course, PL wanted to fight to the death, so did we, so that adds to this. One side could have disengaged, but it had become a lot easier for fleets to disengage. Even an entity like CFC, and I say even, I have a lot of respect for them, they had also become good at understanding how these sort of heavy doctrines work. So there's something nostalgic about watching this now, because within a few years, a fight like this would be very difficult to take against a opponent like a nullsec power block.
Yeah, there'd be quite a few more people than 53 or 52 in local, I should think.
That too, there'd be a lot more people. And even beyond that, they would have multiple fleets as well, so that it became very difficult to counter something like a fuck you fleet that was working alongside a Baltic fleet, where even if we would hold the field and ostensibly win the fight because we're having to kill the Celestis first, we end up with 6 or 7 Celestis kills on the board, or maybe a Megathron. They get out, and to achieve that, we've obviously risked a lot in terms of triage, carrier, dead space, fittings, implants, everything else that we throw around, which we don't mind throwing around. It adds to the fun, but nonetheless, it shows a little bit in comparison here. 2 totally random fights, but it still shows a little bit about the changing of the guard and the changing of the times. And I certainly in that era did miss some of what you see on screen here, where once the reps had caught on that Armageddon, at that point we sort of knew we could get the fight. Interestingly, PL have a very uniform fleet there. We had quite a few different ships you see there, like a Hyperion and even a Tempest, and Link was in a armor tank Scorpion. But that's something I actually liked in that era, because everyone had their own sort of chariot, their own very tailored role of what they were going to do, what range they were going to fight in, who they were going to jam, or what their specific task was. And that worked very well for us in the small-scale battles like this.
Probably the rise of the more homogenous fleets was, the imperative for that was simply optimization, rather than having the luxury of maybe not quite bringing the optimal composition to every single fight.
Yes, that's definitely true. And there's a lot to be said about, obviously, having fleets that are homogeneous in that way. But it shows a little bit in terms of the flavor of the eras, how things had changed. So, in a way, they allowed us to surprise them with conventional fleets because of what we knew about their expectations. But in another way, some of the commentary that you heard in some of the earlier clips was accurate. and pipe bombing had started to become our default weapon because it was much more effective for a small group to use. Another example I uploaded, however, so that we could we tried to sort of work against defy their expectations, would be "And Again," which will be another audio recording where, again, we drop the Golden Fleet instead of a pipe bomb.
I'll play that now.
Okay, I need comms for 2 seconds. Everybody jump into Vortic EP and align to the station, align only. And do not warp to the station, for the love of God. Take the fleet warp. If you didn't get the fleet warp, warp yourself to a perch that is above or below the station. Or you can warp yourself to Marcus Aurelius. But some of you have aggro, just keep spamming the jump button. Sorry.
Where did you walk to?
That's the station perch.
Did anyone get a count on the Archons? How many were there?
3 or 4.
What did we lose, by the way? Because I'm getting told I apparently lost a lot.
Thank you, FC.
Yeah, sorry, it's getting really annoying. Can everybody drop from fleet?
Oh, look, and the vultures are coming back.
They're jumping out of 3W.
Oh, no, it's Rooks Kings.
Stay in the fleet. V is gonna do something with you guys.
Can anyone make a pap link, please? There's people who've lost their neuroses who are not in Goon Swarm who will not get reimbursed without a pap link.
Pap links are gay.
Yeah, just tell them.
Pap links are incredibly gay, and if we could stop being about participation, I'm sure we wouldn't need them, but we are about participation.
Just tell the people to file for reimbursement, and if they get denied, then they can refer to me. I forgot to make a pap link, so that's my bad. Just tell your people that do your reimbursements that I forgot to make a pap link. That is my bad. If they have questions about it, they can come to me, and I will tell them there was actually a fleet and people lost shit. I'm sorry. V is logging in and he's gonna do stuff with you guys, so wait for him. I have to go to bed, so I...
He's not.
That'll safely.
It's too late.
Yeah, that's what I said, but hey.
We're gonna do something else?
And no, I'm going to bed.
Night.
Good night.
So that was a much calmer reaction than the previous audio sample.
Indeed, that was actually "And Again" too. I think there's also a file called "And Again," which I may have. But what you saw, they actually felt
clicked on the wrong thing.
No problem. That was interesting too, because I felt a bit bad for him. He's a wonderful FC, and he didn't sound happy when he was going to bed.
Shall I return to the original recording?
Sure. Let's listen to "And Again" as well.
All right. So sorry, folks. I'm playing these out of sequence. I should have played this one first.
So X up in fleet if you can warp to the Vortic EP gate for me in a fast tackle. Oh no, not again this. Rooks and Kings.
0 to purge.
Fuck! Not this again.
Burn out of the bubble.
Anchor up Mark 2. Anchor up Mark 2. Anchor up Mark 2. You fucking can't. I knew this was going to happen.
Can I start broadcast?
Get the Loki. Shoot the Loki. Everybody load long range ammo.
Don't broadcast for shields, please.
Broadcast for armor.
Stop shooting the Loki.
Well, we have a Clarion Call.
Switch to the fucking cons.
They have arch
Shoot the devoted, shoot the devoted. Keep anchor up on Market Vades. Come on, after burn is on. Anchor up Market Vades. Come on, don't burn into them. We can't win this shit. We can't win this. Get over here. Okay, this is the new trick. Rooks and Kings do. They don't pipe bomb anymore. They just drop goddamn faction battleships with enough logis and carriers, so we can't break them.
They caught my Phobos in the bubble.
So that's the one I should have played first. Apologies.
No problem. It's interesting at the end there, he says that, so this is what we do now. We don't pipe bomb anymore, we just drop faction battleships on stuff.
Whereas you're really just going back to what you had done originally.
Exactly, and it was in fact it's a couple drops at most, but so quickly you can surprise people and change their expectations.
That was fantastic.
And in that way, it's there's a lot of psychology that goes into EvE in terms of this, especially between the FCs and in terms of people's expectations. And that's important with doctrines as well, because one way that we talked at the very beginning about the early days of the game and people being thrust into this virtual world where they had no real frame of reference for it. And in those days, of course, kitchen sink fleets was a term, and that's what people flew, and they flew what they knew, and chaos reigned in all directions. And gradually, as you mentioned, the fleets became more homogeneous. The doctrine era started to arrive, where it became not just about who was in the fleet, since everyone would always bring their own favorite toy, but rather what kind of fleet it was. And so by 2006-7, you started to have the age of the doctrines. And a lot of the clashes here are, of course, about doctrines, as we've been talking about, but the people still remain. There's still that aspect where there's also a psychological struggle going on, especially when it comes to doctrines, because you want to defy expectations, you want to mix things up. And so there is a kind of arms race that takes place in a way that you can't see from kill boards, that you can only see if you have an ear on the fleet, if you have a sense for what their expectations are. And that led to some nights where I wanted to hit a fleet. I looked around on RNK TeamSpeak. There were maybe 3 people logged in. I sort of poked one of them. They made sleepy noises back at me. Clearly, we were in no shape to hit anything. So what I would do on several occasions, and we mentioned earlier people using the watch list against me by trying to catch out which might be my spy by watch listing the entire fleet and all of us. Well, I could also reverse that and use the watch list back on them. So when I saw big fleets sometimes turn up, I'd log a Titan in and maybe one Dictator, and the watch list would light up, and I'd send the Dictator flirtatiously around nearby systems and then disappear again, or maybe light a completely speculative bubble, one jump away that a scout reports, and things like that. Even though I had no apparatus whatsoever to touch a 500-man fleet, but in the early hours of the night at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. or whatever whatever one's doing that, it's quite odd, really. It's an odd sense of power to be able to hear 500 people stop what they're doing simply on the basis of typing in a password and clicking log in and then log out again. And the next recording is an example exactly of that, of a fleet watching the skies like that. And in the middle, once he sees the Dictator is on, there's an odd hypnotic mantra where you suddenly hear him say, "Stop your moving, stop your moving, stop your moving, stop your moving, stop your moving," like a kind of somnambulant reverse Michael Jackson. And everything grinds to a halt. And it's like logging in and suddenly pouring treacle over a region. Very strange effect. That's watching skies, I believe.
All right. Yep, I'll run it now.
Buzzard 191 off the gate. Any chart.
Okay.
No big deal.
I think there was a Saber in there as well.
Pipe bomb! Oh my god, we're gonna die.
The thing is, I had my APOC from another war. Like I've dragged it around for 2 years now through nullsec, and I never used it. Now I can actually use it. I'm so happy about that.
I used 2 or so of them for farming when I was still in high sec.
There's about 20 newts in AFO.
Really? That many? Okay, everybody hold on the AFO gate then. We're gonna go in as a group.
Heretic cloaked over top of the BTAC S gate and S2.
Roger.
Probably bomber fleet.
Heretic on the
He
end
just
gate to
warped
BTEC S.
I did not get where he warped to.
Okay.
Queen, what's her name? That's a signer vault for I think Rooks Kings, but I'm not sure.
pipe bombs.
But it's definitely it's a sign of probably didn't get in position in time.
Probably on the station.
Yeah, they've got a couple of Rooks and Kings logged on at the moment.
Okay. Everybody stop your moving. 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 Whatever you do, stop moving. Control space. Control space. Okay.
Lemon through the gates, guys.
If you are in front of the fleet, that means in front of me that says 3 jumps out, then you wait. If you are behind that, you can continue travel. Everybody,
Hold on the AFO gate. AFO's red.
just let us know how the station looks. Don't want to get pipe bombed in on main staging, so.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
It's clear.
Station's clear. Can you stay on docked for now? We only need 2 jumps out, so.
And
Yeah, it's in there. That's no biggie. How is the outgate in BDSH? Is it clear?
AFO is clear. We're orbiting gate waiting for you.
Okay, Roger, we're on the way. Okay, when we will jump into AFO, we're not gonna go to the station, we're gonna take a purge. So, okay. We're not gonna take any chances, like none at all.
Xander, you have a purge?
If you have one above the station, would be awesome, or around the station somewhere. Okay.
Off the staging pause. That seemed okay.
Yeah, that was what I was gonna do, but well, if somebody has a station purge, that's cool also. So well, I'm not taking any chances. I got pipe bomb.
I think these guys are mad from us this morning because we put their tower halfway in the shields.
Halfway.
So that's the psychological impact. Just one member of Rooks and Kings logged in with a few ults can have on a fleet that's trying to move around nullsec within like 5 light years or something.
Yeah, it's a strange kind of gameplay, which really only EvE offers. I don't think there's an equivalent to that in any other game in terms of the depth of being able to have, and it's true for many alliances really, with Sino alts and Sino hunters and things, that just by presence alone can have that kind of impact, which is a nice thing about EvE, since that's really what sets it apart from so many other games, this sense of presence and this sense of place, which goes all the way back to what I said at the beginning, where people had been ripped out of their normal lives and put into this new sense of place. One thing they mentioned at the end there is, well, they seem to connect these events with a tower being put into half shields. Now, one way that a group could counter something like pipe bombing is also to hit the apparatus of pipe bombing. And that requires usually titans and towers. So some groups have, of course, hit towers and try to knock out the infrastructure. And of course, we can spam towers, but sometimes also interesting fights come out of the attempts of groups to knock out the towers that are responsible for pipe bombing. So in this case, I was thinking we'd go back to one video that people know and enjoy, which is the False Tower, which is actually an event that took place out of a group coming to hit a pipe bomb tower, to hit the apparatus of pipe bombing.
This is probably one of my favorite Rooks and Kings videos. I just love the spontaneity of the brainwave and the on the fly innovation. Not everything that Rooks and Kings came up with was meticulously planned over a war map for months and months, or hours and hours in Python. Sometimes the coolest ideas come to you in the moment. So I'm going to play now the False Tower.
Go back up, go back up. Okay, stop.
I think he wants you to stop, I'm not sure though.
During the autumn of 2012, we'd been hunting the residents of Providence. But since bigger coalition fish had moved in close to them during the winter, we decided to hunt the people hunting them. Which is not to say that Providence needs anyone's help, just that it's fun to fight the good fight.
Sino's up.
It's up.
Put your hardness on if they're active ones.
Come on, load.
In that position. Try and web scimitars if you've got webs fitted.
Of course, a ruthless pipe bombing campaign has the effect of driving fleets away.
Hooks the gate, hooks the gate, hooks the gate.
We killed everyone to a man.
We got them. Good game.
The targets in Providence soon dried up, and we found ourselves needing a more southerly relay tower in order to hit the Honey Badger coalition in a region called Catch. Pipe bombing needs bridging titans, and bridging titans need towers. The system chosen was 7MDS-1, which belongs to CVA, the Armarian overlords of Providence. Unfortunately, we forgot to tell CVA about any of these plans in advance, and being rightly indomitable in spirit, they immediately formed a call to arms to engage our freshly anchoring control tower. So there we were, sitting in a freshly online tower with our usual fleet of Navy Apocalypse battleships, garnished with some Macarials, Vindicators, Balgorns and the like. CVA had entered the system with an Oracle and Guardian fleet, with shield tank reinforcements from the north en route. They had the numerical advantage, but we had much heavier tanked ships, and we wanted to force a decisive engagement quickly to avoid days of tower harassment and get our main business underway. Here's where things take a strange turn. As you may know, when you online a control tower, the force field only becomes active when you enter a password. It's an irreversible process, and you can't take the force field down again without offlining the entire tower. The reason we had not yet entered a password to erect the shield was because I envisaged some kind of long escalating fight at the tower, where the Honey Badgers might also involve themselves. It seemed prudent to keep open the option of raising the shield until later, so that we could hurl the hostiles dramatically away from the battle, if required. But while we sat there, John expressed how naked he felt at a control tower without a shield, and decided to mask this troubling nudity with an impromptu Hictor bubble centered directly on the tower.
Can I do it? Can I put the bubble up? I want to put the bubble up.
Well, it might be a cunning ploy, because they'll think they'll warp to the pause at some range, and then they'll hit the bubble, thinking it's a pause bubble, but really it's your bubble.
The bubble is now up. Yeah. Aha!
The pause bubble is squint.
But this is brilliant. It now looks like Mesh is slightly outside this world, so they might come and try and kill him.
Yes! What a brilliant plan!
Don't move, Mesh.
Why did we never think this before?
I mean, look, I
did
Wait, but comms. CVA are warping T-R out of their tower.
Yeah, they're all on scan.
The reason it would be enticing for them to try and kill an expensive ship that is sitting outside the tower shield is, of course, because ships inside force fields can't lock ships outside force fields, and vice versa. Thus, we can't repair the Macarials sitting outside the shield from inside the shield, and our slow Navy Apocs would have to trundle out of the shield before being able to lay fire onto the enemy. Except that, as is usually said of spoons, there is no shield. It's just John, sitting very still in a heavy interdictor, but since for the reasons outlined earlier the tower status does say online, the effect is surprisingly convincing.
You got ozone, right?
Yep.
Let's check.
As soon as if they're landing and hitting our fake bubble, then it's on.
Orbit
They're
attack,
landing.
guys.
No, they've bounced. Okay, good.
Are you
Don't sit
hit
still.
out to there though? Shall I try pop a frigate?
No, let's not show our hand.
Get this little.
Don't shoot from inside the tower.
They're warping off.
The hostile fleet warped to a distant spy spot to take stock of the situation, but there's no sign yet that the game is up. And so we put more clear air between the bubble shield and Eldrath's Bacarial to make things more juicy.
Big crash actually. My clank is not reacting.
They'll be landing in a second, get ready.
They're
landing on us.
There they are.
Help. Jumped. Right, we'll go for Alfie first. Alfie. It's me.
I'm going to burn into them and try and bubble.
Forecast down. Forecast.
I've got some gimmick on me as well.
Alfie,
Secondary.
and then we're going to admin, and then 50.
Agent restores Eldrath from half armor, while a flurry of Navpok fire erupts from far inside the false tower.
You've got broadcasting.
Fine, Biffy now, and then we're going to admin even. Then Biffy. And then Big Bad Dan, whatever. Big Bad Wolf.
Go for Aaron in the Falcon after that.
Yeah, okay. Falcon, kill the Falcon, Aaron. Forecast him.
No, I'm gonna check on mesh primary. Yeah.
Kill Aaron.
I'm trying acting up like nothing tomorrow. I don't know what's going on here.
Okay, go back to Biffy now, Biffy.
You guys have a broadcast, I can't really see who's they're shooting. I got multiple people being shot.
I've locked by their 5 leads. Okay, second go for this. Go for this Naga now, Naga, and then this Naga.
Go,
Forecast 2 Nagas. I've killed April first, and then we're going to go for...
Bridges up first.
Blast first. And then Sten. And then 3 MTA. Sten there.
Get points on expensive stuff, get points on like Guardian things like that.
And then we're going to go for Volkis, and then Lucian.
For range.
Yes, super range. So Volkis.
Point R box,
Volkis. That's for dash still.
Lean 9, Eldari Navy Hippo, getting close.
Guardian, John Deluria. With an APOC. Do you have that APOC?
Yeah, I've got it pointed, not for long, it's much longer.
Okay, should be APOC. You can burn it after. Well, then watch your ranges just go for sword build now. Thanks for that. About 30% there, 20%.
Yeah, I was
Awesome, right now.
Long after the fight, there was a ceremonial changing of the guard, or perhaps we might say a changing of the bubble. The engagement proved decisive in the short term, and soon an amicable agreement with the locals was reached for using the system as a staging point. We even had the honour of working with them on a few operations. As for the tower itself, it stood tall and lived long, and did its little part in the sort of endeavours that you may already be familiar with.
I know just went up on the gate.
Oh crap, Rooks Kings maybe.
And so concludes the tale of the False Tower. Like I said, probably one of my favorite Rooks and Kings movies, and there's a couple of reasons for that. Before the movie started, I mentioned that it was it was to do with the spontaneity of the idea and innovating on the fly. But there's something else about that video which to me just feels like intrinsically Rooks and Kings, which is how classy you come across in that video. From the opening of it, when you're talking about aiding in Providence, you're quick to add that, like, not that they need our help, and you subsequently refer to them as indomitable as well. There's always such a respect for your opponents that comes through in all these videos, which is can be uncharacteristic for people who are playing EVE at a high level, because there's tends to be so much passion and often quite powerful grudges built into the fights that happen. The fact that you've always been able to maintain this sort of like gentlemanly quality, I suppose, about the way you go about your combat is really refreshing, and something that's really endeared Rooks and Kings to me.
Well, it's important not to underestimate anyone. EVE alliances have a tendency to do that and end up humbled. And besides, you never really know where the next danger can come from. I mean, Shadu is a great FC for Pandemic Legion. I believe he was the logistics director of Knights of the Southern Cross originally, who were not really thought of as a PvP alliance, but nonetheless, he emerged from there. Many of the people that I started the game with and playing in Great Wildlands and Foundation seemed bound to a crazy cause to make this region NRDS and do this and that and into the lore of one thing and another, and people might have dismissed them as not being dangerous to their ships, and yet in the end many of them were. So I encountered a lot of people who don't necessarily strike you as pro gamers initially, and yet perhaps because EVE is so close to the bone, so real, that once they inject some of themselves into it, end up being very dangerous to the kind of the best so-called elite fleets, whatever that means. So I think it's important not to underestimate anyone and have respect for all these alliances out there, because especially the more you learn about them and the more you hear their comms, and you'll always spot people who are very sharp and who do know what they're doing in any group. So you never know when the right man's on deck, to return fire. So you have to be careful in that sense. And besides, there are a lot of people in this world, and not many of them play EVE finally. So there is that aspect of kinship as well, at some level. We are maybe trying to blow each other's ships up, but we're all part of this really bizarre adventure together as well. So there's that aspect too.
Well, we're pulling up on our third hour of the stream. We actually do have a little bit to go, although we are well over halfway through the content that we have for you tonight. But probably at this point, let's take a little break so that everyone can stretch their legs and refresh their drinks and do those kinds of things. So Lord Maldoror has prepared another video for us just to play during the break, so you can stick around and watch that if you want. Otherwise, it's a great time to get up and do something else for a minute. It'll be about 12 to 13 minutes before we're back with the stream. So I'll see you guys. Sorry, go.
Can I say one brief thing? So the break video, we'll hear a fleet, and when you come back, you will hear those people die. And that'll be an unseen video, an actual edited unseen video from the past that most people in channel outside Rooks and Kings won't be familiar with. And we'll also get to look in on some old friends like Bob and Empyrean and a few other titans of the game after the break. So there'll be some stuff that you've not seen before.
Awesome. So stick around. We'll be back soon.
One got banned as well.
Yeah, like no one knew it before they said, right?
This one. He was from TL. I'm sad now.
Jump the gate. Jump gate, jump. Line Jamunda.
Shall we destroy bubbles?
Yeah, we did that already. Hey, this is Drones that guy lost.
Take fleet warp.
FC incursion.
Where the hell did all these Afterlife people show up from? Or have they always been here?
It's the people you kill.
No, I understand that. I just
Afterlife is Darkness of Despair, it seems.
Hmm.
They were farming off DD.
I think they're in the stations that we're trying to flip.
As in, like, just went to your ship on grid. Actually, no, I don't know.
I scanned pretty quick, so he must have jumped quick.
No, weird. I'm just taking fleet warps. So.
Ah, could be lag then. Who knows?
Yeah, possibly.
Where was this story about 2 people who got banned? I'm bad and cannot find it.
It's kind of hard to get banned in EvE because you
It's
get away with
called
so much shit.
like no longer a turncoat or something like that
No
on
more
the
turncoat.
subreddit.
It's no more turncoat,
Yeah.
apparently.
No line down.
Rip Zach. We've been missed.
Take fleet warp.
You can also read about how I AWOX.
ZX.
FC can't hear you if you whisper.
I thought I was whispering. Okay.
You are. You have to shout to the FCs.
Oh, so he can't hear me, yeah?
Nope.
Line F4R.
Incursion?
Think of it like whispering is just the people in the channel with you, or mostly FCs will be on a separate channel, so you have to shout to the other channel for them to hear you.
Yeah, why does the warp look a bit different colour?
Because it's conscious space.
If it's anything like the last fleet, there'd be a lot of brown in it.
Is that poo?
Jump, jump, jump.
Yes, it was.
Different. Yeah, okay, I get you.
You should set up 2 different hotkeys.
Yeah, I have 2 different.
Align ZX.
Incursion reds.
Okay, put mods on. Kill the. Nope. No scramming.
Just see.
Align. Podden is on.
I see one of the
Kill the bubble. Kill the bubble. Quickly kill the bubble.
one of the Rooks and Kings Sino Alts is in ZXIC again.
Is that about how far you guys made it last time?
Say again?
Yeah. Yes.
ZX?
Yeah, we made it to ZX and we died on the KDF gate.
Close, but no cigar.
Nope. Almost. Not quite.
Was the Incursion sign alt? Was that the Rooks and Kings sign alt?
Miss Saphira is a Rooks and Kings Sino Alt.
Jump, jump, jump. That's fine. Jump, jump, jump.
We have
Oh no, we have a little bit of orbit the gate, 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 orbit the gate 500.
I'm on an aggression timer.
I saw Miss Saphira in your head.
Okay, jump, jump,
was
jump,
on
jump, jump.
WD tag, I think.
Jump, 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 jump.
Blue, Miss Saphira, something was near head GP. I think it was on WD tag, so.
He's in this system.
She's in the system. This system.
Yes.
Take fleet warp.
In before, so no. Maybe not though.
Alright, let's see.
Actually, their Titan isn't online, is he?
Come on, Sino.
Might have another one.
Leroy.
Did Blue Eyes get Rooks and Kings line bombed?
Just left system.
Oh.
I think someone's on comms.
No shit.
This yeah,
in KDF,
of course.
by the way, and at least one of them's a bomber.
Line down.
Ooh.
Oh, look at all those wrecks.
Yes, that's some good salvage there.
Those are wrecks.
Oh my god.
Oh, those are wrecks.
Why didn't I bring it?
Look, oh, that is glorious.
My last Think of the salvage.
Millions and millions.
I came through here earlier and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what happened there?
It was Rooks.
They killed us just instantly. Like, who didn't just immediately implode?
Charles.
Pretty
was
much watch
last
my
time.
capacity.
Go.
Oh, this the whole all three just go to the left, like just. No.
Yeah, everything just was zero.
It was
well,
one
just-
tick,
just-
and I was at half shield. and
Everyone
tick,
jumped,
I
jump,
was
jump,
dead.
jump.
I was
Yeah, me too. I was at half shield in one go, and then everything just dead.
Yeah, mine all three went at the same speed, just from full to nothing to dead.
I didn't even have time to put my hardeners on.
Align to station.
It's a bad time when you can't get hard.
Well, guys, a little bit of funny update. We were just asked, hey, where are you? Can you come back and help out in Fountain?
Sweet. Tell them once we get the getting back part done.
Be like, yeah, we're on the way. It'll be about
Tell
an
them
hour.
to bring Titans and we will be there 5 times faster.
Yes, that.
And what our ETA is, Fountain.
I say we
Let's try to get ahead of them.
Let's Tango Fleet go ahead so they can eat the pipe bomb.
MTAC V has no tie-dye.
Such a whiskey keys out.
Hey, quiet. No more fucking German. No more German. That's enough.
Men sluta nu.
Scheiße. I want to fucking smash my head against my keyboard right now.
God, you guys are so mean. Holy shit.
It's like, and no kills.
It's hard to listen to global chat when German's going on in the background. Guys, I don't know where you people are warping off randomly to once you get into C2X, but once you get fucking pipe bombed, they'll come crying when you die in a fire and we don't come to save you. Just letting you.
Will they get home quicker though?
No, they'll just die and then they'll be fucked. So stay here in C2X.
We need a warp in for the jump bridge. Which jump bridge? The jump bridge in and back H.
And for all of you that are warping ahead, you're going to miss out on a fleet fight.
Where do we go in C2X?
You're chilling here waiting for the rest of the fleet to get here. We've only got 94 here in C2X and 234 in fleet, so we need to get some more people in here. Except with how many jumps you are right now out, so I can see who is who and where is everyone at.
Can someone give W's and TVN?
I'd like to know where random people are warping off to when they get in here. Just curious.
You had a fleet come in behind you.
No, I'm just like...
Isn't there a station in here?
They're warping towards like a gate. Not even the right gate either. They're just gonna die somewhere. It's kind of funny.
Maybe they're gonna burn through high stack.
Maybe, I don't know.
FC have to be going. I'll find my own way home.
You're not gonna stay back?
I've been in fleet for the past 8 hours now. I need some sleep.
Well then what's 7 more, buddy?
My keys are already printed in my forehead, so...
Yeah, if you want to dock up, you can dock up in Yumi, I guess, but I mean, everyone else should be going back to BD, back to the front.
Sorry guys, from Enda Sage, where should I go?
Just get into C2X and chill, wait for everyone else to get here.
FC, you still got a shitload of people behind you.
Yeah, I'm sorry for all those stuck in tie-dye, but we're trying to stay ahead of you in your fucking Tengu tie-dye blob.
Yeah, I mean, if Test pipe bombed us, I think they would be doing us a favor. Don't tell them I said that, because then they won't do it.
Test don't know how to pipe bomb. Nah, it's Rooks and Kings.
It's Rooks and Kings in Rocks.
They got 4 or 5 days ago. They got 160 of them on a 200-man fleet.
Shit, we get butt fucked by that.
There's a spike in Yumi. Newts.
Is it how many?
There was like 4. I think there are like. No, it's only 6 now. I thought that there's some glitch.
Yeah. Okay, guys. When we're in a 250-man gang, a spike is like 60 or 70 or over. 10, 9, 7. That's not a spike. That's just a blip.
6 total on Yumi.
I'm trying to let our tie-dye guys not get too far behind. Tie-dye guys, are you guys all cool with the route? You know how to get to where we are from now to Yumi?
I have the route from BD to UME, yes.
No.
Or UMI, whatever.
No.
So that would be necro-homoeroticism?
Yes, that. That is my fetish.
Just chill out here for a minute. Let everyone else catch up.
What are we doing in YAO?
Surprise butt sex.
We're going to butt sex on our enemies.
I was going to say it's not a surprise anymore.
I was supposed to go see that new Superman movie in 10 minutes, but that's not going to happen.
I've heard good things.
I'll be your Superman.
Downloading it and
Pants on the outside.
You got me.
So I wonder, if Superman bangs a regular girl, does he just turn her into pulp?
Does he blow her back out?
His jizz burns so hard.
Yeah, or like when he blows his load, does she just like fucking explode?
It's like a shotgun.
If he cream pies her, yeah. Trying to catch up.
I swear, running a goon fleet is like herding cats sometime, isn't it?
Imagine how much worse
Goon
it is
cats
than
are
that.
best cats. Ducks. Paplink.
You just said we could go to VFK.
Half-link?
But wait, I wanted to make sure that we don't have that smart bombing fucking rock gang ahead of us, which killed our third fleet, all 100. If you guys don't know, I'm going to tell you now. There's a fleet with drag bubbles set up from multiple celestials all over the place. Second you get caught in a bubble, they warp their entire fleet of like, I think 50 rocks down to 0 on the bubble, start smart bombing with range remote reps, and they pretty much doomsday everything.
No, thank you.
Hey, did you guys know that Poitot is the only...
Do you know kill yourself?
Yep. I wish
So
you
what are we doing in
success your
DO6?
endeavors.
We are getting on the jump bridge in DO6, and we're chilling out. Any frigates want to go ahead and freeburn to BD and let me know what's ahead of us? Bridge route to BD, please.
Yeah, show.
Acer, alright, just let us know what's going on ahead of us, guys. Yep, and now all 176 of you that are still in fleet and stuck around, you just want a private mail tremor after this for your free blowjob.
Sweet.
Yeah. But you have to pay me, you know? And a lot of risk.
A free blowjob?
That's illegal.
EvE fleet comms have to be some of the best clips of audio that you can ever come across. Just a bunch of spaceship people who have been at it for hours and hours and hours, and the social order just starts to break down.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, you can get a kind of Stockholm syndrome listening to certain fleets when you're planning to pipe bomb them. And suddenly you don't want to hit them anymore because you know they've been in fleet 8 hours, no one papped them, and they need a break, and you need to let them go. So that's a real danger, actually, to killing fleets, I found. That enough of those comms on you.
After a fashion, you might be performing a small mercy by doing so.
Oh, that's true, too. Yes, that is also a good point. Towers don't reinforce themselves, so sometimes you're doing them a favor.
Yeah. So those fleet comms relates to the next video.
Yes. So next, because we've been talking about the sort of human aspect here of some of the stories that come out of something like pipe bombing, then this will be another completely unreleased recording that no one's heard before. And first of all, do we have any members in chat who were in Band of Brothers in the day? I mean, I believe you yourself were Convict, right? You were in Evolution.
Yes, Evolution was the very first corporation I joined when I came to EVE Online. I was actually recruited to this game by Sir Molly from the Homeworld community, where I got caught in when Earth and Beyond got cancelled. I got swept along with all the former Earth and Beyond players that were being pulled into EVE. Even though I'd never played Earth and Beyond myself, it was just I just got carried along with it.
Yeah, and I think Sir Molly was a legend in the Homeworld community even before EVE, right? So they took this nucleus out of that game and transplanted it into New Eden to become Band of Brothers, this legendary alliance.
Yeah, his they were called clans in Homeworld as well, but his Homeworld clan, whilst Homeworld was still new and the PvP scene for that was thriving, he was a very accomplished player, and his clan, the name escapes me right now. I might have been actually there was a very early EVE Online corporation called TAOSP, the Armada of Shin's Pants, and that was made up of a lot of people from the Homeworld community, and like Shin being another well-known Homeworld player that made their way over to EVE Online.
Yes, true. I've heard those stories too. Indeed. And so that's interesting too, how people can be successful in that game, and then I guess they graduated to the biggest space opera of them all and went and played EVE Online. So this story involves Sir Molly, and at this point he was in the retirement club, 401k,
which was an alliance living in the north at the time, made up of a lot of Band of Brothers, ex-members, It Alliance ex-members, that kind of thing. And this was towards the end of the Fountain War era. And CFC had been going and hitting some of their towers there. And so John Caffeine, who knew Somali somewhat, got into a convo with him. And Somali explained to John that there were these marauding goon fleets. He'd heard a bit about pipe bombing and stuff, and he'd seen probably what was going on in Fountain with that. So, he was curious about talking to John about that. And so he started up a convo with John and explained that they were expecting a big fleet, probably 500 or so, that they were outnumbered and they had objectives to defend. And would we be interested as a third party maybe to go after them as well? So John told me about that, and I was keen. I mean, Sir Molly, a legend, right, from the early days of the game. People like him and Evil Thug and Mittens and the Empyrean, who'll also feature in this story, all from from that kind of formative era. And as someone like me who started playing in 2005, then obviously it's impressive to see all these figures. I mean, 2005, I'd have been impressed seeing you in local with your evolution ticker, and I'd have thought, right, he's one of those people, right, the Band of Brothers people. And so I thought, let's go and help. So when the day came, like the next day or the day after, it turned out that there were two goon fleets were coming after them, which is more than they expected. So it was two full fleets, totaled like 400 and 500. And so he convoed John and said, there's actually more than we expected here. How many guys do you have on at the moment? So John said, well, we've got about a dozen right now, but I'll get LM to make some phone calls. He seemed up for this, so I think we are coming. And that was probably a nice moment for John because also likes Somali, but of course, this seemed ridiculous, right? And at this point, he probably thought that he'd spoken to the wrong people here, right? Because this obviously didn't make any sense, and he repeated again the numbers of what to expect. And John said, fine, yeah, okay, he's got 500 there, and so there are two fleets. So which one do you want to go after? Like, which of the two fleets? So I think Somali was a bit baffled as to what was going on with that. And anyway, we formed up, we listened in on their comms, and we dropped on one of the fleets. We had a really nice pipe bomb, killed them. And then the second fleet, who we were also listening in on, came onto the wrecks of all the first fleet. And I thought, well, this doesn't look good, right? This pipe bomb menace has turned up over here. Maybe we should not go this way, even if it means missing the tower timer, because clearly there's a trap waiting.
Yeah.
So John goes back into the combo and says, okay, they're all dead. And the other fleet is concerned because they've just seen the wrecks of the first fleet, which actually 401k did have a spine, I think. And so they'd actually heard about some of these wrecks themselves. So at this point, Somali was very happy because he thought, well, maybe I have found, the right people here. This seems good. And then it turned out that the third fleet goes out. Now, the third fleet is led by Empyrean. How many people in chat have been in an Empyrean fleet? There must be people. I mean, he's an old timer, but he's not. It's not that long ago. This legendary German from Northern Coalition, right? Yeah. Well, there you go. The heroes of chat there who have fought with Bismarck, as we called him. Now, Empyrean is a bit different to most FCs. He's a legend, all right? I'm going to say this straight away. He is a master. He is a legend. Nothing phases him. Nothing phases him. You drop 200 Titans on him, he'll shrug and in his very specific German way, and he'll come at you anyway because he's Empyrean, and that's what he does. And he'd had, of course, many battles with Bob back in the day, and they were Somalian here, arch enemies. killed each other's Titan fleets a few times. He'd been on Shrike's mails a few times, and vice versa. Molly got, NC's caps, original NC, I mean, his caps a few times as well. So, Empyrean, he's heard of pipe bombing. Well, we'd actually listed on a few of his fleets. He knew about pipe bombing. He'd seen other people there getting pipe bombed and all, and he'd got us on watch list and stuff. But he has a different approach to most FCs. He is the only FC, in fact, in I believe the history of any pipe bombing campaign, who has actually tried to fight it head on. And by head on, I don't mean to try and circumvent the trap and, warp in some snipers, which some have tried, or things like that. I mean actually just stand and fight, stand and deliver. And as you'll hear in the comms, he's not having any of this. I mean, yeah, people are on fire, and it sounds like some of them are melting, but they're going to fight to the last man, damn it. And the beautiful thing about this is that Empyrean is the only person in the fleet who is nullified, because he's actually commanding the fleet from a nullified Tech 3. So he's the one person who goes straight through the bubble and lands at 0 on the gate in complete safety. So you have this strange impression of this kind of Napoleonic Bismarck figure who is standing there, and in the distance, his troops are fighting to the bitter end, and he's just giving the signal that they should keep going into the slaughter, keep fighting, no surrender, not one step backwards, while he sits, at the perfect safety of his command tent, a mile back from the hill.
Under a little shade, drinking some tea.
And so in that sense, as you'll see, it's unusual. The other remarkable thing about it, and you've heard earlier that we often would wait until someone said something that would provide symmetry, to the pipe bombing, or
they would
mention one FC being
somehow.
pipe bombed. Yeah, they would invoke the devil somehow. This wasn't the case here. This he did all by himself. We had to get him between points A and B, so we couldn't afford anything as artful as waiting until he said something. So he managed all by himself to go into a story about how he was killing Somali, of all people. And he gets so involved in this story about how he's killing Titans in KQK that even when people, as you'll hear, are telling him that there might be trouble on the outgate, sir, that we may have a Sino situation, he will bulldoze on about that story, killing those Titans, in the same way that he bulldozed through those Titans, because he is Empyrean. Unfortunately for him, another German had been hunting him that day, which is Lucky Loser, who is also a very forthright German who wanted to catch Empyrean and was doing the bubble and the Sino for us that day. So this is an unreleased clip where you will hear Empyrean telling a story about killing Somali, who indeed is the man who sent us to kill him, about killing Somali in KQK years earlier and bulldozing all his Titans, while his fleet are trying to tell him that there could be a comeuppance waiting on the outgate.
All right, let's take a look.
And at one point in the video, there'll be a pause effect, and then we're going to just pause the video for a moment, and I'll just talk through a small detail.
Sure thing.
Ooh, we are passing K2K. The system where we slaughtered bobcats with postguns. And titans. That was so funny.
There's a drag bubble in Vortex.
Our support fleet was late, so we jumped in with 30 Titans and... Oops!
Is that our
Are we
setup?
getting pipe bombed? Okay guys, we're gonna fight this. We're gonna fight this. Get ready for primaries.
In a goodish position.
Oops!
Is that our
Are we
setup?
getting pipe bombed?
Get ready. Approach.
Hardeners on.
They're going to fight. Hardeners on.
Get ready for primaries.
Overload. Smart bombs away.
Princess is primary. Princess is primary, guys. Get out of range. Get out of range. Princess is primary. Do not use drones. Princess is primary, guys. Princess is primary. Get out of range. Do not warp anymore. Do not warp anymore. Do not warp anymore.
It's Rooks and Kings.
Yeah, Princess is primary. Princess is primary.
Princess MJD.
Yeah.
I love the live comms.
Right. So at this moment, you can hear, of course, from our perspective, that we're listening live to Empyrean as we're killing Empyrean. And he's called Princess Primary. Now, one thing that had changed in the intervening years from the early days of Clarion Call 4, of course, is that we have micro jump drives. And any ship that's close enough to scram someone will usually die in the fire. Even the heavy tank ships will usually go down. And the bonus ships like an Arazu, Lachesis, and even a Proteus and all, they'd have the difficulty of actually getting to range and having to try and get a warp in from a different angle to try and hold yet stay out of the fire, because even a Proteus with a long point would die if it hits into the pipe bomb. Which means that a micro jump drive is very effective in pipe bombing, because if we know who's primary, or we can see who's being primary by the fleet in the event a hostile fleet decides to fight, that person can't be scrammed, so that person can MJD out. And that's why you hear me calling to Princess to MJD, because she's primary, even though, as you see on the highlight on the watch list, she's actually not taken much damage yet, since Empyrean won't give up on killing her, but unfortunately some of his troops are giving up on life, so there's not actually that much fire going in on Princess. Princess totally ignores me anyway, of course. I mean, she's not having any of it, that she's going to stay and make sure she's there to smart bomb every last body, and damned be whatever I want her to do as far as jumping out and stuff. So she completely ignores that and stays. But it's an interesting way that we are trying to react to their comms to get people to MJD out. So anyway, Empyrean is not having any of the fact that she's not dying, so he's staying at it no matter what. So let's carry on.
Well, that didn't end well.
Okay, guys. Eldoret is now primary. Eldoret is now primary. Eldoret is now primary.
Eldoret is primary.
Blink. Yeah, it's fine. I'm taking no damage. They've got no damage. It's fine.
Full damage on Eldoret.
Holy.
Eldoret is now primary. Get scrams on. Yeah. Nah. Fuck my life.
Wow, that hurt.
That hurts a lot. Dude, we have a scout +1. It's just that they have a cloaky dictator here, and they have prepared this. Okay, how many people do we have alive?
Few.
Lol, I was always laughing at people getting pipe bombed by Rooks and Kings.
Not so funny now, right?
Until now.
Yeah, the only thing you can prevent it is having eyes on their staging posts, if they're sitting on a Titan or not.
And that was the fate of Empyrean's fleet.
And that was the fate of Empyrean's fleet. Interesting he mentions again watching the tower at the end. So Empyrean died. Well, Empyrean survived. His fleet died. He then jumped out after the last of his troops, fell on their sword and perished on the hill. He got out. But his fleet was pretty much annihilated. And then, John goes back to the convo with Sir Molly and says, okay, this fleet's dead. It's been wiped out. Sir Molly's very happy because he thinks, that's great. And so John says, oh, and you come on our comms. So he does, and he turns up. It's cool, it's always great interacting with these different early figures of EvE. And so he turns up there, and he's happy, of course. We've killed this fleet, and that he'd asked us to. And then we say that not only is the fleet dead, but it was commanded by Empyrean, your arch enemy, and so he's even more happy. It's fantastic, right? That it's Empyrean of all people who's died like this.
Yeah,
and then
ironically in the midst of gloating about defeating Bob.
Exactly, and that's the part we mentioned next, where we said, and not only was it Empyrean, but he was telling a story about killing you as we killed him. And this time, Somali thought, well, that's kind of strange, isn't it? I mean, what a strange thing to say and to know. And then I said, oh, he does use spies as well, but then I said, would you like to hear him die? Would you? We can. Do you want to listen to him die so you can hear him die as he's talking about killing you? And at this point, it went full circle because suddenly Sir Molly thought, well, hang on a minute. Who are these people? What have I got myself into here? And maybe I have contacted the wrong people, all along. And he quietly made his excuses and sort of, walked back into the hedge like Homer Simpson does. And you could see that on the one hand, he appreciated that Imperium was dead, but listening to these macabre comms of Imperium dying while telling stories of Bob dying, and that seemed a bit unexpected. It was a bit like him having John's name and then tucking away a business card from a psychiatrist, where the psychiatrist is Hannibal Lecter, and you think, well, I'll leave that couch for a rainy day.
I imagine that you have this. You said something like 40 terabytes of fleet comms of people dying on those hard drives that you've got stored away. That's an interesting thing to curate. Do you know what I mean? Although that said, some people at EvE just collect corpses, so maybe it's not that strange for this particular world that we inhabit.
True. Actually, some people do. I've never been one to collect corpses, so this is, I suppose, a different macabre avenue that I've gone down. Of course, I have a lot of archives that are not just from the pipe bombing era, but also from our own fleet stuff. Going all the way back. So there are a lot of different stories there, but there are definitely some examples like that. Just little things that are significant only in terms of the characters you encounter in EvE and the little stories you kind of find yourself involved in. And that, especially with pipe bombing, gives it this kind of, I suppose it adds a sort of human dimension. And that's something where we had another, because this was during this period, or all periods really, we spend a lot of time researching new weapons on test server and the actual server quietly sometimes, and pipe bombing was one, of course, but there were many other ones. There's still a few left actually, because I got to leave something for a cameo one day when I'm in the retirement home and we need to get the gang back together to drop on someone. So there's still a few things left, but at some point I do plan to make a video called Secret Weapons of World War EvE, where we show a few of those weapons, some that were used, some that were not used. And I think that's a fun way of exploring kind of secret weapons, super weapons. And along those lines, we had another weapon called gridline bombing. And it's a very short video. It was only ever deployed once because I thought it was a bit unsporting, but I think that it provides an interesting parallel to the pipe bomb weapon, and also there are a couple things we can mention in there which will segue well into the next bigger unreleased video that people can watch after. So it could be nice to have a little look at a different secret weapon that never was, in a sense, that pipe bombing got picked over it.
All right, shall I run that now?
Sure.
You join me for a little winter installment, to take a peek into the weapons locker. One tactic that our John Caffey has advocated for many years now is what we came to call gridline bombing. Last week, the grid system in EvE changed forever. The general nature of grids is beyond the scope of a small video such as this one, and if you're not familiar with the grid concept, you'll need to do research elsewhere. You can essentially think of them as areas of space, usually a few hundred kilometers across, in which the EvE action takes place. It's the space that covers the actual objects on screen that are rendered by your PC and appear in your overview. Obviously, given that the grid system is what makes something appear, it's inevitable that EvE players would also use it to make things disappear, and so-called grid foo was a major tactical aspect of the Great War around 2006, the days when the likes of Band of Brothers battled with Goonswarm and Red Alliance. Back then, sniping battleships were a tool of choice, and stretching and shaping the grid to suit engagement ranges and opportunities were a key factor of grid foo. Other situations might have involved dancing back and forth over a grid line to make a fleet disappear to the hostiles between volleys. Those interested in that era might do well to read Goonswarm's manual about grid foo, which is widely available online. The gridline bombing concept is little different. Bombing has been used in conjunction with grids before, such as to manipulate a grid to hide bombers and then hit a fleet waiting at zero on a gate. However, this is different again. The first part is the bubble. If you initiate warp to a grid that has an interdiction bubble in your path, as you might expect, you'll hit the bubble's edge. However, if the grid line intersects the bubble edge, then your ship still hits the edge of the bubble, even though this means you arrive on an entirely different grid to your intended destination. What's more, because your PC only renders objects on grid, and the bubble's origin began on another grid, you see no bubble. Even though you warped to a gate, you arrive in what seems to be an empty spot in space. So, you click again to warp to the gate, but, of course, even though it's not being rendered, there is in fact an invisible bubble intersecting your warp path, and you get an error message informing you that you can't warp. In addition to that, many of the ships caught are likely to be within the bubble radius, and would have to turn around and fly back the other way out of the bubble that they can't see in order to escape. The next part are the bombs. Bombs are objects and can cross grids, but bomb damage cannot. Thus, bombs can be fired at the helpless ship from the grid containing the bubble's origin, and thus leave it unable to see the bombers, just as it cannot see the bubble. More importantly, since bomb damage does not traverse a grid, large numbers of staggered bombs can be fired without those that are exploding on the destination grid destroying those that are still in flight. And so, to the helpless ship who is trapped by the invisible bubble and cannot warp, bombs appear from nowhere, and these bombs are mostly immune to their own damage, and so vastly more can be fired without the requirement of a vector bombing or other methods to prevent them destroying each other in flight. Of course, with the event of the much larger grids in December 2015, much greater grid manipulation would be required to bring the grid edge to intersect a pipe bomb style bubble. Therefore, it seemed fitting to say goodbye in style. Given that our remaining active forces are deployed in the Far East, John suggested farming out the operation to someone unorthodox, like Hoover Inc. Now, Rick Hoover is a man of Herculean stature, but I've seen him pilot an airship in Air Buccaneers, and so I decided it might be best to keep our own hands on our sticks. And so, late on the night of the last day of the grid system, a mid-sized battlecruiser fleet was found, who in turn found themselves in warp to a bubble on a grid they had no intention of going to. Satisfyingly, the bombs appear from nowhere, and although firing with more than a full squad of bombers, the bombs did not destroy each other. To their credit, the Goon Swarm fleet did reverse engineer what had happened, and in a rather macabre show of good manners, one of their members collected the 24 or so corpses and presented them to us. And then, a few hours later, the database is updated, the servers were patched, an atomic clock somewhere ticked over, and grids in EvE changed forever. The beginning and the end. Well, mostly.
本地有诱导，本地有诱导开了。
That blows my mind. Something about EvE players and their constant innovation with these techniques. I mean, when I was a player myself, I was always impressed for it. And now that I work at CCP, seeing the reaction within the company when players find some new way to work with a tool that they've been given, it just spreads around the company like wildfire, with people just walking around going, oh my god. A good example would be the frigate escape bays recently, with people using logi ships inside there to get into PvP after the fight, eject into their logi ship, repair their own ship, and then go back into the fight. That wasn't something that we'd have anticipated, but once you expose something as complex as the EvE ecosystem to so many people, there are going to be those who absolutely have to push the limits, which is something that obviously Rooks Kings is renowned for doing for so long.
Well, don't sell yourself short, Convict. You're a great PvP, and you've been in a lot of great corps, so I'm sure you've done a lot of this kind of stuff as well.
Oh, I wouldn't
no doubt about that.
I appreciate you saying so. I wouldn't rate myself as a PvPer. However, I've participated in PvP, but I've usually just pressed F1. My FCing days were limited to like small kitchen sink fleets in Syndicate, and we usually got our asses kicked by like Rote Capel and organizations like that. So my personal PvP career isn't very distinguished at all.
Well, a lot of good plans boil down to F1 at the very final end. After everything else has been set in stone. However, gridline bombing, grid foo got used a lot, but I think perhaps there is the aspect where if you warp to a gate and you don't arrive on that gate and you hit a bubble that you can't see, and then bombs from the grid edge, using that technique to counter the amount of the bombs destroying each other, of course, as well, instantly destroy you. Your experience has been to warp, you arrive somewhere you didn't expect in space, and then you instantly die, as happened to goons here. Now, compared to, one could argue that you could probably engineer something like that to kill Empyrean, for example, in the previous example, or some of the fleets that I'd mentioned there. However, if we bring up, for example, some of the pictures of corpses, and corpses 1, 2, and 3 that we've got some screenshots of. Now, the problem with having people land on a grid they didn't expect is that when the next fleet, like in the Imperial example, warps past the gate, then they won't see the demise of the previous fleet. So you lose some of that psychology.
Of course.
And it became a nice thing in a pipe-bombed era for people to warp around and see these wreck balls that were littering their space. Like in, I think, Pipe Bomb, there's the Corpse 2, for example. Here we don't see the wreck ball, but we see the corpses. So people have corpses on overview, of course. Anyone who is a collector might have a field day wandering into these kind of situations. And helpfully, they're all packaged together as well. So
in a tight little group,
can,
yeah.
Get them in the back of the truck and whisk them home for whatever nefarious purpose they have in mind. But things like that. Also, another example of the difference between them is the fact that the people who do make it to the gate and miss the bubble, like Empyrean, for example, are still part of the fight because they can see their fleet mates being roasted a couple 100 kilometers away. And that works quite well into the psychology of it as well. Or if another fleet arrives and lands on the gate and you see the other FC getting pipe bombed, that puts a bit more pressure on that guy if he sees another FC's fleet land safely at a bounce or next to the gate. So that plays into the hierarchy a bit more. Whereas if you obliterate people with gridline bombing, yes, it could have been effective. Although I suspect that it veered slightly too far into exploit territory to have stayed too long in the game anyway. But I think that you can blow up the ships, yes, but as we discussed before, it's very hard to knock out an enemy simply by depriving them of ships. So you could maybe kill enough ships on a given period that they can't reship too quickly, but you can't really knock out, even at this point, leave an alliance wallet for alliance that size or make any dent at all really in that fashion by whichever way you kill them. But what you can do is play into the psychology and oppress a region that way. And for that purpose, spectacle is very important. Additionally, tie-dye, the tie-dye of a pipe bombing became something that when one fleet was being hit, other fleets in the region would slow down. And later on, we'll actually see a fleet being hit on the way to an SBU where some of the other fleets who were also intending to support them then got killed because the tie-dye was so extreme they failed in their bombing runs. So you can kind of make a region physically grind to a halt with tie-dye as well, and then people start speculating, well, what's this tie-dye? Has someone else got pipe bombed? So from a psychological perspective and from the perspective of spectacle, I think that that's really what differentiated something like pipe bombing from gridline bombing. So you can have a selection of weapons on the table, but the one you pick is not necessarily, that answer is not necessarily waiting for you in EFT or Python. That answer is sometimes also waiting in the comms and the reactions of the people to these things. And one of our next videos, for example, which is again a completely unreleased video, edited video, features towards the end exactly that, a tie-dye pipe bombing, where due to the tie-dye, in fact, only about 100 of 300 ships are killed. They can't return fire because they happen to be in caracals, and so all their missiles are being shot into smart bombs, which makes for a very nice slow motion scene, and it becomes a spectacle. So it was enough to send them home, even though the tie-dye stopped us killing everyone. But in that fashion, spectacle plays into it as well. And that might be why you pick one weapon off the table instead of another one.
All right. Shall I run that video?
Sure, we could have a look at this one. This one will also bring some closure to people who may have been wondering what happened to that wonderful papped fleet from earlier that was making its way around Fountain that they listened to while they had their drinks and were listening through those comms. So they'll get closure on that now.
Yeah, but you have to pay me, and a lot of risk.
Want a free blowjob?
That's illegal.
Wait, who said that?
Was that a 12-year-old boy?
That right there is the man you want to mail.
Give
Okay, guys, hang on. Shit. Fucking hell. Pipe bombing is going on in 6G. Son of a bitch.
Be ready to open your house. Let's just burn away.
Guys, burn away. Burn away. Get away from that.
Oh my god.
I still have it.
seen. I haven't seen it yet.
Thanks for Fleet FC.
In fact, that's a trip home.
Guys.
Yeah.
Shove it at me.
Well, what's the plan then? You found
I
second
got-
DO6 on the jump bridge.
I got it.
Good news, I'm gonna be speed. Don't forget to upgrade your clones.
If you're still alive, shoot Princess Arakia.
You princess.
Thank you.
Okay, should we blink out then?
Yeah, everyone
Yeah, I'm blinking out again.
She's gonna die.
I'm trying.
That was hilarious.
Okay, they'll start to land now.
I'm going
I'm going down.
Is the gate bubble to
Primary Lord Maldoror.
People are still walking through the gate. What the fuck?
Guys. Fucking.
I've blinked.
They wanna get home real fast.
Guys are still fucking warping to the gate, really.
I'm out.
Same. Who did we lose anyone there?
22%
Lost
cover.
PA. Oh, you
No,
got
no,
PA.
no. Yeah.
They're gone by like kisses.
Very well done.
Okay, we lost one.
One of them landed with me on a belt and I smart bombed him. Hit 100. That was awesome.
I'll land next to Scimitar. I'm gonna see if I can solo bomb him.
Guys, rally up and fucking JTAC-O on the jump bridge if you still survived. I'll try to get the rest of you back. Guys, I'm sorry if you died. Just go ahead and get into BD and dock up. So, that sucks. This is the second fleet that's been smart bomb and pipe bomb.
It's cost effective and usually a sign of desperation.
Well, it's not anyone that's a part of this war that's doing it.
Yeah, well, when I was dealing with these ships when I was down the south and you goons were coming in here, we were when the stealth bombers came out, they were freaking out. It was already bad scene. In my experience. But they can use sins and shit to jump them closer, right?
No, it's Rooks and Kings is who's doing this, and they're just using a Titan bridge. What they do is they have a dictator, right? There'll just be two people in loco. One will uncloak and drop the bubble when half of your fleet's initiating warp, so the other half gets stuck on the other side. And then another guy will uncloak and fucking light up a Sino. The Sino will bridge in all the fucking rocks, and right as you're landing zero, through tie-dye on the bubble, they'll all start hitting their smart bombs, and half of your fleet will just fucking instantly die.
Oh, that's a different thing than I thought. I thought you meant stealth bombers, not smart bombers.
No, dude, they
fuck up and let them do it. That's not a desperation move at all.
That's a really fucking hard thing to counter, truthfully.
This is really good weed, by the way. Just pointing that out.
They've worked out like 200 man Oracle gangs before doing it.
Well, they killed an entire 120-man fuck you fleet just a second. So we did a little better than the fuck you fleet, but still, we'll get them next time.
Sometimes, especially during the Great Wars in EvE, the server struggles. Still, the show must go on. In the next pipe bombing, during the critical stages, most of the fleet had no activation at all on more than a few modules. Even so, 93 of several hundred ships still died, and the pipe bombers all survived. Heavy time dilation on the server makes things so deliciously slow, and that gives the attack a strange atmosphere like a November stroll around a bonfire. How could we afford to take in the sights? Well, all those thousands of missiles were swallowed by fire. There is no hostile stream, no comms, just a slow, grinding inferno to share with you.
EvE is actually, or Eve's a beautiful game in general, but I know crippling tie-dye can become quite frustrating, but there's something about watching that sort of slow motion ballet of destruction, which is like very, very, very provocative.
Yeah, indeed. And it happened a few times, and in some ways, those can be, from a kill board perspective, seen as the less interesting pipe bombs because there are more survivors with the tie-dye and whatever else, even if the fleet is mostly destroyed. But there's something very odd about just sitting in the middle of that. And after all the planning that goes into the sinos and the scouts and this and that, and checking on comms and deciding who's going to go where and race where, since there's a lot of work getting dictators in position and things like after all that, it's quite strange having this serene moment where you jump in and there's a huge fireball, and then everything goes at glacial pace. And as you can see there, I'm just panning around enjoying the view. I'm not doing anything constructive with
You're turning the overview off and on as well to get more cinematic shots, even though you're in the middle of a fight. Like things could go south, you could get blown up. You take a moment to stop and smell the scorched roses.
I want to say not that I'm necessarily doing anything productive anyway, of course. Sometimes when I'm FCing, my ship is just kind of, drifting in one direction or another, or because Q is my talk key. And this is a little tip, by the way, for if I ever come back to EvE doing pipe bombing, if you want to try and catch me and see who the spy is, he's going to be the guy who holds Q in the, in one of the chat windows, then accidentally presses enter, and you see this in quite a few of my videos, that there's a long collection of Qs, and my alliance has tried to wean me off the Q key. Even now they tried other games to just stop me using Q, but I've stuck to it, a bit like Empyrean sticks to things, and that's my key, damn it. I'm holding it right now and talking to you. If I changed it, you wouldn't have heard from me all evening. So what can I say? It's too late for me to change that. But I'm definitely not doing anything productive all the time anyway, so I'm probably a good person to take in the sights in a pipe bombing like that. But I think it says a little bit about like we were talking about, the spectacle. It's something that wouldn't be there with, for example, Gridline as a weapon. And while it's probably serene for us and maybe less serene if you're trying to get your burning ship out of the fireball, still, I think there's something more memorable about it as a spectacle from all sides. And generally, I like that a lot about EvE. You see, we play quite a lot of games in Rooks and Kings, and we try and play them to a high level in other games too, as best we can. And you can, in many games, plot something that requires energy and effort and skill and whatever else, and then try and execute it. And it's still fun, of course, to see whether a plan can come together. But I think the payoff in EvE is still quite unique. I've never had experiences quite like that, where when you plan something in EvE, if you plan the right thing, not only does it work from a mechanical perspective, but also, and this goes back to some of the things you were talking about with Zond on the last stream, which I thought was very true, that there is this special aesthetic that the people who work very hard on the artwork of EvE and the lore of EvE and all that stuff, that links together with the mechanics in this game, where the result is spectacular as well. And one thing feeds off the other, because it affects the mechanics too, since any one part of a experience like that, burning alive like that, remembers it. So they're going to be damn careful when they warp to the next gate. And if you log a Titan in, you can stop them attacking your tower. So in that sense, it's not just window dressing. It actually plays into the mechanics of the game. And therefore, I think that spectacle is a big part of the game. Along those lines, which was the next video that people know, since we were talking a bit about spectacles, we'd skip BTAC-R. We could actually bring up some of the pictures of BTAC-R. For example, scene 17 was a picture 4K. I made some 4K and 5K recordings of the BTAC-R Titan battle, where back in 2013, 14, not many people were recording in 4K and 5K, and also to get moving footage of this at a good frame rate required a certain amount of overclocking and hardware and having to fiddle around with a few things. There's another shot, scene 24, from the same battle, which has turned up in a lot of different EVE materials. I gave this shot to CCP. And in fact, it turned up in the Victoria and Albert Museum a little while ago, which was quite strange because, again, you see things going the full circle, since we had a lot of artwork from, the black paintings, as they're called, in some of the pipe bombings earlier, obviously what people might call real art. And yet it's nice to kind of to have it go full circle, and EVE actually turns up in the museum as well, because some of the things that unfold there, it's a different kind of art, sure, to a Renaissance painting, but it's it is something special to its spectacle. And the beauty of EVE, why we like to record these kind of things, is that it's the spectacle links together with the gameplay, and in fact it also links together with the hardware that goes into this sort of stuff, because like the expression goes, Vorsprung durch Technik, and that's kind of something we do in Rooks and Kings as well, because we try to get every aspect of our game as to the best level we could. So we used to have entire evenings where we would just jump from one silo to another, and people would have to load grid as quickly as they possibly could to allow us to do pipe bombs on ever shorter warps, so-called combat pipe bombs. And some people's SSDs couldn't handle it, or God forbid, Blue Melon's Mac couldn't handle it, and he'd spawn at the sun. And so we would try and push that. But it's not necessarily that people then had to, buy a different PC. People would send around hardware. You'd get an SSD in the mail from us, get graphics cards. Quite a lot goes into that side of EVE. I mean, there are a lot of expenses in EVE with mumbles and servers, and that all alliances have. But in the same way that the big alliances like Goons have to deal with the man management of thousands, which I respect, and have those expenses, we also had our expenses. I think on the one of the pipe bombing campaigns, I sent out 2 GTX of the original 6GB GTX Titans, a Titan Black, and 3 of the Maxwell Titans, just to sort of, not to mention all the SSDs, just to get things up to a level. And so overclocking and hardware also becomes a passion in Rooks and Kings. And there was a period when I think most of the fleet had a PC that could get to let's say half the fleet could get to the 3D Mark top 100. And even now that we play less, I mean, just as a matter of fun, I still try and stay in the top 20. Although I can't beat Kingpin and the likes of Liquid Nitrogen, I can get Chilled Water and that kind of thing to always a competitive level, And
that's amazing. So just as your fleet doctrines, to enable yourself to sort of punch above your weight, fight outnumbered against a numerically superior foe, you would use expensive ships with expensive fits, everything to like get some more EHP out and give yourself as big as an advantage as you could in the fight. But that also extended to the PCs you're running. So you're farming out hardware amongst Rooks and Kings so that they will load onto grid faster and be able to perform better in fights as well, to squeeze out every frame.
Exactly. And one thing played into another, because the more we got into overclocking as a group, the more spare hardware there was, right? Because if you didn't win the Silicon Lottery on one card, you'd have to go and buy another one, but that creates a spare cards. You give that to the next person, and it does matter, not just in pipe bombing, but there are a lot of people who turn off brackets, for example, in fights. But there's a lot of information in brackets. You need to know where the drone swarm is. You need effects on to see who's neuting what, and information is king in EVE. If there's one thing that also runs through like a thread underneath everything we're talking about tonight, it's information wins fights. And people used to call us in 2009 the ship scanner people, and 2008 and stuff, because we use ship scanners a lot to measure capacitors. And somehow even now, after all these years, people mail me and say, but how did you know how much capacitor was in there? And I keep telling them, and I've told them in so many videos and tried to popularize, use a ship scanner to check people's capacitor. And even now, people sometimes don't. But again, information matters, knowing who's neuting who, where the drone swarm's going. If your job is to smart bomb fighters off and you have brackets not turned on, you're not going to do a good job, because you're going to have to ask who's being primed and then fly over to them rather than follow the drone swarm themselves. So, but also linked to that, I want to say that while you've seen a lot of people, and will continue probably tonight to see a lot of people in big alliances getting pipe bombed and hear them dying and stuff, I've never personally, I think this is true for most Rooks and Kings, had this sort of impression that there's anything wrong with the blob. I mean, sure, we want to hunt it, but I absolutely respect the man management and effort that it takes to marshal forces of thousands into these grand wars and these grand situations. And that's why on the side too, I've tried to make videos like the BTAC-R footage and the one about World War B, or whatever we're calling that war now, because that keeps changing in the propaganda. Videos like that sometimes, which are not to do with us killing people or anyone, but simply a celebration of what EVE is, and also our respect for the effort and energy and the sheer spectacle of seeing thousands of people interacting like that in one place. You don't get that anywhere else. So we don't, I'd hope anyway, and I can't speak for everyone in the Alliance, but we've never hated the blob or hated the people who could bring a lot of numbers. Sure, we have to adapt to it, but that's just part of the game. We absolutely respect, and it's amazing seeing these kind of scenes of thousands and thousands of ships. Sure, a part of me wants to go and pipe bomb them on the way home, but that notwithstanding, there is spectacle there. So this issue of the spectacle of EVE also goes all the way from what we talked about in terms of the tactical aspects of spectacle, but also links to the other side as well, like EVE's place in sort of gaming culture too.
So what was the next movie we had lined up? It's Easter War.
Yeah, Easter War is a short example of the kind of what I'm talking about in terms of the sort of trailers that I would make that were quite popular too, to show the other side of EVE. And let's say, since we've so far been hitting the blob very hard, let's play that to show the other side of the equation and give the blob its credit for the amazing spectacle that it is.
War has returned to New Eden. Here the forces of the Imperium, over 1,400 strong, prepare to defend their home. And here, in relentless waves of reinforcement, the Money Badgers arrive in an endless storm of Tech 3 fleets, maelstroms, rattlesnakes and chimeras, stealth bombers, support and more. Every ship has a role, every ship has a purpose, and here some 3,500 players battle over a specific objective, in a war involving tens of thousands of players. They are sourced from all over the world, and many will have set alarm clocks to be here, as they will for countless other objectives in the weeks to come. Here you see the full, sprawling mass of the Money Badger force, amalgamated from over 24 alliances who hope to stand against the recently dominant Imperium coalition. The result looks undulating and almost organic, but there is method to the madness, and dozens of fleet and squad commanders are coordinating primary, secondary and tertiary targets, fleet anchors and positions, and electronic warfare to disrupt enemy systems. Here, each golden beam denotes one leg of a vast energy spider. When a pilot broadcasts for armor support, a logistic ship catches that broadcast, and its squad provide armor, and in turn that armor requires energy from another logistic ship, and each glowing ray is tied to the fate of one of 3,000 vessels.
Okay, in targeted, needs rest.
Stay aligned,
Broadcast.
stay aligned.
In the distant middle right, you can just see the for once beleaguered Imperium force under massive assault, haloed by their blue module effects. This particular battle will be won by the Money Badgers, but EVE history is littered with wars that have many twists and turns, and the Imperium veterans are no strangers to fighting wars of attrition. Everything here is recorded gameplay from a specific engagement today in the system of JTAC-GAMP. Joining EVE coalitions has never been easier, and any newcomer can be a part of this. And whether you choose to storm the gates or man the wall, there is still everything to fight for, and the most complete virtual world to fight it in.
That is some fantastic narration, I gotta say.
Well, I only had to say what I saw, really. It was a fantastic scene.
Yes, so you were, for that particular fight, I mean, you were present for the fight, you were recording it. Did you know that you were going to make a video about that specifically and you were looking for the shots to get? Or do you sort of sit back after you've accumulated a stockpile of vision and just sort of go through it to see what sort of threads you can sort of pull together?
Sometimes I just go out scouting and see what's out there, and at least in that period. And if there's a chance to hit something, then of course I'll take it. But sometimes, as a scout, you witness like an event unfolding. Of course, it doesn't mean that I might not be pinging to try and get some people on to go in and kill people as well. But when there is a quiet moment, I actually like to, warp around and actually look at what's happening. And sometimes to learn things about the scene and the fleets and so on, but sometimes just to take in the majesty of EVE and just enjoy it, which has occasionally got some of my scouts killed, and then I regretted it because I didn't have a Sino in the right place. But as you talked about with Zond last time, that's sort of the draw of EVE as well, and sometimes you get sucked in. And once you've got a recording like that, especially in that era, not many people were making recordings like that. So not many recordings existed of some of those engagements, then you feel as an EVE player there's a sort of duty to sort of put that out there in the most neutral way you can. If you don't have a horse to back in the race, then you lay out the conflict for what it is and you put the footage out there.
My only regret right now is that I am streaming this in 1080p, so the shots aren't being quite done the justice that they could probably have if they were around 1440 or proper 4K, but it's nice to know that you're sitting on that stockpile, and hopefully over time you're going to continue to keep releasing little tidbits of information. I have to ask, like, what's the current status of Rooks and Kings in the game vis-a-vis EVE? Your feelings on it, because you've kind of stepped away a little bit in recent years.
Yes, we have in recent years, and we still there's been a perception that we all went to Serenity and never came back or something, which is not true, of course. We might hopefully talk a bit about my friendship with Fulcrum today.
Sure.
But generally speaking, since the end of 2014, let's say, we've only come back in cameos, like with the Grid Line, for example, or with First Light on the 5th day, where we went and tried to get the inside story really on the world in the East. So we've only really come back to make cameo appearances, I think it'd be fair to say. The issue there really is that I probably spent about 7 years of my life FCing constantly, getting up for tower timers and carriers tackled and whatever else at strange hours, and enjoyed every minute of it, don't get me wrong. And the same is true for all of Rooks and Kings. But because we know each other for so many years, and we've always kind of kept the same core group, inevitably there's a difference in terms of the time people can invest in their 30s and 40s compared to their 20s. As a general kind of thing, responsibilities pile up, things like that. And we don't really do things half measure. So I wouldn't want to do a campaign and not do it properly, because at least to this day, we've tried to go full force when we do. So I don't regard myself as having left EVE, partly because whenever you do anything in EVE, it becomes linked to other things. And from all the generous comments here in the chat, it's makes me feel still part of the EVE community. I still think of Tranquility as home. But the recent years have been only cameos, as you've seen from the videos. And for example, our last video, First Light, is one that takes place on the Serenity server. But it's really more about getting the inside story there and presenting some things that people perhaps haven't seen before. And that's generally been the kind of the interactions I've been having with EVE in the past few years, sometimes turning up to hopefully provide some insight or something a bit different, but we haven't been playing at all with the kind of intensity that we did in those core years, of course.
Oh, you absolutely cast a very long shadow. And even if you haven't been particularly active in recent years, I mean, the fact that there's still 1,000 people watching this stream after nearly 4 hours, or over 4 hours, I should say, is probably like a testament to just how much influence and how you've left your fingerprints on the game. A few people have asked in chat tonight, have you ever considered sort of making a comeback? Or I think you might have said to me that's maybe one day when you've got a bit more time on your hands.
Yes, absolutely. I don't feel like I'm done with EVE at all. Theoretically, following the same logic, right? If the responsibilities pile up, there has to come a day with when we're on our Zimmer frames and in the retirement home where we have plenty of time. And then it'll truly be the few against the many, because the few of us who are still alive have to continue the fight. So thematically, that will fit. And yeah, perhaps we will. But hopefully there'll be something before then. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. So I'd still like to get something in while we're a bit more fit and able.
Yeah. Okay, so the next video that we've got lined up, would you like to speak to that a little bit before we start it?
Sure. So we mentioned Fulcrum just now, and we also mentioned some of the sort of weapons that were on the table to pick from, and another one of those weapons, which I will talk about Fulcrum after this probably. One of the people who wanted to deploy that and did deploy that was Fulcrum, and this weapon, along the lines of grid line and pipe bombing, was called the Trebuchet, which is a bit like watching a game of galactic billiards. So we could have a look at that one now. It's a fairly short example of another kind of secret weapon.
All right, let's take a look.
Lately, a lot of people have asked me what we think about the mass proliferation of Archons in recent nullsec combat. Our Pantheon group was first in action over half a decade ago, and the time is gone when 30 Archons and a few supercapitals comprised a large force in New Eden. That torch has long passed to the nullsec coalitions, and we work more on other weapons. And so, by way of answer, I'll take a little break from other upcoming videos to return to an old testing facility, where the rusting hulks of spaceships lie covered in snow and ice. This is where Eldorath and John tested the Trebuchet, and given that some of the recent nullsec Archon battles have taken place on POS grids, I thought I'd share a little footage. After developing it, we spent much time developing methods to counter it, since broadly spaced carriers are more easily bounced by support, and we expected it one day to be used against us. but I'll leave the explanation to later. From the name Trebuchet, you can probably see where this is going.
Yes, sir. You ready? On siege. Three, two, one.
Once in siege mode, the Trebuchet Dreadnought has its right to the POS shield rejected by a loader, who changes the password, an act which does not eject the loader himself. This sends the Trebuchet hurtling into the carrier group at impossible speed, whereupon some carriers are knocked hundreds of kilometers apart. A Trebuchet group of a dozen dreadnoughts could be used to destroy the remote repability of an entire carrier force, or, alternatively, small groups of carriers could be knocked off the edges, isolated with bubbles, separated by defensive bubbles, and then killed by warping large groups of support onto them. Setting up the Trebuchet takes practice, though Eldereth, John and myself were able to set up the hits shown here within around 15 to 20 seconds. Interestingly, the Dreadnought itself would usually survive, for it continues to hurtle through space at faster speeds than an interdictor, and after 5 minutes is likely to be thousands of kilometers from the battle, whereupon it can jump out directly as siege mode ends. Then, it could jump back in, warp to the loader's covert spot, and be fired again. The Trebuchet could even be used on a cap fleet defending their tower. First, you'd engage warp drive to a well-placed warp-in, using a stolen password. Then, after warp drive was activated, you'd change the password. Upon landing, the Trebuchet will be fired from the shield. Finally, the Trebuchet system can serve as a remote starburst. Imagine your carrier fleet is trapped far from your POS shield. As a final resort, by firing a Trebuchet group into your own cap fleet, you can starburst many of them clear of bubbles and to safety. It could also be used to free a bubbled Titan. Let's have a look at another example with the speedometer on. Of course, it demands a specific situation and good execution. But, if all else fails, one could always use it to make a fleeting cameo on grid with a most absurd dreadnought drive-by shooting.
Like my drive-by shooting note.
Absolutely brilliant. So did the trebuchet ever get much practical application? Did it get used outside the laboratory as it was?
Yes, it did. Actually, the first person who used it was Fulcrum, which gives us a good segue into his adventures, and so we can talk a bit about the China stuff too.
Sure.
And he contacted me what must be like a decade ago now, originally, and PIBC, I should say, which is now known as this monster power in the East, was still powerful, but in a different state, of course, back then. And Fulcrum contacted me saying that he wanted to use some of our doctrines and tactics and so on to, specifically the first thing he asked about was to build a strong Logi wing, because he wanted, this was the period around Ironclad, and we had the Ironclad Guardian fit that had become very popular in EvE and that sort of stuff. And he wanted to know beyond what information he could get on the forums and the kill boards and the battle reports and things like that. He wanted an insight line on how to build the ultimate Logi fleet. Now, in EvE, you get lots of convos of people wanting this, that, and the other. But what made it a bit more unusual was having this fleet commander from a parallel universe asking about some of your fits and your tactics and that sort of thing. He says in chat 2011, actually, that sounds about right. So I think actually one of the first things that we talked about was the man management of Guardian fleets rather than the fits and that sort of thing, and how we would have sort of hero pairs of Guardians that would kind of informally compete, since Guardian pilots don't care about kill mails, all that kind of stuff, but they have their finger on the pulse of the fight. They can see how it's going, and to be the sort of core groups that are the core Guardians that are relied on a lot was a aspect of prestige in Rooks and Kings. And at that period, and they actually have quite a lot of Guardian pilots from that period in chat here. I mean, I saw Cross here earlier as well, and we've got Scrubs and Skit and a whole bunch of other people. And around that period, people would have to submit their fraps. We had a bit of FTP server. People would upload the fraps of their individual performances in each fight each day, and Mesh would look through them at the weekend and then try and give tips and that sort of thing. So that was something that I told Fulcrum about, and I believe that he also instigated stuff like that too.
Right.
And another thing that that we did, which really a lot of alliances do, if we have a picture of tigers, for example, this we did, of course, equivalents back then for Guardian stuff as well. This one is a more recent one from the Tigers and Winter campaign from 2013, 2014. And after every campaign, Noz would make a painting like this, and we would honor some of the people who killed the most fleets, a bit like notches on a submarine tower, that kind of thing. And Scrubs has the lead credit there. I think he killed 8 or 10 fleets in that campaign. And so we would sort of, you kind of honor your champions that way. And that's something I talked to Fulcrum about as well from the Logi point of view. Back then we did that for Logi too. And that's something that he took on board, I think, because if we switch to a picture called Pipe Medal, sorry, PIBC, too many pipe on, PIBC medal, yeah, there we go. Rather than this where we had a picture, for example, he actually took that on board, where every member of the Alliance who was in the 49 TAC-U battle, where the most Titans ever had been killed, actually got a physical medal in the mail, and they would actually arrive at their doorstep, and they could actually have something physical. So in a sense, it was an example of him taking something that I told him, and then, as Fulcrum likes to do, taking it to the next level and pushing it out a bit further.
That's absolutely brilliant. You could also, if you accumulated enough of these over the times, you'd also get the ribbon stamps, which you could build like a little the little board you know, like a decorated colonel or something, with each ribbon representing a different
Absolutely.
campaign or some sort of qualification or something.
And if you turn up to every fleet, you can be like a North Korean general by the end of it, almost weighed down by your different medals, going down the pants legs and everything, So we had this dialogue in the early years where he was very interested in how Rooks and Kings functioned and how we did things, and of course I was intrigued by his enthusiasm and by his insight as well. And he showed me quite a few other things, like for example, if we go to Gathering. A picture called Gathering, which I was again quite surprised about, where in this case they're pictures of a meeting they have where they gather up and they watch Clarion Call 3 in a hall here, and there's some posters and t-shirts and all kinds of things. And I was a bit taken aback by that in 2011, that these people in the other side of the world were dissecting our videos and reverse engineering this, that, and the other. And in fact, Fulcrum seemed to know a lot more about my fleet than I did at times. So I thought, right, this is quite odd, and these people this group pays a lot of attention to things. So that intrigued me as well, the sort of enthusiasm and the energy, and sometimes people have the impression, I think, especially on Reddit and elsewhere, that everything in China is just RMT and botting and all that stuff, which is a big problem, no doubt. But that's not the full story. There are a lot of people there who are really captivated by the mechanics of the game, by the lore of the game for that matter, and who are really EVE fans to the core. And that's important too. And all the people that I know personally in PIBC Command, for example, for them, EVE has never been a way to pay their rent. It's always been the opposite. It's an arena for them to spend money, because they also have to buy games for people to sort of keep them busy when they're sat on a Titan, and have to worry about graphics cards failing for someone and replacing it, and servers to maintain, and all the different expenses, gatherings and meetups that go into playing EVE. So while those things are a problem, that's never been part of the world of the people that I know from there, and who very generously kind of gave me a window into that world. So inevitably, Fulcrum became part of the group, I suppose, and there was a certain period in RNK where, after a certain hour, when the fleet quietened down and it was just a few of us on TeamSpeak, Fulcrum would turn up at a strange hour of the night and bring us the latest news from the east, and it was like turning over a battle map and then looking at it in reverse and seeing a parallel universe. And that's something that that I wanted to kind of celebrate in a few videos, as well, as we'll see in a moment. But he took a lot of the doctrines that we used and the plans that we used, and transposed them to the Serenity server. And in the next video, which is called Message in a Bottle, which is kind of a celebration of that, where I took a slightly different approach, more like a trailer format with custom animation, where the Chinese world is rotoscoped and our server is the raw footage. And we see a kind of a pipe bombing unfolding on in both worlds, as he takes the weapon from our world, and the synode that's lit here gets fulfilled over there. So there's now, sure, some things are dressed up. Fulcrum and I don't talk via a wormhole. We just talk on TeamSpeak. So some things are dressed up, and I suppose we are digging under the Great Firewall of China to make this conversation and to plan our schemes. But of course, there's a certain amount of lore and dressing that plays into this. But it's kind of a celebration of a partnership, and also you hear some of the comms of the first big pipe bombings in the parallel universe of EVE, and you kind of see I remember talking to Hilmar about this, of all people, who was pretty interested in this idea of a weapons technology sort of organically developing in a virtual world, and then transposing itself despite all of the sort of social boundaries and legal issues and different things that get put in the way, that somehow the EvE signal finds its way through, which is the sort of theme, I guess, that Hilmar is always interested in. This video is called Message in a Bottle, and this was the first video about Fulcrum, really.
Prepare the data probe. Wormhole is critical. Launch now.
这里是仙仙，我们检测到继为星系行星8的大气层内有异常的探针。该探针有非同寻常的反物质信号，请报告给总指挥。
这是总指挥，请立马帮我准备手大型内分润地。
探针的核心在坠毁中保存了下来。总指挥，我相信我们可以将它解码。
My dear Fulcrum, I am speaking to you via a bridge between worlds. Packaged with this message, you will find the secrets of our weapon, colloquially known as pipe bombing.
Rooks Fleet, check Rook Fleet on BDD gate.
Oh no, 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 no!
Oh no, no.
Oh shit. Overload your hardness, overload your hardness.
Burn up.
Overload your hardness. Shoot that guy, shoot that guy, shoot that guy. Come on, shoot him, shoot him, shoot him. Broadcast. It's tie-dyed, we lost. Fuck!
So much changes in language and culture, yet we both shop at Jita. Both our fleet commanders dance between the same doctrines, and the masters of Nullsec both preside over vast renter empires. But funerary majesty bears its own yoke, and if Capsuleers live the same way, they should die the same way.
你们确定后面没有人落队啊？掉队啊？
我操！这边打个泡泡，继续干嘛？
哎，那个本地最上面的红警，
本地有诱导，
对，本地有诱导，本地有诱导开了。
Where's the Sonic? Where's the Sonic?
No.
我看见了，打了泡泡，
跟随咋的了走位，跟随咋的了走位，跟随。
主动站位打开，别跟着我走位啊！我靠，老子他妈的是青蓝，我靠！所有人冲门，不管，所有人冲门，开微曲冲门，快！
Hey guys, hang on, shit. Fucking hell. Pipe bombing is going on in 6G. Son of a bitch.
我靠，是炸弹团！
男炸弹，我操！
所有人冲门，快！
Guys, burn away. Get away from that.
Oh my god.
I blew up in the middle of warping.
What happened? What happened to the fucking frigs that were supposed to burn ahead?
直接爆了！
来一下，要不我们反击着打，照着他就没。把这个介入点掉。
People are still walking to the gate. The fuck?
Guys, fucking.
炸弹船怎么点？
过门呀！打个屁呀！
冲门，听懂命令没有？
他妈只有50公里，你们不冲门过门，我靠！
不要冲上去啊！卡纳尼斯别冲啊！
super awesome white
Oh, dude, they got everyone.
I have a white screen. It's shaped like an X.
Yeah, that's kind of a cool
awesome.
death scene. I haven't seen it yet.
Don't forget to upgrade your clones.
I just have a white screen right now.
Yeah, me too.
Same. It's because we're all in heaven now.
我们在这个世界上所做的一切，彼此正产生共鸣。
So cool. You really stretched your legs with that one, going down the full-blown narrative angle. How did you? What was the source of 3D graphics and so forth?
Yeah, so that time it had stuff done in Unreal and Maya and programs like that, just to, because I wanted to dress up the, I suppose, the concept a little bit, since it was a little bit unusual having an EvE doctrine take place in two parallel worlds, since of course people think of EvE as a single shard experience, and that's why I thought it'd be fun to have one world rotoscoped and one not rotoscoped, and make a slightly different format for this as well, which I think went down quite well. We made it, I suppose, partly for Billy and the kind of so that the Serenity audience would have something from us that was made for them, but also it was on the usual channels here, and I think played at one of the fan fests and stuff. So it was fun to have something that was a different format to the usual, and also got to celebrate the fact of Fulcrum taking this weapon from one world and then deploying it in another, which because by this time he was in Rooks and Kings as well, which actually kind of went into a third world, into his real world as well, because we were, in fact, through, you see, Rooks and Kings, we all know each other. We, in some ways, our lives can be intertwined, whether it's Misa working on some AI project of a neural net and we're testing it for him, or Noz building some virtual world in VR, or in this case, one of Fulcrum's adventures with us, which actually led him to Australia. So we were partly responsible for sending him to Australia. And he'd gone there to study. And I mean, he tells the story better than I do. But essentially, on his first day, the professor of the group wanted everyone to introduce themselves and, talk a bit about what their hobbies were and all the usual kind of stuff. So they go around the class and it gets to Fulcrum's turn. And he says, I play EVE Online in my spare time, and I'm a member of Rooks and Kings. And so the professor looks at him and says, you pipe bombed me 3 times. Because in fact, test professor, best professor of all the places, this guy was in Test Alliance. But unfortunately, no further qualification was given to anyone else as to what this meant, which is a good example of EVE jargon. And for much of the rest of the semester, most of the other people in the class thought Fulcrum was some kind of terrorist. So that sort of followed him around for a little while. And so I guess the pipe bombing exploits, caught up with him in the end. But he took quite a few even unusual R&K tactics, like the trebuchet, and deployed them over there, which is great to see. I mean, it's humbling actually to work on a doctrine or a meta or whatever else, and then see someone deploy it in a parallel universe almost, and see the fruits of it later, or to some extent be involved in it. Of course, not that as people have seen from my videos, like the recent one, which we won't show today, it's too long, but that I'm just trying to maintain my dignity when I play on the Serenity server, and everyone in Fleet thinks that I'm doing something clever about it, and really all I'm doing is praying that I haven't mixed up the self-destruct button on the menu with the jump button on the Titan, and I'm trying not to simply explode in front of all of them, and that's my entire agenda for the evening, to not completely humiliate myself while they give me far too much credit.
And that video is Twilight on the 5th day. Have I got the name right?
Yeah, First Light on the 5th day.
First
and
Light.
It's a bit of a long one, probably too long for this format, since we have all kinds of other things. But
yes.
But Falcon.
I was just going to say I would absolutely encourage folks to go and find that on YouTube at some point. It's a fantastic video. I mean, it's a message in a bottle, writ large, and the way that Lord Maldoror intertwines this parallel story between Serenity and Tranquility, and also it sheds a light on a lot of the activity that takes place on Serenity. Like Lord Maldoror said before, I think sometimes players from Serenity are unfairly maligned by players from Tranquility. And when you watch First Light on the Fifth Day, you will see just the most ferocious, tenacious, absolutely committed pilots that you've ever seen, who are equal, if not superior, to the players on Tranquility in terms of just their ferocity and persistence when it comes to fighting against overwhelming odds.
Yes, they can be quite relentless in terms of the fights they'll take. And that's fascinating to see the things that stay the same and also the things that change over there on that server. So it's an interesting balance there in terms of somewhere like Jita still being the place to shop, and yet there are some things that take place there which probably wouldn't happen here, like some of the massive dreadnought battles where, as I'd mentioned before, even in a losing cause, sometimes a fleet would continue to jump in, and I might say something to Fulcrum like, surely now it's time to bubble up and spread points, and he tells me that no, there's still 2 more waves that are going to jump in here. Trust me, and sure enough they do. So it's really makes for an interesting adventure and an interesting journey. And as far as pipe bombing, for example, goes, Fulcrum is one of the people who has actually still been pipe bombing sometimes. And recently he went after Edo Knight's Munin fleet. Now, the situation that led to that was that Elo had gone onto Twitter, I believe, and said something like Rooks Kings are idiots. Well, I mean, I'd let it go personally. I don't really follow Twitter very much, but anyway, Fulcrum had noticed that. And previously, we hadn't targeted the Black Legion Munin fleets during the pipe bomb eras, although we did sometimes have ears on them, because they too were like us, often in the situation of being the few fighting the many, and they took different approaches, like with the Munin fleet, to try and tackle that problem. And of course, Munins, most likely the enemies, their enemies, would have more Munins than we had, than Black Legion had. So the other fleet would usually be the target. And for example, I've got an example of that actually, where I believe this is a recording where Black Legion run across the remains of a fleet that's been annihilated by a pipe bomb, and they're talking about it. And I think it's Elo who's talking about, in this clip, I was talking about having had his spy in this complicated web of EvE relationships, so having his spy in the fleet that got pipe bombed, and that being his favorite part of the evening. And I think that's called a field of wrecks. It's just an audio clip, so we can listen to that for a moment.
All right, I'll play that now.
Jump J6 line, jump J6 line, jump J6 line, jump J6 line. Come on, jump J6, jump J6, jump J6. Someone crashed. Arbalest Storm, you crashed. Arbalest Storm and Exinius, you crashed. Log in and come with us. Log in and come with us.
Ooh, guys, you see those wrecks there? That looks pretty painful.
Is that really the Goku fleet?
Yeah, that's the Goku fleet.
Can someone light a signer so I can bridge in Noctis?
Guys, warp to K6, warp to K6. As you're behind, catch up. You're behind, catch up. Come on.
Who killed the Goku fleet?
The Kings.
Who else would do that? We tried it one time, but failed.
I got rid of an Abaddon though.
Rip Abaddon's best fleet.
I don't know, man. Those already Abaddons suck.
That would have fought some fleet.
Jump a line, guys. So close to home. I think the best part of that fleet, boys, was make about 13 excuses in 30 seconds about why his fleet got killed by Goku. His Goku fleet got bombed on the way by the fucking Rooks and Kings. Oh, I shouldn't have formed a fleet. I was sick. Oh, fuck. I had no intel. Nobody wanted to bridge me. He flung out 50 fucking excuses in 10 seconds. Guys, keep going. Keep going.
Do you have SoundCloud?
No, I don't share my SoundCloud.
So as he says, he doesn't share his SoundClouds. I guess we're breaking that cardinal rule by sharing SoundClouds. So anyway, they seemed very, very happy with the fruits of pipe bombing, and we'd never really targeted them. So Fulcrum was probably surprised when he went on Twitter and saw this tweet, against our honor. Like I say, I'd have probably let it go, but Fulcrum decided not to, since I think he'd also said on Reddit that he wouldn't have got hit in that fashion like some of the FCs there.
So we've heard a common thread in lots of remarks by FCs tonight.
Yeah, indeed. Although he's a fantastic FC, and I have to say I like Black Legion a lot. They take some wonderful fights and doctrines, and they have a lot of awesome people who I count as friends. So I'm a big supporter of theirs. But still, if we bring up Winter 1 JPEG, no sooner had that been tweeted than this turns up on Reddit, and as they say here, that someone just RNK'd Elo's Munion fleet, and apparently Elo fined himself 10 billion for the loss, which seems a bit excessive and unnecessary. But still, if we then go to like Winter 2, I think shows about 25 billion Munions getting wiped out. We probably have to scroll back on this one to fit any of that stuff. Since I guess that'll be a long list of Munions if we just make that one a small screenshot to fit into the window.
Yeah, I'll play with that once I get done panning.
But it just goes to show that pipe bombs can still be out there, and Fulcrum is probably the only one who's done one recently.
See, we're now halfway through the list.
Well, it would be a long list of Munions. I'm sure a lot died. Now we can save your fingers the trouble of going through all of that. But for people who want to see that pipe bomb, I believe that that's out there somewhere on Bilibili with comms, and that's another fun one to watch. Going back to the earlier recording, where we listened to Black Legion coming across the wreck of a Goku fleet. Now, Goku fleet is not a particularly difficult pipe bomb target. Of course, one could probably do that with a couple of pipe bombers. But on that particular day, I remember that they'd been marauding around the region, being top dogs. So we thought, why not? Why not go for them? And it did lead to one wonderful little moment where we hear the pipe bomb unfolding on the scout's speakers, because it seems like the scout has the in-game sound playing through his speakers, and we actually hear that reverberating effect, giving the rest of the fleet a little clue as to what's about to happen to them, which is, despite it otherwise being a very regulation kind of pipe, I mean, these wonderful little moments pop up sometimes. So let's bring up the Goku fleet.
Just tell them they're too late. We're not dealing with people that are in fucking back in pocket, because we don't have time for that shit.
FC, that link shows their entire comp. At least what's on the gate.
How far off gate were they? Okay. Alright guys, fleet jump.
They just launched all their drones and they bubbled up.
Okay. Hey, can you get a warp in on them?
They're burning off, okay.
I actually might be able to. Cool.
Fleet warp out, fleet warp out.
Warp drive active.
User was moved to your channel.
Have Simon.
Uh-oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Good night. Bomber.
The fuck?
So I've paused it there.
Yes, and this is just these little wonderful moments turn up where no one could say it's a great piece of scouting, but in terms of dramatic foreshadowing, it has no equal. Where you just hear the scout say, "Uh-oh, I'm dead, good night," and in the background you hear boom, 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 boom of what's awaiting them. And I love those little moments. I mean, you could argue that that's what scouting should be all about, because he is telling them what's in their very near future.
Yeah, he's providing that intelligence.
Have Simon.
Uh-oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Good night. Bomber.
The fuck are these rogues? Oh, god.
Well, they have Simon.
We just got pipe bomb, guys.
Pipe bomb.
Get your hardeners on, you're all gonna die. Yeah, we're all dead.
Embarrassing.
They Sinai.
Yeah, I know, but beyond the gate, it's like we went right into their bubble off the gate.
Fuck, embarrassing.
They said it would they frankly.
So we're the scout.
Yeah, but how did they know where we were?
It's Rooks and Kings.
Yeah.
Rooks and Kings always knows where you are.
Yeah, guys, they didn't even light a Sino on that one, so it was kind of a hard to predict.
They did.
Did they? I didn't
Yeah.
see the Sino.
I was jumped in a little bit late and the sound went up just as I warped.
Ah.
Hey, dude, what happens?
GG.
I warped in there.
We got pipe bombed.
Why?
Oh, that's good stuff.
Upgrade your clones. That's another thing we've heard a lot tonight.
Yes, that's true. And I guess that's something that's changed in the game now, right? Without the medical clones. So there'll never be that slight kick again of someone losing Wing Command 5.
Oh, yeah, thankfully. I think I managed to get through my entire EVE career before that change was made, with maybe only forgetting to do it one time. So I consider myself lucky. And I'm just glad it's not one more thing to worry about now.
True, yeah. No one wants to go through that. So maybe that's a change for the better.
So we're quite deep into the stream now. It's been about, I think, about 5 hours. Do you have anything left in the tank, Lord Maldoror, that you wanted us to watch tonight?
Well, we do have. I'd say we're probably about halfway through the folder of unreleased clips and things. This is actually. I probably overestimated how much I put in that folder for you, and I still plan to upload more because you have to remember that this comes from a massive archive. I'd say that the released videos are probably maybe 0.5% of that, and so and that's all the released videos ever. So there's not a shortage of these kind of things, because when you play EVE for such a long period of time, obviously you build up a lot of material that way, and because those things become important to you also in terms of the voices of the people you once knew and the tense situations you were once in, then those are things you want to remember, and maybe look back on when I'm in that retirement home plotting my new weapon to come back and hit EVE.
How do you keep a track of all of it? do you have some sort of like to keep like a catalog so that you know what's in certain files, or is it all in your head?
No, it's cataloged by file, and there's an inventory based on when the when the recording was made and who might be involved. I think the Mitani.com once did an interview with them where they took some pictures of there's some pictures there of the archive and some stacks of WD gold drives and whatnot. So it's that way, if I'm hit by a bus, Eld has a key, so he can he can continue the evenings like this, I suppose. But there is a lot there, and of course, some things are some stories are captured completely in fraps. Some stories require, like we've seen today, some of the recordings to really understand the psychology of what was going on between the lines. But then there are some stories, again, that probably aren't even in that archive, because there aren't even things that are recorded on the hostile comms or anywhere, really, because they're things little adventures that happen in actual life out of it. Like, for example, hunting Inter. Now, Inter's a good FC, and he got pipe bombed a lot. He was Black Ops pipe bombed. He was pipe bombed at a perch. On one occasion, he was baited to a carrier that was in distress when it was in fact a pipe bomb trap. So he got hit quite a few times, but he's smart and he's sharp, and he got a lot of scouts ready, and he became pretty smart in terms of how to avoid getting pipe bombed. And then there was one particular day where we were defending something, and I needed to pipe bomb him between A and B. And so you need to, you have to get someone. It's not just a target of opportunity. And I knew it'd be difficult to get him again, because we tried a couple more times and he'd escaped. So one of the, well, there are many ways to try and trap people with a pipe bomb, but one of the final aspects is that even if someone has eyes on everything, they still have to actually click the button to make the warp. And so what I did was I went to Stables Market in Camden. Camden's a very, very nice place. England's pretty deserted right now, I suppose, but generally it's a very vibrant, kind of alternative place. You get a lot of stalls, and you also get people selling their wares from all corners of the world. Some of those people call themselves traders, some explorers, but whatever you'd ever want to call them, they have different trinkets from around. So if you want looking for antiques or African masks or something a little out of the ordinary, you'd go to Stables Market. And in fact, we can bring up a picture of a sign in Stables Market, which kind of fits thematically along with that's a sign that's above a cafe in Stables Market. And Camden's a nice place by the river where you can sit and have a drink and ponder things as well. And I went there and I went shopping for an antique stopwatch. I wanted an antique stopwatch, like a proper clicky stopwatch, like the kind of thing you use to track a torpedo heading into a freighter or something. And I found one, a really nice antique stopwatch. And my plan was to time, because Interview was running many fleets, so my plan was to time how long it takes him each time, once he's got everything clear, to actually press the button on his mouse. I mean, even once he knows everything and he's announced what he's going to do and when he has to do the warp, but how long is his reaction from moving between his screens where he has his scouts to actually clicking on, does he right click? Does he use a shortcut? What's actually his technique of clicking the mouse? And with a stopwatch, I went and timed every single click that he'd have had to make in that way.
Wow.
And now I did that with also on a clipboard and a fountain pen. I could have used Notepad, but but it's nicer that way. I mentioned computers and all earlier, and LANs and water cooling and chilled water stuff and overclocking. Many people, when they meet me away from the bunker and all, where I've got everything, they're actually surprised that I even know what a computer is, because I like using a fountain pen. I don't use a mobile phone. If I sit on a train, I like to look out the window. So when it comes to something like this, then yeah, why not do it the old-fashioned way with a leather-bound clipboard and a fountain pen and an antique stopwatch? I think that adds a little color to it.
That knowing what I know about you, this comes as no surprise to me.
So that's what I busied myself with for quite a while, just writing down, noting and timing every time he has to click this button. And it's interesting because in many in a game like EvE, there are so many different complexities to do with metagames and fits and EFT and theory and one and another thing. Some of the things we've touched on today, and probably a million things that we haven't. And yet, when it really comes to it, in the final moment, it becomes a very simple equation, which is when I've got my bubble trap, I have to try and click just before he clicks to the point where he can no longer stop clicking. A really simple equation. I click, he clicks. I click, he clicks. I click, he clicks. And you kind of plan that out in a mantra in your head. And it's a game within a game. Like I play Forza, for example. And we'd never played a car game before we tried Forza, but we try and play to a high level. We try and get up in all the leaderboards and the rivals times and all that stuff to try and get to the top 10 and this and that. And so we enjoy a game like that. But in a game like that, you also see there are a lot of different ways you can set up your car, and from every little detail or things you might learn on a track. But when it comes to battling with someone who is roughly equivalent to you in terms of lap time and who's also got a well set up car, the game comes down to a very simple equation, which is that you try and go on the racing line, let's say to the right, and they'll cover, and then you go into the left. It's a bit like tapping someone on the shoulder and they look one way, and then you tap them again the other way. You go that way. A really, really simple game within a game. And all that complexity in the end comes down to this really simple equation. So that's really what happened here, which is that while you've heard a lot about pipe bombings to do with virtue probers to try and catch someone on a perch when a scepter lingers too long, or you've heard about getting bound spots or baiting people into traps and all kinds of complicated things. On the other end of the spectrum, though, sometimes it comes down to a really simple equation, which is I click, he clicks, I click, he clicks. And if there's too much gap between there, and I fail. And if it's in the wrong order and he clicks, I click, I fail because I'll go through the bubble. But I click, he clicks, then I got him. So it comes down to this really simple equation. And then there's a nice moment there by sitting down at Camden by the river. And now, sure, you could say that I could have done it digitally, so therefore I didn't need the fountain pen. I didn't need the stopwatch. I probably did need the wine. But still, sitting there and thinking that this is what it comes down to. You look at your antique stopwatch and you're already thinking in your mind that when that day comes, I click, he clicks, I click, he clicks. And you're going to try and get that gap down while maintaining the right order to such a small margin that you get him. And then, of course, when it worked, I clicked, he clicked. And then it was too late. Then he committed and he knew it, I knew it. We both knew it. It was over. He was dead. There's nothing he could do at that point because all the events had been set into motion. But all those events started a long time before he jumped into the system. All those events started at Stables Market in Camden with a sign about the devil and me buying an antique stopwatch. So it's strange the way that EvE works in that fashion. and it's interesting sitting there and looking at the stopwatch and thinking about all this in your mind and thinking, well, I just bought this. I'm going to sit here and have my glass of wine, and then I'm going to think about killing someone in space, and that's why I'm here. That's what my little mission here is.
That again betrays, I think, just typical of Rooks and Kings and yourself in particular, just the amount of respect that you bring to it. It's almost like a craft, you know. I mean, I played it for a long time. I do love the game, and I have a healthy amount of respect for it. But and it's occupied my mind, you know, while I'm trying to fall asleep and those kinds of things. But there's I think it's probably something fundamental about your personality, which is what leads you to take that leap for that extra bit of investment and the extra sort of personal mile that you go, and which speaks a lot to obviously your passion for the game too.
And I think that's true of most EVE players, really. I do think if there's one thing that sets EVE players apart from really any other game community, is that this has always been a game where people do go the extra mile.
Yeah. All right. Do we have something else that we were going to play tonight? I'm sorry, I've lost. There were so many videos, I've actually lost track of where we were up to on my document.
Well, I guess given that it's nearing 2 o'clock and it's probably getting late, there was another campaign that we were planning to go into called Operation Tinder Mode, which is quite a fascinating campaign. But I'm guessing that.
Well, let's put it to Twitch chat. I'm happy to hang around here and keep going if you're willing. What does Twitch chat? They want us to keep going? Yeah. Looks like they're enjoying it. So yeah, let's keep going. Are you still with me?
Yes, I
Sorry.
certainly am. So
you just have to remind me to what to queue up next because I've completely lost track.
So now I think we go back to Providence, and this was sometime after the Clarion Call 4 era. And Operation Tinder Mode, as it was called, was essentially about creating a kind of ring of fire around the region, because Providence was to some extent under attack on SBUs, and as is often the case, Providence often becomes a testing ground for empires who want to get their war machine in order, and perhaps because of their unique NRDS stance in the game, they become a target for that. So we'd had a good relationship with Hidetoshi, Core Blood Brothers, all awesome people, fantastic FCs. And, I really think Providence, the PvP, is often underestimated because they're not able to throw super caps around, for example, since they're not part of a major power block traditionally. But they know their stuff. They have some great PvPers and some really fantastic FCs. Are there many people from Provi on here tonight, by the way? Let's have a look at the chat.
Yeah, there's a few getting around.
Is Hidetoshi still active in Provi and Core Blood Brothers?
Oh, looks like that's a no.
Yeah, that's a shame. The Core left, apparently. Okay, that's a bit.
People often
Well,
move on to greener pastures.
Indeed, as someone says here, Hidetoshi was a very passionate guy, and wherever he is, I'm quite certain that he still is. So, well, the Ring of Fire and this the pipe bombings around that period presented a few examples of the effect of tie-dye as well. Now, if we bring up a picture, let's have a look of EMP Route 2. This picture was made by I guess it's now Imperium News. I think it's was the Betani.com. Yes, perfect. There it is. A fairly simple graphic, really, which sums up at least the objective, if not the result, of the Insidious Empire fleet that had been hitting SPUs. Insidious Empire were led by Freeze, who is also an excellent FC and has a very storied and impressive history in EvE. And he'd arrived in Provi, I think, to sort of test the mettle of Insidious Empire, who had some allies and PL and a few other different groups who were just some of the, because you'll hear on the comms some of the other groups being mentioned, but I think Insidious Empire was the bulk of it. And in this example, they had come to attack an SPU, and if we bring up I believe tindermode.jpg, we can actually have a little look. Of course, what happened to this? We've seen a lot of red today. A lot of pipe bombs are also done with EMP for white. So we had our two flavors of pipe bombing, if you will.
Yeah, is it Proton you mostly use on the Rooks just because of the resistance profile?
Yeah. So we really had just different flavors of pipe bombs depending whatever the lowest EHP was on the target that we were going to hit. Mm-hmm. And as they mentioned here on the TMC report, they said that N3 sent a Goku fleet to the battle, which was intercepted. Okay, that was also killed, but still. Let me just bring up the quote.
That's right.
Here we go. So, Providence forces formed up early and strong to kill off an off-sound mine tower placed to reinforce the night before, which they successfully killed before turning their attention to the onlining SBUs. Sound and NMG bombers provided harassment while EMP subcaps formed, but the subcaps are pipe-bombed by Rooks Kings on their way into the system. The resulting time dilation killed half the bombers also, who were mid-run at the time. So that was a case where we were able to knock out the main fleet that was coming for the SBU, but as a bonus, the tie-dye, we talked earlier about the spectacle that tie-dye creates, but of course it's also a tactical element, also knocked out the bomber fleet since it hit the mid-run and ended up with their destruction. And now we could play a little clip of we'll actually hear the CVA perspective on their comms, because they've been tracking this 150, 200-man Insidious Empire fleet. So we've heard a lot tonight from our perspective of it and of the hostile fleet perspective of it. And now you get to hear something from the third party, who were the ones who actually were hoping that we would make a strike, in terms of the reaction that kind of thing can have over there. So let's have a look at CVA POV.
I have a CVA surprise. Oh, CVA POV, I beg your pardon. Got it right now.
We need to defend Providence timers for solve. So be here, stay here. This is where you enjoy EVE the best.
It's big. It's 156 now in 4B. Dark and PL.
Yep.
106.
Yep,
so you guys are at the POS and 9UI, correct?
Who is in 9UI is in the POS. The rest of you are reshipping and coming to 3G.
Again, please.
I'm keeping fleet spot clear for any prober you want in their core on your core.
Well, if that's true, then we're gonna open the champagne.
What?
Yeah, keep comms clear. Let's first get that confirmed. That might cause the tie-dye.
Lodges, could you pre-lock up Stelios 102 and a Dominix? He's not in fleet.
Check. Comms clear. Insidious Empire just got pipe bombed by RNK. They lost. And they lost 2/3 of. They lost. I'll tell you in a second. Insidious just lost 2/3 of the fleet.
Nice.
What fleet did they lose?
Tell RNK we watched the video.
RNK pipe bombed 150 Brutix. Ready.
Oh man.
And it's nice in that way when first of all when a plan comes together, but also when you're a third party. I think that there was something very satisfying about being told, hey, there's 200 people here or 300 people there, and then saying, okay, I'll get on it. They're dead now. Or they see the tie-dye and they say, has it begun? And then you say, yes, it's begun. That's a lot of fun. And another example would be a Razor fleet that were also in the area, and there wasn't. I think this was the one where Hidetoshi hadn't realized that we were already hunting them, so he messaged me and told me that there's a fleet here you can hit. He didn't realize that we already had Sinos and scouts and things going after these guys. Mm-hmm. So he messaged me, and then about 15 seconds later, I said, "Oh yeah, it's done. They're all dead." And so let's have a look at CVA surprise.
Ready again, not for tonight, but for the next time.
Pipe bombing is the picture.
I haven't seen.
By
like
the way, guys, hold up. I got a surprise for you guys. Hold up.
Did they just get raped?
Hold up. Yeah,
Nah, you're kidding.
Yeah, seriously, get ready for this awesome link.
It can't be that fast.
No.
Look at it.
No. Tell me this is true. Come
on. Understanding pipe bombing. Wow, that's a Facebook. That's grabs from Facebook too. Is that off an EVE Online related page?
I don't remember where that came from, but that was that was from the era.
I mean, obviously,
and
it's from
we've already played.
Page, but yeah, sorry, go on.
We've already played the CVA surprise, have we? That of Hidetoshi. I had the stream muted, so I didn't know.
Oh yes, we did play it then.
Oh, okay, awesome. And so let's have a look at the actual fleet in question and hear how they died, which I believe is Razor Mudins.
Oh fuck. Guys, I hope you stop warping if you haven't warped. Oh no, this is fucking bad.
Oh no.
Here it comes. Oh fuck.
So what were the guys that warped?
Stop warping.
Oh shit. Oh, pre-overheat your hardeners.
Pre-overheat your hardeners, guys, and MWD away, MWD overheat MWDs, get out.
Oh, that's fucking annoying.
I mean, it really looked good. It was
Oh, what the hell? Smart bombs. That in an instant. No chance at all. Whoa.
Really?
Nice one. Can't you do shit like that?
That's something we should learn. That's something we should learn as well.
That's awesome.
Trent, you heard that?
Indeed, I do.
Where's me looking to survive? I expect a post tomorrow.
Oh, that sucks.
Excellent move, I have to say. I mean, what can you say?
Yeah.
It's something we have to learn. And again, you could hear just the, there was some amusement and sort of, I guess, a sense of resignation with the laughter, but there's a like squeak at the end of every breath that just lets you know that was really cutting deep.
Yeah, indeed, there is a little sense of resignation at some point that kicks in there. But of course, while these fleets were being pipe bombed and all, something strange happened, and someone else went and did a pipe bomb, which didn't happen often in area of operation. AAA, who were obviously a legendary alliance and many amazing figures like Evil Tug and others in their past too, decided to go and pipe bomb, of all people, CVA, which took us aback a bit, right? Because we're in the middle of a pipe bombing campaign, Operation Tinder Moat with this Ring of Fire and all this stuff, and here come these guys and pipe bomb the very people we're protecting, which we didn't expect that necessarily. And in fact, I believe we can have a quick look at it is a AAA Pipe Bomb 2 MP4.
All right, I'll play it now.
Come on. Smart bomb. If you need cap boosters are running, come on. Go inside this fucking fleet and smart bomb them away. Come on, we kill them.
Smart bomb.
Is imitation truly the highest form of flattery?
Well, it was an excellent pipe bomb. And, we certainly they did a good job. They killed off a CVA fleet. But, we were surprised, right? Because here we are with this so-called Ring of Fire and this and that, and we were going to firewall away different fleets. And here comes a fleet, not only who makes it through the net in that case, but ends up pipe bombing the very people that we are there to assist and doing a fine job with it. So this comes back then to the sort of storied aspect, right, of EvE. Because how do you respond to something like that? I mean, you could try and look for a AAA fleet and go and hunt them, sure, and drop something on them. But I mean, fleets live, fleets die. It happens.
On that note, did you... Oh, sorry, I'll let you finish your train of thought.
Well, I was going to say that it's difficult to respond to. But then, imagine if the same FC who engineered this masterpiece, right, the same guy who's excellent FC, imagine if he had the same group of people on a different fleet and he was in the same system, warping to the same gate. So he was also back in B3, and he warped to the V3 gate, the same place at the moment of his triumph, and got pipe bombed by us in the same place where he pipe bombed CVA. Right? Now that would be something.
That's symmetry.
Indeed, that's symmetry. And sure enough, this guy forms up a fleet and heads out to go and, do some hunting in this area, having just pulled off this operation so successfully. There were a few different points where one might have pipe bombed him, but then you realize, hang on a minute, he is going to the B3 V3 area. So of course, dispatched Eld and Scrubs to go and a high priority pursuit. A bit like a flagship sighted for a submarine force or something that must be put down at all costs. And on this occasion, what you listen to is just a snippet of the audio, but also to get the feel of that moment. There's a moment when he realizes, when he's in warp, and he realizes that he's in the same place, warping to the same gate. It's the same system, V3. He's in warp to V3. And there's that moment of recognition when he realizes what's about to happen. If we play the other clip again one more time, the AAA pipe bomb clip, and you listen to the FC's voice, and then we're going to play after that the conclusion to this little episode. So let's have that one more time. The AAA pipe bomb.
Come on, come on. Smart bomb, smart bomb, smart bomb, smart bomb, smart bomb. If you need cap boosters are running, come on. Go inside this fucking fleet and smart bomb them away. Come on, we kill them.
Smart bomb, smart bomb, smart bomb, smart bomb.
And then the audio file is named...
And now let's have a listen to AAA comms short.mp3.
There's a Sane. There's a Sane.
No! Oh no. Hardness, overheat your hardness, guys. Yeah, we pipe bombed. Oh my god.
Broadcast.
Log off! Everybody log off!
No, don't log off. That's brings
Holy fuck.
Log off. When there's literally the only opportunity for survival is to like close the game, or at least when you're so panicked that is the course of action that occurs to you.
That is true. People in chat here might think that was one of our spies telling them to log off. I promise you it was not. After all this time, if it was, I'd probably just tell you. It's not. It was not one of our spies. Someone actually told the entire fleet to log off. And of course, once you said something like that, too many people have already pressed it. So there were a whole bunch of ships there that really didn't have much chance to survive anyway. But I promise you they had zero chance to survive once they'd logged off and landed right in the middle of a pipe bomb. And again, a bit like the Goku example, he happens to have had speakers on, and then his log off gets echoed as log off, log off, as if hundreds of people are telling you to log off, and so they log off. But in this way, sometimes EvE has a narrative, and there's symmetry that one can't resist. So in that case, this fleet, this fleet had to die, and there's some similar kind of symmetry in the next example as well, where we'd actually, I think we have a picture here that we can bring up. Actually, it's called double Reddit, and this was actually some of the Reddit threads are a lot less upvotes, and generally back then to get to the top because Reddit was a much smaller thing back then. But there's a thread about six down there where it says Rooks Kings back to amazing tactical battleship fights, which is a very ironic thread because what we'd done, and I have to say it was really unsporting, we'd killed a Bovril mining barge in their home system. Bovril being this awesome corp that at least at the time were connected with Brave. I'm not sure who they are with right now. And I don't remember exactly what led to it, but I think we'd been hunting with conventional Black Ops ships, and someone said they had something tackled, and one thing led to another, and we jumped a bunch of Black Ops onto a Procurer. It wasn't our finest moment, right?
Yeah.
No, not our most glorious moment. And we felt a bit bad afterwards for this poor guy who. But these things happen in EvE, but still. So of course that initially went to the top of Reddit, that with some understandable irony that we thoroughly deserved to be the target of that, because this was clearly not an amazing tactical battleship fight, and this was a Procurer, and people wanted to point that out to us, and they're probably right to do so. So then we thought, right, we better fix this and get some big fleets dying to the top. As in fact you see on the screenshot that the top two, one is both of the top threads actually end up being about our response to so this was kind of a battle to get
your
the
redemption
right narrative back to the top of Reddit after we had soiled our reputation by truly dishonorable.
Such a debasing yourselves by killing a humble miner. You had to redeem your reputation.
Indeed, and it was, I believe it was Bovril themselves who provided the opportunity by telling us about like a 200-man Harpy fleet that was coming through the region. Now, Harpies were not particularly difficult target, but at this point we needed anything really. Anything was better than a Procurer, right? So we jumped on that. And what we're going to have a look at next is a pipe bombing called, which on Reddit was called Little House on the Prairie, because I think they were talking about a war machine versus the Little House on the Prairie is how they described the bulldozing of this
asymmetry.
Fleet. But at least it was better than a Procurer, right? So we got our chance to redeem ourselves a little bit, and the comms are quite fun on this one.
All right, I'll play it now.
Oh dear. Hardness on, hardness on, hardness on, hardness on, hardness on. Oh dear. This is gonna go not great till. Hardness on, overheat, 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 overheat. Overheat your hardness, overheat your hardness. Overheat your hardness. Burn away from them, burn away from them, burn away from them, burn away from them. Primaries broadcasted, burn away from them. Overheat everything. Try get reps as much as you can, Logic.
I'm dead.
Burn away from them.
Okay, who summoned them?
I shit you not, I have 4 structure left.
Fuck. Holy shit, I have 7.
Shut up! Primaries broadcasted.
I'm dead.
Didn't we predict that at the beginning of the
RIP. Think we did.
I just have a white screen right now.
Yeah, me too.
Same.
It's because we're all in heaven now.
I love that line. It's because we're all in heaven. Oh man! So that was just the ticket then to get that unsightly Procurer kill off the top of your kill board and buried somewhere, probably down on the 3rd or 4th page instead.
Indeed. So we buried the disgrace of the Procurer, but better still, because the pipe bomb had taken place next to, the place of this debasement where the poor fellow had died.
Yeah.
All the wrecks were unlooted, and the Procurer pilot himself went and joined the salvaging team from Bovril to go and loot all of these wrecks, and rightly so. After all, they had the ones who told us about the fleet, right? So absolutely, that was deserved. But that was nice, because the victim himself actually ended up much richer as a result of his Procurer being lost, since there was billions of loot here just sat there in space that he could hoover up, and probably more fun than mining anyway, because you have all these dead bodies around you to spice things up.
And so you didn't just redeem yourself in terms of your appearances, but you also cleansed yourself spiritually as well. The guilt that would have been accompanying the Procurer kill was cleansed.
Absolutely. And at this point, symmetry might have been restored, and everything might have been well with the world, as one would expect, except for one thing, which is that, as you'll hear here, no one expected a Wookiee call to turn up in the middle of this particular adventure. So if we bring up a few pictures of wreck fields to go with this, let's then play Wreck Chat 2 as Bovril and the Procurer pilot go to assault the wrecks.
Shit.
Wow.
Where's the space janitors?
Yes.
Get fucking wrecked. There you go. How do you like that shit, boys? That's why you Cold War motherfuckers.
Are all those wrecks gonna get gone?
One guy got it.
How do you like that shit? It's a trap.
Is it true that Bovril looted about 1 billion of the 300 CFC pipe bomb gifts?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm just checking.
What? What's that?
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna tell you, Sinister.
Put it on the subreddit. Right.
We got pipe bombed?
No, Goons got pipe bombed.
Random Wookiee for the win. But yeah, those guys were elated.
Yes, there's nothing I can say that can top that. They stole the show that night, so one just has to shrug and carry on, I think, in the face of that. Amazing. And the Procurer fellow, he ended up a lot richer out of it, so it's a happy ending.
Oh, he's probably
strange
mining in
ending,
a blinged out Hulk now, thanks to you.
Very EVE ending.
Brilliant. Yeah, Sorry, I'm imagining him. He's the Procurer guy's replaced his Procurer, and he's gone out and he's probably bought some Dead Space modules for it with the profits from looting that Harpy fleet. And so, where do we stand now? Like I said, I've completely lost track.
Well, we have more, but I think that people have been sat on the Titan probably long enough by now.
And
so
perhaps
it may be time to let them go.
Perhaps there's a potential, however, for us to pick this up at some point in the not too distant future. Hopefully, that's something that Twitch folks in Twitch chat would like to see. Yeah, they want to see that. That's great, because there was obviously we didn't really sort of delve into the actual Clarion Call movies much themselves, and depending how long we're all homebound, there may even be some point in the future where Lord Maldoror is able to get access to those archives, which are sitting under lock and key in a bank vault somewhere, to unearth even more things. But I assume, Lord Maldoror, would you be interested in coming back in perhaps a few weeks once we've had time to sort of like gather together some more material and give this like a round 2?
Yeah, it would be great to do more of this kind of thing, and it's there's a lot of material out there, right? So because originally you suggested a kind of Clarion Call marathon from the early days to the end, and in fact we only actually managed one Clarion Call video today, and yet that's because we wanted to put some unreleased clips in and whatnot. We've already probably vastly exceeded the time limit that we'd expected for that, and didn't even get through probably a quarter of them. So we won't run out of material. At least there's that aspect.
That's a good thing. Well, then there's probably, unless, do you have any? I'll conclude the stream now, but before I do, is there any other thoughts or anything you wanted to share?
No, I think that we covered quite a lot there, and there's certain themes, of course, that went through it to do with the psychology of EVE and the evolving mind games and tactics, and how the spectacle aesthetics of the game link up with the doctrines and the meta. And I think that's been a nice journey, and appreciate all the effort I know this has been a difficult stream for you, because I've been telling you to put this and that on the screen from a long, massive list of items, when, of course, if this had just gone in the sense of Clarion 1 and 2 and Ironclad and Mr. K or whatever, then you'd have had a nice, simple list of things to click. So
yeah, it has
for
been
the last 6 hours, you've been having to leap around all these different files.
It's been complex from a production standpoint, but I welcome the fact that you're there to able to tell me what to click on and which ones to play in what order, because if I had to try and like compress this run sheet into something legible that I could keep in my head, I would have struggled with it. I've just remembered, though, I completely forgot about this before, but I'd harvested a few questions from Twitch chat while the stream was going. So if you don't mind, can we just quickly visit a few of these?
Sure, absolutely.
So the most recent questions that's been asked, a few people like January Valentine and others asked about the name Rooks Kings, and while we're at it, let's talk about the name Lord Maldoror as well. Where do those come from?
Lord Maldoror is fairly easy. Maldoror, I suppose the chants of Maldoror and the David Tibet song and poetry came to Maldoror as a name, but Maldoror essentially was my lion in EverQuest. I played EverQuest, and one day I heard about this game, EVE Online. So I thought, right, it's time to pack up here and send this guy to the stars. And somehow, when becoming a spaceman, I he became a lord along the way. But it essentially came about that way, that he was my character in EverQuest, and there's something sentimental, I suppose, about having little link-ups there between your different sort of characters in these game worlds and that sort of thing. And Rooks and Kings, that was something that just popped into my head, actually. I mean, the different ways one can interpret that, from the sort of chess connection of Rooks and Kings in that sense of tactical gameplay and things like that, or whether that's a sort of more medieval aesthetic that we're going for, a combination of both, I'm not sure. Unlike Maldoror, that's something that just popped in my head when we needed an alliance name, and I said that we're going to be Rooks and Kings. And
I had another question. I had another question earlier from Manea. I'm sorry about this. Aisation. Has Rooks and Kings ever suffered a significant loss? Like, have you ever whelped an entire fleet in a pipe bomb gone wrong, or something like that?
In a pipe bomb, we haven't actually. The pipe bombs went surprisingly well always. I think that's partly because pipe bombers are quite difficult to catch, especially once you add in MJDs and things. So even if you're waiting for them and you try and bring in a second fleet to tackle them all, it's quite difficult. It's also quite difficult because, unlike some of our earlier doctrines, they're not even that expensive. I mean, sure, some of the tools like Titans and maybe Black Ops pipe bombing can be expensive, but if it's just rocks or battens on a Titan, then most likely, if you've killed tens of billions anyway, so even if you lost every last ship, their fleet would still be routed, and you'd probably still have some alts and pipe bombers ready to go again to catch any second fleet or survivors. So from that perspective, pipe bombing was kind of relentless and efficient, even to the point where there is probably a danger, as people rightly said, that it almost becomes too easy. And as you've heard some people in the comms today, the hostile comms, say that Rooks and Kings have become lazy because they're just pipe bombing now, and it's almost too relentless and too efficient, like a kind of meat grinder, rather than having the sort of narrative struggle of capacity going up and armor hovering just above structure. And to an extent, I get that, and I agree with that. There's definitely an aspect to that where if you're pipe bombing a lot and using the other stuff less often, then there is a kind of relentless quality to the pipe bombing campaigns in that regard. And of course, we really enjoy the sort of narrative struggle of cap falling and rising and rep just holding, and there is something about that which is, unique in EvE in terms of saving your friends and the logi struggle and that kind of thing. So pipe bombing was a step away from that, and to some extent also what we've been talking about today is showing the different kind of narratives that take place with pipe bombing versus the narratives that might have taken place in, say, Clarion Call 2 or a Pantheon fleet or something like that. Because even as the goalposts move and the game changes, it's not like, as I often sometimes people have said to me, what would your life be like if the triage module hadn't been invented? Because many of your friends are through Rooks and Kings, you spent years playing there, but the triage module didn't really matter. I mean, I know it took a lot of flack on EVO back in in the build up to the triage and when it was released, because initially people thought it was absurd. They called it capital suicide, and I was a bit of a pariah on the forums for throwing my old Alazeus around, who lost something like 30 carriers in the first year, which was absurd amount back then. It's really the first sort of triage part leaping around. It was a crazy amount of money, and yet then when they added up the figures and realized most of those were losses in a winning struggle, the same guy who from TCF, I remember, who called it capital suicide, said, hey, actually, I see what you mean. This is pretty effective.
Yeah.
But if that hadn't been, if there was no triage module, I don't really like people. The same way that people say, well, would you still enjoy EVE because these things have changed, or this has changed, your favorite fit has changed, or ship has changed. Well, I don't think that matters. Look, you play the cards you're dealt, And if you're surrounded by the right people and the kind of will to win, or at least a sort of a combined will to make a plan. I mean, making a plan's half the fun anyway, whether it succeeds or fails. Then it doesn't really matter what the game is, even, or what the mechanics are. Then you've got something there. Of course, it helps if it's a game like EvE that's so thoroughly real. But you just pick the most real game and then play whatever the cards are. So, from that perspective, I think that pipe bombing also has an interesting narrative, and I've enjoyed that too and adapted to that. But I agree, it is a big change, and it's interesting that we didn't really have pipe bomb fleets wiped out, whereas in other occasions, of course, we hot dropped a lot of people. Sometimes people counter dropped us and things. We lost things. I don't think we ever lost a Pantheon fleet, for example, but we came very close a few times, like when we had to eject them out of the tower. And there were many instances where Pantheon fleets were, or parts of Pantheon fleets were intercepted by hot drops by others, and then we'd try and strike back and this and that. And so, so there you did have lots of expensive losses. And although we generally, I think, kept a very good efficiency and always made sure to pay our debts. So if anyone dropped on us, we dropped them twice back and that sort of thing. I think that that was, of course, then a different era. And I remember if Goldsnake died in a fight, then you had to make damn sure that you killed an absurd amount, because his Balgon used to cost 20 billion alone. Whenever it, at a time when 20 billion was a lot. So people had got into this mentality also of, and this is something I've read about with Bob as well, that happened in the glory days of Bob, where people started to kind of pimp out their favorite ships, their hobby horse ships, more and more. And so top damage Shani, who would always want to be top damage, would have to stay one officer module ahead of the rest, to make sure that he had his special place. And so you had this kind of power creep of modules until everyone was using absurdly expensive things. And one day you turn around in the fleet and there's Blue Melon bringing an armor tanked Raven State issue or whatever he wanted to bring. And I thought, well, do we really need a Raven State issue? He says, yes, we need a Raven State. No, we don't need it. What's it going to do in fleet? Look, any other ship is more effective. But he said, yes, but people, if I bring a State Raven, then people would shoot it, right? And then we know who's primary. Well, I also, yes, I know, but that's my whole problem with it. They're going to shoot you and then just leave. So let's think about this. But of course, you have to let people bring their ships, because it's more fun, and it's actually nice when everyone has their own kind of favorite chariot, because although we had a lot of fitting rules in Rooks and Kings, that in a sense it was always about getting to a certain bar, a certain EHP as a minimum, a certain DPS. How you did it, you had a bit of freedom with that, because that makes it more fun and people care more about their performance and their ships. So of course, when those hobby horse ships get lost, sometimes it's expensive on the kill board, and then you have to go and hot drop them back to, kill twice as much or whatever.
Zero things like that.
Yeah, pipe bombing was different, because pipe bombing, people didn't have that. People didn't. That's not true, actually. Some people did have hobby horse. Though those are two things I could quickly tell. I mean, one would be that I remember Link brought rainbow, color, rainbow smart bombs of each officer variety or whatever, and
disco ball.
I still remember the conversation where I said, yes, but then what about the damage situation, right? He said,
because
no,
your resist optimized against the damage your fleet's going to be doing. So
so I said, well, what about what about the damage? He said, oh no, I've got a full Dead Space tank, it'll be fine. And I said, but what about what about us?
The rest of us,
yeah. But he's brilliant at fitting ships, of course, and would in the end always bring something that is correct and vital to the fleet, and so would other people. And generally, another example would be one of the first motherships. I think it was called Hera. Is that right?
That rings a bell.
Fleet probably know.
Does Twitch chat know?
Yeah, I think it's called Hera, the Nyx. The pilot of the first Nyx, yeah. And he flew with us for a while. And I remember he wanted to bring some very expensive smart bombing fits, which we let him. But generally speaking, there was no need for people to kind of pimp out their smart bombing ship because everyone's dead already. And yeah, if you could have a little bit more damage, maybe that would do something, but generally it didn't. So it was a very oblique tactic and a very relentless tactic and very different to everyone bringing their sort of personal chariot or even Tech 3s and Guardians where people still flew different kind of stuff. So that was a big shift. And surprisingly, no, there were no. In fact, I don't even think there are any pipe bombs that didn't have like positive efficiency ever, really. Even the tie-dye ones generally. So that's quite strange for a doctrine. But the downside to it, though, that might sound great, but as we were saying there, the downside is it's become so relentless and so oppressive almost that it also robs people to an extent of having that kind of hobby horse mentality and their personal super ship.
Having that personal
even though
investment.
that's, yeah.
I think one of the great examples is Boltec and his Megathrons, which obviously was my understanding of the story is that fleet after fleet after fleet, didn't matter what the comp was, Boltec had to bring a Megathron because that was his jam. And then eventually when the CFC did adopt a large-scale Megathron doctrine, it was, of course, named Boltec Fleet.
Absolutely, as it should be, though. I like that kind of thing. I like it when someone has that sort of identity gets injected into something. And like I mentioned, I think Kurt at the beginning of the stream, he always flew Minmatar because that was his thing. And and Pagano is the same actually. If you say we're going to do this, that, and the other, and we need Archons, he'll spend the next 3 weeks and God knows how many billions trying to make sure that his Dithogger back then could do what an Archon, because that's his thing and he's going to stick to it. So sometimes you have to indulge people. I think that's fun in EVE too, because that also means that they'll go that extra mile to make sure that even if the Nidhogger has had to have a lot more spent on it to bring it up to scratch for that particular task, the fact that the pilot is wearing his badge on his sleeve and now represents the thing that he cares about means that he'll try that little bit harder to make it work and to succeed, not just for himself but for his kind of hobby horse ship as well. So I think that kind of stuff is fun and I've always liked to indulge that.
Brilliant. All right, and on that note, I think we should conclude the stream because it has been quite long, but we'll take this offline, and over the next week or so, Lord Maldoror and I will have a discussion about what we can possibly do again down the future, whether we go back to Clarion Call or if we just concentrate on any other material that he's got unearthed and see if we can put together something else for you. In the meantime, next Sunday, I hope to have another stream like this with a different guest. I'm working on that now, and if there's a definite go ahead on that, you'll probably find out about that next Thursday or Friday. So you'll have some time to clear the decks on Sunday evening for another stream like this. I obviously want to thank Lord Maldoror for coming on the show and dedicating so much time, and not just that, he did a ton of work just to make the stream happen, like providing videos and graphics and audio clips. Like I was blown away by the amount of effort he put in. He just sent me a Google Drive link and he's like, I'll keep this updated. And day after day after day, more videos, more clips. We're just sort of filling up. So he's obviously spent a ton of time to get the stream to happen as well. So thank you very much for that, sir.
Oh, it's been my pleasure. And it's been wonderful to be here. There have been so many questions that I'm not on Twitch that much except for Convict streams so far. So it's been difficult for me to keep up with all of the questions and all. There must be hundreds of things I've missed, and I feel bad not answering those things. Anyone, by the way, is welcome to mail me, of course, if you have a question. Just mail me an EVE, and I will get back to you. It might take me a while, but I will get back to you. So feel free to mail me there. And my apologies for not answering more of this stuff because it's there've been so many different questions from different eras and different points. And thank you to Convict for putting up with me when he was probably hoping just to get Clarion Call 1 to 4 files, and then he opened the door just a crack when I said, well, I could bring some unreleased stuff, and then through 15 gig or whatever more we're up to of different things into a Google Drive, and some of which we picked at today. So thank you very much for putting up with that and indulging all these old stories and things like that. It's been a lot of fun.
I welcome it. I also want to thank all of my CCP comrades who came out tonight, and for the first time, because I've been very negligent and haven't mentioned this for the last 2 streams because it's just slipped my mind. I also want to say a really huge thank you to our ISD volunteers who have been hanging out in Twitch chat, enjoying the stream, also moderating it. Our ISD volunteers are a fantastic group of people. They're super hardworking. They don't just moderate Twitch chat. They handle the forums, the in-game help channels, the lore, hunting bugs, all kinds of things. So thank you guys. And also, Lord Maldoror, I think I noticed a significant number of your Rooks and Kings compatriots in Twitch chat as well.
Yes, I'm impressed by how modern they are actually to have Twitch accounts. So I guess this bodes well, right, to do something before the retirement. I assumed I wouldn't see them again until TeamSpeak, since we still use the old-fashioned TeamSpeak.
And if you enjoyed the stream and you didn't catch the other ones, there was one a few weeks ago where I went through a Clear Skies marathon with the series creator Ian Chisholm, which was a lot of fun. And just recently I did one with CCP Cinematic Lead CCP Zon 3, where we did a walk back through EvE cinematics from the past, going all the way back to 2004 up to present. And you can find the VODs for both of those streams here on Twitch and the CCP page videos tab if you want to go back and watch those. But with that, I'll conclude the stream now. Thank you everyone for coming. I realize a lot of the European folks have probably gone to bed right now, so it's mostly USTZ left. Thanks for joining in and watching the stream, and keep an eye out because we'll be doing more streams like these in the future. So for me, it's good night, and from Lord Maldoror.
Thanks for Fleet.
All right, see you guys later.